round of budget review. We hope to get all the way through a few additional departments that we've got here, and then we'll propose a plan tomorrow of kind of how we want to move forward, have a discussion over that, see what staff thinks, and then hopefully wrap all this up tomorrow afternoon. So we do have a hard stop today at 3. I think we're good to push hard through that. I believe we'll take a few breaks. We'll eat lunch and just kind of do our working lunch like normal. And then I've asked Councilman Sherlin to open us in prayer, if you guys don't mind.
Oh, Heavenly Father, as we gather here this day, we pray, Father, that you would give us the wisdom, the knowledge we need to make the decisions that you would have us to make for our city. Father, we pray for our leadership. We pray for our city staff. We pray for our citizens, Father. We lift them all to you. Father, we also pray now that we, as your servants, will do thy will, that we will listen to you, that we will allow you to guide us, Father. Father, we now, as we go into this meeting, we pray that you'd bless each and every person here. These things we pray in the name of your Son, Jesus Christ, the King of Kings, the Lord of Lords. Amen.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. So we're off to a good start already. It's only 8:10. Mrs. Storrs, if you don't mind kind of running down what your plan of action is today, and then we'll hand it over.
All right. Thank you, Mayor. So last night I sent a list out to council on remaining departments that we haven't discussed yet. That was in no particular order. So the plan is we're going to start with emergency management, and then I think we're going to try to cover our city attorney's budget. He has some conflicts later today. And then we've got airport and several other groups coming up. So if you guys will bear with us, we'll just kind of work our way through the list today. And we can go as slow as you guys want, but I'll probably be pushing us just a little bit to keep things moving so we can get through. You saw there's definitely a handful of departments left. So, but please feel free to slow things down if you need to. We're here to answer any questions that we can. So. We'll start off with emergency management. If you will turn in your books to page 185. 185 covers our emergency management department. Also rolled in there are some grants that they oversee, and then including our AIP grant. So it's all in those pages. And then with that, I'll go ahead and let Max introduce himself and his assistant here, and then start moving quickly through their budget.
Good morning, Mayor, Council. Thank you. My name is Max Dunlap, Director of Emergency Management, joined here by the Deputy Director of Emergency Management, Daniel Gleaves. Yes, so thank you, Ms. Storrs, for introducing that. I handed out before the meeting a quick handout in front of everyone. This is just a very quick flop, bottom line up front, that what we're asking and the reasons why. I do kind of want to break down a little bit of an explanation of our grants, because as far as numbers go, it kind of shows a little bit more than we actually operate with. We do oversee grants. That doesn't mean we actually receive any of that money. The one grant we do actually receive is the Agreement and Principal Grant, the AIP grant. That is the grant from the SECO from the state, which comes from the Pantex plant. That one grant pays for one of our personnel. Technically, at this point, it pays for our technical hazards coordinator. However, within the grant, 100% of that person's position deals with plant preparedness and plant preparedness only. Therefore, their main responsibility is dealing with preparedness, recovery, decontamination, anything regarding and having to do with the plant. Therefore, their efforts are not directed to the remainder of our missions and mandates. As you can see on the first page, our total staffing is 6 to serve a city over 200,000 with a jurisdiction over 300,000 that we serve. Our siren tech, 100% of their job is the outdoor warning sirens, their maintenance position to ensure our system, which is one of the largest in Texas, operates efficiently and at 100%. Our mandates, missions, and goals that we try to achieve and that we are held to by the federal and state governments are roughly pushing us at 100, give or take about 10 on a daily basis, 100 in recurring open and projects that we deal with every day. And like I just explained, that leaves roughly 4 people working on 100 projects at any given moment. On top of that, it actually accounts to over 20,000 hours annually that we are mandated. With current staffing levels, we are only able to achieve about 12,000. This year, we are asking for an additional 2 personnel to help offset that. Now, the positive of this is as of yesterday, we have worked with all our county and City of Canyon partners to work out a new maintenance deal for our siren system. And in doing so, our last agreement is actually waiting for the Randall County judge to sign. Once we get that, I will send that over to Andrew for a signature. Once we get that, we will actually 100% pay for our siren tech as well as our equipment that we use to maintain the siren system, therefore taking one financial burden off the table of our team. We do ask for 2 new personnel to offset a little bit of the hours that we are failing and falling short on. Again, this is not going to achieve all the hours. However, we are used to working with less and doing more. And I'm conservatively asking that these 2 positions will help us and continue to move our team forward as well as the city forward in the emergency management industry. Our second ask is for vehicles for our staff. What some may not know and may not know in the city is every teammate on our team is a deployable asset, both regionally and statewide. So our skills, our knowledge, and what we do on a daily basis is needed around the country, around the world, and around the state of Texas. And therefore, we can be called upon regionally if we need to help an assisting emergency management coordinator, an EMC, or someone like ourselves in a surrounding county. We actually had a meeting very recently saying that one of their first calls actually would be to one of the 2 of us to assist their county before they would contact the state. So knowing that we do actually respond to some scenes, whether it be fire, floods, anything like that, out of necessity, rolling up in a personal vehicle does not give notoriety to who we are. It actually causes more problems. On top of that, if we were to deploy somewhere, using and utilizing a personal vehicle actually presents a safety hazard for us. If we go out into a fire scene, there's smoke, there's a lot of chaos, a regular vehicle without emergency lighting on it or decals becomes a safety hazard. So we are asking for vehicles for all our staff. Our initial request was 7 vehicles. However, we can take away 2 of those. We need 5 total. The other plus side to that is the agreement in principle grant. We're still working through the details, but they will do a cost share with the city of Amarillo for one of those 5 vehicles. Therefore, saving roughly $120,000 off our request initially. Is there any questions that you have regarding operations, anything like that? Like I said, operationally, it's been rough. Some of the graph in there, you can see that what incidents and emergencies that rise to the level of emergency management, that is very much on the rise, both globally and nationally. As some can see in the news, it is not going away. This quarter alone, we had 2,000 additional hours tacked on to our staff of 5, supporting 24-hour operations over the last 9 weeks, with only 4 of us actually acting as duty officers, which are on 24-hour call. So 4 people operating and supporting a 24-hour operation for over months on end is very detrimental and very hard for us to sustain long term, which is why the ask for both vehicles and personnel.
I'd like to ask a couple of questions, please. We work with the counties, correct? And are they helping pay for any staff members or anything like this?
Our agreement, our interlocal agreement with them mandates them to pay a cost share. which is roughly, I think, the counties in total with the city of Canyon came out to be, and correct me if I'm wrong on this, I believe it was $194,000 of what they paid. Now, that agreement is based on some of the tax levy and things like that. There actually is wiggle room to include some of these asks in there and to ensure that that cost sharing is 100% fair and legal to the agreement.
That's the main thing. I just want to make sure all the counties are paying their share. Now, does the state participate in any of this stuff they're wanting us to do?
So the state used to have an emergency management performance grant, an EMPG grant. Now that was removed from all municipal and county level very recently. So we used to get, initially it started out in the hundreds of thousands about 15 years ago. The last year that we received anything was about $47,000, and then that was removed. So we do not receive anything from the state anymore.
So my question is, why do we respond to state events?
When we are requested, the state will actually reimburse the city for what we're doing.
Okay, they will reimburse.
Yes.
Now, do they do this good, or do they drag their feet, or?
Like most entities, paperwork is paperwork, and the right paperwork needs to be submitted and process is taken.
So is this something we as a city need to take up with the state?
Not in a sense, because the EMPG in a sense was that. However, if we were to deploy somewhere, very much like fire and TIFMAS is on an assignment now, we become part of the incident. And therefore, if we are, and that's an if because we won't always go somewhere else in the state, usually it's the region. But if we move somewhere, that information that goes through the proper channels, very much like we went through our incident very recently with the floods. It goes through all the personnel, time, all that paperwork gets put into the system, hours are delineated, numbers are put together, and then eventually that reimbursement will come back to the city.
One other question is, you're requesting 5 vehicles, correct?
Sir.
And how often do we need these 5 vehicles all at the same time?
So with that, we have 4 emergency management duty officers who are on call 24/7, who are at a moment's notice need to be somewhere. Personally, I can say that all of them will be in a meeting at some point individually at the same time. The 2 of us are in multiple meetings in multiple counties at any given day. Just this week, I probably traveled 300, 400 miles for meetings. That's just regionally.
Now, are we being reimbursed for that travel?
So currently, that travel is in the city policy for what we do. That travel for what we do, we go to regional meetings, the regional emergency management meeting. We are not being reimbursed for that because that's part of our daily operations of how we operate.
But we do have things like car allowance
Yes.
that are being paid,
Yep,
that
I
is
was
the
getting to that.
reimbursement
Yep.
for it.
So currently,
Yes.
you saw department-wide, we're getting $9,000 annually for our car allowance. Now, that comes out to be roughly, I think it was $100 and some a paycheck for using personal vehicles.
Okay, thank you.
No problem, sir.
If I could add just a couple of quick things. So one thing, going back to the question about the state reimbursing us, a lot of that is heavily tied to FEMA. And there are very strict rules associated with it, and there's no bending on it. And so you either do it their way or you're not getting reimbursed. And so we work very diligently to ensure that we are submitting all of the proper paperwork, that we're doing processes properly to meet in federal procurement standards when we're buying something, documenting everything. And so I think to your question about do we need to take something up with the state, I think it's actually at a higher level, probably more at a federal level, because the state's normally reimbursing us from FEMA kind of through them.
Okay. Do we include, on an incident, do we include our time we spend doing the paperwork and everything else?
We do include everything that they allow us to include.
Okay.
Yes. That's a great question, but it is there's handbooks on it, there's training classes on it, and you will do this, 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 and this. You can include this, this, and this. And if it doesn't meet exactly the letter of how they state it needs to be, they will kick it back and not pay for it.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Yes. And another thing I wanted to quickly mention was that if you all still have this, remember the supplemental report from a few weeks ago, if you still have that, if you'll look on page 2 of 7, there's a listing here of what Max was going over on the supplemental request. They had agreed in order to help us balance to remove 2 of the 7. Now, I believe one of the vehicles, you're only seeing 6 here. I think the other one's in the AIP area. And so, again, from a balancing standpoint, initially we had removed 2 of the 7. And so I think that gets him back to where he was talking about the 5. So just for your information.
And I'm guessing, so the employees have to fill out, is it based on mileage for the personal car use? I mean, how are they reimbursed?
So it depends if we actually go outside of jurisdiction. So our team is actually one of the only in the state that actually have operations in 4 counties, not just 2. So if we go out of jurisdiction, so if we directly go out of Potter Randall County, we can submit mileage for that on top of our stipend.
Okay. So there's
Usually,
paperwork
yes.
involved. I mean, they've got to do that weekly. I would guess internally somebody's got to go through that and add that to the paycheck or whatever. So that would be small. We have a little bit of an efficiency gain if they do have company vehicles versus having
Yes.
to do all this and do this.
Meetings such as I have quarterly meetings in Austin, things like that, yes, that's hard. Again, it's the use of public vehicles. Again, from a personal standpoint, if I take my personal pickup out on a fire scene and I drop it in a ditch because there's so much smoke, who pays for it?
Yeah.
If I'm in official capacity,
Okay.
that's my personal thought.
Okay. Thank you.
So just respectively, I mean, if you get those new positions, is that going to be effective for y'all, or y'all need more, or down the road? I mean, where are we at as far as compared to the amount of workload? I mean, what y'all said, I mean, that's a heavy workload, and just for that few people, I mean, is that going to be beneficial for y'all, or y'all going to ask for more next year, or kind of where are we at on that moving forward?
The amount of work that we do has a direct correlation with how the city grows, both with residential and commercial infrastructure. The city being what it is now and its growth rate and what is coming to the city, the type of industry, that actually puts more workload on us. To answer your question directly, in 3 years it will not be enough. Technically, hours-wise, it's not enough now. However, like I said, we're used to doing more with less, and I think we can. But yes, there is a chance in a few years, 3 years, we might need more to cover what our mandates are.
Yeah, that's all I've got. I mean, that's a pretty heavy workload. So I mean, what would be just a magic number? I mean, just spitballing.
So there's actually a
Be more
precedent
efficient.
on our team of 14 people.
And I do think that paints the picture just a little bit better. So we have talked about a bunch of things: the MPG grant, staffing currently, and then Max brings up the original staffing of 14 people. So with the MPG grant, approximately 8 to 10 years ago, that staff was 14. As that EMPG grant has decreased and ultimately been taken completely by the state, that staffing's decreased over time. But with that being said, mandates have only increased. Hazards within the city of Amarillo, Potter, and Randall have only increased. So we've decreased staff over that period of time, trying to continue to meet the requirements, foot the bill, and hit the target. What we've determined is we're at that breaking point that we can no longer do that. So these 2 additional positions, obviously, they're exempt positions. There is some expectation of casual time being worked with an exempt position, so we're not just looking at the 2050. We're probably looking at about 2,300 to 2,400 hours over the year that we expect these positions to, perform at. We believe that gets us to meeting that threshold of meeting the requirements at this point. But with that being said, just like Max said, as the city continues to grow, hazards increase within the city, and ultimately incidents increase in the city just purely by increase in population size. There is a potential that 3 to 5 years we could be at a deficit that we're seeing now in labor and come back and ask for more.
And one final point of clarification on that. It's the number of staffing of 14, yes, that was very dependent on not just the EMPG grant, but also an MMRS grant, which was a medical planning, preparedness planning grant that is no longer available to us. That was, it very much was a balance on grant funding, which is why the team was that size. But even at that size, that was efficiently being operated and planning. But very much, to Daniel's point, it is 100% along in the same vein as why fire departments would ask for more fire stations, why law enforcement agencies ask for more officers and vehicles on the street, because the need is there. There's hazards, there's threats. Part of our job is to actually identify that. And if we can't effectively and efficiently identify those, that problem grows and actually goes back downhill to the fire and police level and becomes a larger issue.
I appreciate it. So, I mean, that gives me a good idea on, how short you really are and at the amount of positions you would really need. 14 would be where you need to be at.
Can you give me an idea? So because of the lower staffing level, you mentioned you had like 100 open, ongoing, recurring projects, things that you could not get to, I'm guessing. Can you give me an example of something like, so what is it if you had to say, this is one thing, oh my gosh, I wish we had the staff because we really need to get, can you kind of give me an idea of what we're not able to accomplish because of the understaffing?
Updating and reviewing a proper debris management plan. Recently, that was needed, very, very much so. And it was a failure on our team and my teams and me because that wasn't done, and therefore we actually lost out on some money because of the flooding event recently, because of proper knowledge and training wasn't given, and that's because I was not able to find the time. Because incidents happen, things like that, but efficiently reviewing that many plans, which most of those projects are annual plans that we need to make sure are both applicable and updated. But that is one directly, most recently applicable example.
I think, to kind of answer your question more globally, with the current staffing, we're really putting out fires. So we're not able to do the maintenance to the program, go back and look at the day-to-day review of the program and ensure that we're keeping up with requirements, mandates, and current processes. So we've really become a very reactive organization over time, just purely due to staffing. And, with this additional request, really would like to get back to a proactive organization where we're looking for best practices, we're looking for improvements, and we're really looking at the response across the organization and ensuring the documented process matches the response as is. So that's the biggest piece that we're just not able to get to.
So in the example with the flooding, so there was, I'm just trying to make sure I understand that. I mean, so there was some type of training or preparedness that we could have done that would allow us to more effectively deal with the flooding situation that we just didn't have time to do?
So when I refer to plans, absolutely. Plans are pretty much the outline of how we would deal with a specific incident or an aspect of it. In this instance, it was an aspect of dealing with what to do with all the trash, the clean out of the houses, things like that. Now, Public Works did an amazing job, and Solid Waste did an amazing job handling that, trying to do that normally. Now, because of that, there is actually a way that we could have done that slightly different. Not necessarily better, but slightly different, to also try and take the steps to recoup our efforts financially. Mm-hmm. And because of our plan wasn't fully updated, reviewed, and presented to everyone in Public Works, that we slightly missed out on some of that, and that is my fault.
And then I understand kind of, the advantages of having our own fleet, which is number one, you don't have to take your own. It's and particularly if you go into a situation. I guess, Laura, is there an economic case for, instead of having employees use their vehicles, because I see the advantages of that, but just purely from economics, is it best case economically for us to convert to having these versus, is there a savings, is there something overlong, or is it, yes, it may cost us more, but it's worth the advantages that they're talking about?
Well, I think, I mean, it will cost quite a bit more, but I think what Max had talked about were the advantages of especially them being called out at any time of day, any time of night, and just ensuring that we are properly identified being out in the field. And so I think it's, I mean, I don't know how you put a dollar amount on that necessarily, but I just want to be, upfront. But yes, it's certainly a lot more expensive than just simply reimbursing for a car allowance. Yeah, and then also reimbursing for mileage. And as y'all know, we reimburse based on the IRS mileage rate, anytime anything's brought in for that. So, yeah, I mean, it certainly is, but I think Max did a great job of covering kind of those benefits of ensuring that they're properly identified. And then, there always is a risk of asking people to take their personal vehicles out. And if they're called out to a situation that their personal vehicle is not properly equipped for, that could be a challenge as well. So,
One addition to that is the $9,000 annually that we're spending on vehicle allowances would actually pay off one of these vehicles in 5 years.
Another question, I don't know if it's for you or for them. Have we tried to renegotiate a contract with the 4 counties?
So that is a discussion the deputy city manager and I have been having of looking at and deep diving into that. The original interlocal agreement with Potter and Randall County was actually written in 1979 and reviewed in 1984. And because of that, one of the reasons after looking at it is why we actually brought the new siren maintenance ILA out to ensure that aspects are being represented properly. But yes, that is the process is.
So in other words, we haven't updated contract since '84. Is that correct?
Technically, sir.
So in other words, we're way behind the curve on this. I'd like to see us make a recommendation to definitely go before each county. We got 4 counties, right?
So our direct jurisdiction is Potter, Randall County. We actually fix sirens in Armstrong and Carson.
Okay. I think they could participate in some form or fashion.
So the Carson and Armstrong actually participate through the AIP grant.
Okay. But I don't see, it seems like the city of Amarillo gets caught with a lot of stuff for a lot of the area, and we're not being recouped. I mean, even our hospital district gets over flooded with things, so.
Councilmember Sherlin, if I could point you guys to page 189 in your books, you'll see the funding that's coming in at the very top of that page related to the county participation. And one point of note is while those agreements certainly have not been renegotiated any time recently, there are portions of it that do allow, as the budget grows with emergency management, those are allocated out based on the total tax levies for the area, and so their costs are going up. And I'm not saying it's perfectly proportionally, but we're not on like a set flat fee. As their budget is continuing to grow, as costs grow over the years, those dollars, portions of it are being allocated out. So, but certainly never opposed to looking at renegotiating contracts, but wanted to make sure you all realize it's not like we're on a set flat fee from 1984 or anything like that.
Assistant City Manager Stores, the only flat rate currently is the contract with the City of Canyon, which was in 2018.
That's right. I was going to say that
currently
one was separate.
And I would tell you the City of Canyon is one of the most honorable, fantastic partners to work with, and we truly, truly enjoy going down there and operating with them. So that is one of the contracts that we might be looking into.
Just one other minor question, but in the contractual services on 189 down there with the credit, that looking at about $62,000, what was that for? You know?
Let me look real quick, and
Okay.
I'll research. I'll get it
Minor.
right back.
Yeah.
So what, excuse me, while she's looking at that, I've got a couple questions. We have a fantastic opportunity for internships because we're so unique. And so if I wanted to be in your business and I got to come to Amarillo and learn everything that I get to learn here, from a Pantex to a tornado to a flooding, a fire, you're kind of a beacon on the hill. So tell me a little bit about how many interns you got heading your way.
Absolutely, Mayor. It's ironically, the Panhandle of Texas is actually one of the, to say it less formally, one of the geekiest places to be in our industry because we quite literally have everything short of tsunamis and volcanoes, which we have those in certain areas. So training aspect, it would be hard pressed to find a better training area. On top of that, and forgive me for the long-winded response, but on top of that, we actually are working not just with high school, but colleges also. So we are working, trying to establish an actual collegiate level training for our industry, both with AC and WT, to again gain interns out of that. Currently, we actually our only intern influx is from AC, and that's only one currently, as we are the first time for our team to participate in the internship through Amtech, excuse me. So we have one high school student coming in this year. However, currently, WT's program does not require internships in their emergency management program. So finding interns through the collegiate side will take a little bit more negotiations. Those talks have already started with AC as well. So we are working on the outside. That's part of our public outreach and one of our mandates that we do to continue that. We try to find a problem and a solution for it that benefits both parties, both sides, and we do believe that this is one of those benefits.
So one thing that I think we would look to as your department is kind of in a rehabilitation recovery phase. We're looking at, growth. We're looking at more severe weather patterns, I think, on the average. If we needed to do like a half-pay internship, that would broadly open up, what you guys are looking at in the way of, if you're asking a student to go to school full-time and then, come work 20 hours a week plus with no compensation, maybe the partial pay would hit my budget very little, but give you an opportunity to kind of grow from within. The added positions, can you fill those?
Yes, so the operations manager, I believe, can be an internal fill, and a backfill of that person's position can be filled. We search nationally for our team and our positions. The state has a great pool of candidates. However, the truth is we compete directly with the state for our industry. The state is growing their numbers immensely. And their presence immensely. So trying to compete with the state who will offer vehicles, uniforms, state-level benefits, an academy, things like that, that is our direct competition in this state. So we do find them nationally. I personally came from a different state and moved here for this team. So we absolutely will try to fill that as quickly as possible. However, it has taken between 3 and 9 months to fill those positions.
Okay. So I would ask, what you're communicating is you don't have a lot of time to work on your department because you're working in it. So we add this intern position, maybe get that filled. You add these other 2 positions. Can you give me a ratio of how much time you're going to have for development, and can we do more preparatory exercises with our local partners?
Yes, absolutely. So the 2 specific positions that we're asking for is an operations manager, which be in a sense a tertiary for the 2 of us. When we both are indisposed, that third person can actually take over operations during whatever incident or daily operations. The second request is actually splitting the current technical hazards coordinator, which is 100% funded by AIP, turning that position into an AIP planner, which they can now actually focus their duties, and bringing that technical hazards coordinator 100% back to doing exactly what their job is, which is those exercises, identifying threats, things like that.
Okay.
With that, it would actually free me up to continue moving forward.
I think we can see the value in that moving forward, so we'd like to encourage that. I do have a financial interest here, so if I'm looking at the supplementals, I'm adding up roughly $360,000 worth of expenses to go and purchase vehicles. And then you're taking off 2 of those, is that right? So are we down to roughly 250?
Yes, that's correct. And I think there may be an extra line on here for some rental that needs to be removed. So, because I was doing the math along with you there, and it looks like we've still got rental in there for about 6 vehicles. So, yeah, we'd pull that out.
My curiosity would be, it sure seems like with the potential travel, mileage, and how much work you could put on these vehicles, I don't know that I see the benefit in buying them. I see the benefit in having them, but what would my cost be on an outlay to just lease these vehicles, and we keep our cash in hand for your department? So are we talking?
So, and that's actually something we'll probably be talking about here in just a little bit as we bring our fleet services group up. That's a project that we are hoping to undertake from a global aspect across the city this coming year, really looking at the cost benefit of outright purchasing versus some of the leasing options that are out there, especially, I'm assuming y'all are looking at trucks, and so for trucks, for sedans, those type things. We do it with some of our large pieces of equipment, maybe like out at the landfill at this point, but we have not ventured down the road of leasing like an entire fleet of a certain type of vehicle. So that is something we're hoping to explore this year, and that would be something this group would be a part of as well if council authorized for some vehicles to be put into that department. We would be looking at the cost-benefit analysis of leasing versus outright purchasing.
Let me speculate real
Sure.
quick there. If I was going to go spend $250,000 to buy 5 vehicles, or if I could spend $60,000 a year in lease, the benefit of spending the $250 is, well, you don't have to spend any more money every year for the next, you would hope 10 years, and then those things would have some sort of value. I think over the last couple of years, what I've seen is very, very little value after 5 years. It's more or less a gift. And then the need to constantly need to re-up all the way across the board. So if we were to look at the benefit analysis of being able to lease versus purchase, it's not a 250 versus 50. It's a 5 million versus 1 million.
Yes, and as a reminder, the way this works is the department is required to come up with funding for the initial purchase of the vehicle, and then day one they start paying 2 pieces of a monthly rate into our fleet services. One is for the overall maintenance of the vehicle and the fuel for the vehicle, so oil changes, anything, tires, all that stuff. The other piece is they start paying day one into the future replacement of that vehicle. Mm-hmm. And so those dollars are put into our fleet services fund, and then let's say it's a 10-year life on the vehicle, which I don't know if that's reasonable. Okay, so a 10-year life. So after 10 years, then they would have paid in the amount into our fleet services department in order to fully replace that. And so they would come up for replacement without any additional capital expenditure from the department. So that's how we facilitate it at this point.
The alternative there would be just a budget line item for, say, all 5 vehicles. Say it's $60,000 a year, and you just know you're budgeting that every year, and then in 5 years you get a new vehicle.
That's correct.
Versus having to more or less outlay the cash and then also match a fee, which could be 50% of what your payment would be on the lease anyway. So I'm interested in looking at that. Thank you, guys. Really appreciate the answers. Did you have one?
So I wanted to follow up, and I first wanted to say we appreciate you all giving us the ability to take some time to look through that, because we do have a very large fleet of vehicles. And so we want to make sure that we will we will bring those discussions to you all, so y'all can participate in it and kind of help give us some guidance on that. So appreciate that. That is a project we're looking forward to doing this upcoming year. And then also the question back here about the negative dollar amount in the repair and maintenance improvement line item. So there was an amount that was billed to Randall County for some 3 complete sirens and radios, and they could certainly go in that. And so I think what we credited it to this operating line item, and I think the dollars were actually spent out of a capital project. So we'll have to reclass those over, and then that credit will go away. It'll offset where the dollars were spent out in a capital project. So yeah, it was just a miscoding on our side. So, but thank you for the question. And then I don't know if y'all want to expand on what that project was. I'm assuming we put in some sirens for Randall County and.
Yeah, and for sake of taking more time, I do apologize. So how we operate with installing our outdoor warning sirens with our partners and how our new contracts state is the city pays for everything. We get the subcontractor if necessary, and then we are reimbursed everything we need with an extremely low markup. I think it was on our maintenance side, our markup's about $12 a month. So we charge nothing more than what we need to actually keep the lights on. We do not want to disrespect our partners that way.
Okay, so moving forward, I think we've got most of our questions asked, if we have anything else, and then we would look to see a change in this potential budget as we have a working budget, if we look at a lease versus purchase. But then positionally squared away, right?
Yes, we're good with that. I think unless y'all have any concerns with authorizing 5 instead of 7 vehicles, I think that's more the guidance we would need, and then we would look at the cost-benefit analysis of outright purchase versus leasing in a bigger global project.
Can you facilitate everything with 4 vehicles, or do you need 5?
Right now, 5 would actually put us where we absolutely couldn't operate less, since if we are getting 2 more people.
And you're getting 1 paid for?
Yes.
In a grant?
Yes.
So 4 vehicles.
I will say with the agreement principal grant, the leasing of a vehicle might be a sticky situation with that because there is grant parameters around purchasing a vehicle. But other than that, I don't foresee issue.
Okay. Nothing more, gentlemen. Thank you all.
Thank you all.
Have a great morning.
Thank you.
All right. So next, we will go to our city attorney's budget. So if you will turn to page 234, and we'll bring Brian McWilliams up.
Morning.
Good morning.
How are you, Brian? We're good.
This is an exciting budget, I can tell you that.
I know it's a hard one to comprehend, so we'll let you take off.
And I will, if you will look to the bottom of page 1 on your supplemental report, there was some additional dollars that we put in related to the professional line item for outside legal costs, just based on what we historically have been paying. And then there on page 238, you'll notice there was an uptick in the professional line item in the current fiscal year, and that's related to some court cases that we are working through right now in the anticipation of some costs that will have to be paid out. So, and other than that, I think Brian has kept his budget flat. If you want to quickly talk to us maybe about your staff and kind of how y'all operate, and then if council has questions.
Thank you for that. This is the one time I get to brag on my group. My group is a small group for the size of our city. To give you some perspective, the city of Denton, are you familiar with the city of Denton? They have 12 lawyers on their staff. In 21 and 22, their budget was $3.2 million, okay? Mostly salaries, benefits, those kinds of things. like any city attorneys, we're a service department. We serve the departments of the city. We serve the city council. We serve the city manager's office. And so it gives you a perspective when you look at our department, how we've always done more with the folks that we have. We have a very experienced group. We have our office is merit certified by the Texas City Attorneys Association. There's not a lot of those in the state. You get those merit certifications because of the experience that you have on your staff. Every single one of my lawyers would qualify individually for merit certification because of their experience and how much they put in CLE-wise in learning more about what's going on around the state. So right now, if you look at my positions, it's reflecting 8 lawyers. Actually, we just recently made a change in that we've only got 7 now. And that change occurred because of just kind of an opportunity that we had. We have a paralegal on our staff. Over in our criminal division, we've moved a paralegal and underfilled one of those positions. Well, there's some salary savings there for the taxpayers in that move. And what it does is prosecutor positions are notoriously hard to fill. If you look around the state, you can look at Potter County or Randall County. There's always prosecutor positions open. And we're no different. And so we still have one prosecutor position that is open and vacant that we need to fill. As Judge Hamilton has already come before the council, the court is a very busy court. You have multiple dockets every week. Some of those are trial dockets. And because of our senior prosecutor who had experience, we actually hired her. We were her first job in city government. She moved away from us to the city of Arlington. I recruited her back after she had worked in building safety there, and she's been our senior prosecutor ever since, and she does a fantastic job. She's merit certified by the TCAA. And because of that, and the help of outside counsel, because we get some benefit there from an outside counsel that we've hired who used to work in our office too, that's now in a private practice. So there are some efficiencies there in that he knows our systems, he knows all the officers because he worked for the city of Amarillo for a period of time. So we've been extremely lucky, let's put it that way, to manage our situation with the vacancies that we have. We also have a vacant police legal advisor position. The legal advisor is actually housed over in the police department. And that position was created in 2007, and I was the first police legal advisor the city of Amarillo ever had. And that's a thing that I really take a lot of pride in that I've done every position in the city attorney's office that there is. I've been in every role in my 16 years since I've been here. And I've prosecuted cases down in the municipal court. And so I understand the inner workings of how our government works. And I have some historical knowledge as to how we've done things in the past. And that gives me insight as to how to do things in the future. And so we've got a senior assistant who was the city attorney for the city of Plainview for over a decade on my staff, which allows us a lot of flexibility. I can pretty much give her anything, and she's seen it before, she's done it before. And so I'm just very blessed to have the staff that I have. Very, very talented group of folks. And that allows us to do a little bit more than if we didn't have that kind of experience. And so when you look at the vacancies in my office, a police legal advisor, a senior assistant that we need on the civil side, and a prosecutor on the criminal side, we're able to kind of cover those with help from outside counsel. As you know, Mick McCamey is special outside counsel for the city, has been for a period of time now. And he can do anything. You can give him anything to do, special projects, things of that nature. And then, like I said, I have a prosecutor that comes in and helps us as well. And so those outside counsel numbers come from those kinds of things. And so I don't want to spend a lot of time on mine. I want to be very cognizant of the time you've got for other budgets today. So if you've got any questions, I'd be happy to answer if I can.
Brian, I know we use outside counsel. So how do they get paid? Where does that come from?
Comes out of the general fund, I believe.
It depends. So it depends on what kind of work outside counsel is doing. So, for instance, there was some litigation associated with a sewer line, and that came out of the Water and Sewer Fund. Any kind of litigation that is specific to certain areas. So, let's say if it was airport related, it would be paid for out of the airport fund. If it was drainage related, drainage fund. Water and sewer, it would be charged to the Water and Sewer Fund. A lot of the city departments reside inside the general fund. And instead of charging those costs individually to each one of those separate budgets, we run them all through the city attorney's department. So inside his professional fee line item, that's paying for outside legal costs, but that could be associated with police, with fire, with streets, with traffic, with Parks and Rec, with any of the departments that are inside the general fund area. And so Brian manages all of that, so therefore we keep it charged inside his budget in the general fund.
Okay, so that $1.5 million
Yes.
for 2022, budgeted $55 million, so we're about at $1.5 million over.
Yes,
In those professional fees, is that what you're talking about right
that
now?
is correct. Yes.
So it's an expenditure in your department?
Yes. So these costs are normally associated with some sort of like a lawsuit that is not. It's not like a recurring cost that we are expending every single year. It's for certain particular cases. Sometimes those cases can span 1 year. Sometimes they can span multiple years. And so the costs associated with those are inside here. That's why you're seeing such a fluctuation year over year inside that line item, because it's not really we don't know exactly what lawsuits we're going to be, associated with from 1 year to the next.
Okay.
Does that help?
So that 1.5 million, I mean, can we assume that, is that the Civic Center issue? I mean,
It is.
Yes,
Yes.
the biggest cost. We also have some ongoing costs associated with another department that has been running through there as well. So.
Okay. So, and then settlements or whatever, does that come out of general fund? I mean,
It depends.
depends.
It all depends. Same thing. If there's a settlement and it's related to something that's inside the general fund, yes, it would come out of the general fund. But if it was a settlement, let's say associated with airport, airport would be paying for it. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
So there's no line item that your department doesn't bill for
No.
this? It shows it as an expense, but you're never going to show this as revenue. So.
That is correct. And so if there is some sort of settlement, at times it may go inside that as an offset as well. So,
Okay.
Like
In other words, if we win, I mean, for lack of a better.
so okay, so let's say there was a lawsuit going on and it was settled and the determination was that the city would be reimbursed for their legal fees. Yeah, it would be.
That's where you
it
would
would
see
be
it.
a credit back into their reducing down those costs. Yes, great question.
Okay. Thank you.
Bet.
So a couple of questions. So how many open positions do you have right now?
We have, like I said, the sheet you have reflects 4 attorney positions open. But actually, we will only be seeking 3 because, like I said, in our criminal division, we've filled one of those attorney slots with a paralegal, which is less salary. However, it actually helps us efficient-wise. As you remember, maybe from Judge Hamilton's talk with you, we had some changes in the legislation in 17 and 19 that have changed the way justice courts and Class C courts function in the volume of the cases that they see. Because of that, there are some efficiencies to be gained by having support staff take some positions. And what they do is they handle all the criminal discovery that happens. They can handle things that, with the guidance of an attorney, they can handle a lot of that office things that can get done that an attorney would be doing if you didn't have that staff. And so right now we just have 3 that we'll be seeking. One in the civil division in my office, one a police legal advisor, and then we need a prosecutor.
Okay, I'm just trying to figure out, so in salary and wages, for 3 years, we've been somewhere around 695, 663, 747 to fund the salaries and wages. Mm-hmm. And we're going up to $1,035,000. And if we've only spent $750 this year, is that because we've had those open positions this year? Are you adding? But you're not adding any new positions, correct?
Oh,
okay. So, but I'm just guessing we've just been unable to fill these positions. To the tune of, we budgeted about $1 million this year. Are we still going to have problems filling these positions?
We currently, I currently have applications for the police legal advisor, so I think that one will get filled very soon. The prosecutor's position, we're still actively seeking applications, and we'll continue to. I'm a big believer in recruiting folks, so we intend to do that this fall, and hopefully we can have a prosecutor in place before Christmas. That's what we're hoping for, but.
Les, so the difference with the 2022 budget of $991 and then the $1,035,000 would be for adjusting for like the 4% raises.
Okay.
As far as that goes, but yeah.
And there were some insurance things that came up as well. I think benefits, all of those went up as well. So.
Well, I'm just asking the question, just saying, hey, we've been able to fund it for 3 years at this amount. I don't know if anything significant has not been able to be done. So that's what I'm just looking at when you're looking at about wanting to spend $250,000 more next year than this year. What is it that we're going to get done that we haven't gotten done, but we've been operating pretty efficiently at this pay level? So that's what I was just.
It's a great question. Yeah, it's a great question. Essentially, what you'd be able to do is maybe keep more things in house.
Mm-hmm. So our contractual services would be less.
That's exactly right. It's just an offset. Yeah.
So I'm going to have to ask. So 260, we spent 262,000 in 2020 actual on contractual services. Then we go up to 950. Then we're at 1.5. That's $2.5 million we spent in contractual services. Kind of give me, so Civic Center
Mm-hmm.
is part of that.
Mm-hmm.
What percentage of that is? Do we know of the 2.5 how much has been paid to the Civic Center lawsuit?
Yeah, give me just a second. I'll pull that.
And what I'd be interested in, just give me the big ticket items over the last 2 years, and I kind of want to, because it seems like if I'm looking at this, is 235 enough to budget next year? For whatever reason, we only spent 262. Then all of a sudden, we really go up. But do we have? See, I know legal things can come up at any time.
The other one would be the fire marshal
That's right.
lawsuit as well.
Okay, so those are the two that have
Kind of the big ones.
the bulk of those two.
And the a great majority of those expenditures is already done.
Yeah.
So.
But the fire marshal issue has been going on for quite some time, correct?
Around 7 years.
Uh-huh.
So
correct.
Was there something that happened that caused us to incrementally spend more money, or did we just not work on it in 2020? Or
I guess it'd be the different levels of appeals, and we've had mediation
Yes.
and some
Yes.
ongoing discussions.
We still have proceedings. We had proceedings that went on, and we're still in mediation. So we've still got outside counsel for that.
okay, and then I guess in the Civic Center lawsuit, when all is said and done, currently we owe legal fees for the.
And that is part of the number in the revised estimate, which is the 1.5. We added in the additional amount. I'm showing, it looks like since that piece started, we have spent about $1.2 million over the 2-year time period, and then we've added in the possibility of paying out those legal fees. That's in that 1.5 million number. It's actually current year's budget, yeah. Yes, that is correct. But then the attorney fees that we have spent were kind of over the 2-year period. So part of last year and then part in this year as well.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So we have 4 vacancies.
We'll only be seeking 3, though.
So you're reducing 1 position,
We've filled it with a paralegal.
but not shown in this budget, or you did already reflect it?
It's not shown here because it just happened.
So
just recent.
what we'll see is we'll see a reduced budget ask
Yes.
from you guys coming back.
That is correct.
In the 1 position. If you were to reduce 2 positions, just based on the fact of efficiencies in the department right now, knowing that you have a few things that are winding down and some litigation and some other things, do you feel like that's safe and feasible moving forward, or do you?
I don't think it is. And the reason why I say that is, like I said, we've been extremely lucky in that our outside counsel has intimate knowledge of the city because they used to be here. And because of that, there's been some efficiencies we've already achieved. However, the city is going to continue to grow. And I can tell you right now, the lawyers I have are very busy, extremely busy. And as development continues to occur and these things start picking up momentum, I do believe that you will need the positions that you currently have, those 3 positions, you'll need to fill those positions sooner than later to give us adequate balance and contingencies, because you never know what might happen. And I'm a big believer in cross-training all of my folks so that they could pick up and do whatever needed to be done for any official at any time. So that gives me a little, so I would say my answer to that question would be we are going to continue to seek out those staff members and sell Amarillo the best that we can so that we can get someone to come here and stay for the future.
Well, go ahead, ma'am.
Well, I was just going to state, so the way we have historically budgeted inside the city attorney's department is we've shown them budgeted at full authorized staffing. But as they haven't been able to fill those positions, it is used to offset some of those professional fees because we're having to, outsource some of those services as well, which is why if you'll look, I think in the current year budget, there was 55,000 only in that professional line item. So we have kept them with a very small amount, knowing that that number would go over budget, especially if he was short staffed. But those 2 were offsetting. We didn't want to build up the professional line item too much and also show him at full authorized staff. We were kind of letting those 2 offset each other, just so you were aware of how we've kind of done it
Okay,
historically.
so the 225 is what you're working on moving forward. Do you
Yes.
feel like you can hit that number?
I do.
Okay.
And with the understanding that I cannot predict when the city gets sued. When the
Right.
city gets sued, we have to defend it. And that's why you have the fees you have for the past 2 years. And so with that unknown there, in fact, I've never seen it where it wasn't over budget, ever.
Okay.
So.
And I understand the general fund kind of wash back and forth. What I'm curious on is where those transfers are shown coming back in as revenues back on the general fund side if we had a water and sewer settlement.
So if there was a water and sewer settlement, you would see those dollars directly put into the water and sewer fund. But then any kind of outside attorney costs, you would never see it coming through Brian's budget. It would be charged directly into the water and sewer budget. We try to keep those completely separate.
So we should not expect a revenue coming back even though we have an expense out of his budget for a given year?
Now, if we're talking about his staff, because obviously Brian does legal work
I'm
for
saying
water and
outside
sewer.
counsel.
Oh, no. Outside counsel, it is never charged. If it's for another fund, it is never charged to his budget. It's charged directly into
So do you know what the
using fund.
last year or current year, but really perhaps both, what's the total cost an outside counsel paid, including water and sewer and everything else?
So I don't have that handy, but I can certainly,
Be curious to know just how much. I mean, if we
Absolutely.
have 1.5 that's running through his department, we can track that pretty easy.
Sure.
If we have small amounts of money in other, enterprises, that's something
Yeah.
we may not need to look at. But then if we have large amounts of money in others, then are those being billed out of, say, water and sewer, paid out of water and sewer, and then reimbursed back to water and sewer is what you're telling me?
yes, and so I'll and I can look it up real quick, but it has been a large amount of legal fee expenditures in water and sewer over the past several years, and that was related to the litigation related to a sewer line. I think you all are aware of. That was settled. Partially last year, partially into this year, and those dollars we have that contained in one capital project where the legal fees are being charged, the settlement proceeds were coming in, but then all of the construction type expenditures are also running through that one job. I can pull that for you. The other thing that I wanted to mention, and we talked about this at the last council meeting, that we do have somewhat recurring large outside council expenditures related to the rate cases that are involved with Atmos Energy and with Xcel Energy. But those, we run those through our risk management fund, our insurance fund. But if you'll remember, on that resolution that you all approved, you also approved for us to seek reimbursement from those entities for those costs. So there's large expenditures going in, but then there is receipts coming in to kind of offset those. And those are all in our risk management department, and those are probably the biggest outside council expenditures. It's running through Brian's area, this individual case with the water and sewer, and then those risk management charges related to those rate cases are ongoing. We have those pretty much every single year.
Okay.
So if that helps.
Brian, you may have had something else.
Yes, I actually anticipated that question, and I think I've got the numbers, subject to your calculating and making sure that my math is good. For the hillside, the sewer case, it's in the neighborhood of $791,600 for outside counsel related to that case. That you've got settlements now from all the insurance bonding companies. So that's what that number is, and that number is not reflected.
For our costs that we have settled and recouped.
That's the attorney's fees in that yes, we're part of the 16 million settlement.
Part of the settlement.
Yeah.
So those are
Correct.
coming back. Okay.
Yes. And so that gives you an idea. And then as far as your SBS cases, last year, $402,000 was used for outside counsel related to public utility rate cases. You need highly specialized counsel to do that, and that counsel represents not just our city, but cities throughout the Panhandle in front of the PUC.
And the other cities participate in that 402, or we just pay for that?
Well, actually, because of state law, that can be reimbursed. A lot of that can be reimbursed. And in fact, this council in the past meeting took up a matter in which they hired outside counsel and authorized that outside counsel to seek reimbursement under state law.
And that is our portion of those costs. So other cities that are participating, they are doing a proportionate amount of those costs as well.
Okay. So $400,000 in negotiating the rate that's ultimately regulated by the state.
Yes, in an effort to try to maximize our opportunity to get the best rate for our ratepayers.
Curious, looking back over the last 10 years, has that rate ever been negotiated down?
Yes, almost always, I would
Almost
say.
always. And
I'm maybe overspeaking, but I think that is correct. I mean, I think it's almost always when the cities intervene.
okay, but it is a common practice.
Yes, across the
Extremely
state.
common.
Yes, absolutely. It's interesting. I know.
Oh,
It's,
yeah. Makes perfect sense. Okay, thank you, sir.
Anything else?
Anything else
Any
from
other-
council?
Any current litigation that you would anticipate could become significant in cost, or anything else on the horizon? I know we can get sued at any time, but I'm just wondering if there's anything else going on that could cause us to have escalated outside counsel costs.
You mean other than what Tom said in previous meetings?
Well, I wasn't going to bring that up, but
I don't anticipate anything at this time, Councilman
okay,
Simpson.
thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Appreciate you.
Yep.
Okay, Mrs. Laura.
All right.
What do you have next?
I have airport next, if that works for you all. So
Yes,
we'll
ma'am.
bring Mike Connor up, and if you'll turn in your books to, hang on just a second. Turn to page 493. And let me tell you one other page, because I'll have you kind of toggle back and forth. If you all remember, if you can go back a little bit in your memory to, what was that, about 4 weeks ago, the first round of budget review that we were doing. If you turn in your books to page 35 as well, thank you, Floyd. That is where we looked at kind of the global picture of the airport fund, and we looked at their cash flows, and so we looked at current year approved budget versus now kind of revised look at what we think is going to happen, and then the proposed budget for next year. So page 35 was kind of that quick summary, of everything, and then page 493 has the outline details. As a reminder, one thing that we had spoke about before, and I'm sure Mike will be ready to talk about this as well, is there is a request out there to potentially issue some debt to do repairs at a hangar that is leased by a tenant. And so we have built that proposed debt issuance inside the budget for airport. You can see it, I think, a little bit more clear on page 35. What it would do is it would produce, we would look to do a $3 million debt issuance. So you'll see bond proceeds coming in of $3 million. And then you'll see the annual debt service payments are anticipated to be about $260,000 annually, and that would be over a 20-year time period. And also, these would have to be taxable bonds because we're using it for a facility that is leased, that is an income-generating facility. So we are not allowed to issue tax-exempt bonds. So the rate on those is slightly higher than what we see when we issue debt that is tax-exempt. So if there's questions on that, I'm sure Mike could cover that. And then, Mike, if you could maybe briefly talk to us about any kind of revenue changes that you're anticipating on your ends, or anything that maybe you're working on currently, because we do show that revenues potentially could grow by about $1 million into next year. So do you mind maybe starting there and covering some of that?
Absolutely. Good morning, everyone. First, I want to thank my entire executive staff. I know they worked extremely hard on this budget this year. We have a pretty complex budget overall, I think, compared to a lot of departments. And generally speaking, and extensively this year, we almost do a zero-based budget. Go back to every single line item in great detail. So it's a very extensive process for us at the airport. As you know, we're an enterprise fund. And I wanted to go through, eventually, here's some biggest opportunities, wins, and challenges. But to answer Laura's kind of question initially, we have just recently completed our airline negotiations, which is generally speaking a every 3-year cycle. But this particular year, we haven't really negotiated for quite some time. We had frozen the rates back in 2018. Primarily due to COVID in 2019, 2020. And so at that point, the airlines had just been paying the same rate as they had been in 2018. So we were able to negotiate an approximately 30% increase this year to the airline rates. So that's primarily where you're going to see the increase in revenue. Some of our biggest opportunities at this point are with land development. We, this past year, hired a land development coordinator. He works very closely with the AEDC, with the chamber, and other outside organizations to ensure that we're on the same course as those organizations are for development out at the airport. No one's stepping on each other's toes and that kind of thing. But he also goes out to various conferences and things, and he's directly involved with cold calls to companies nationwide to locate at the airport. So we're happy to have that person on board, and it's certainly one of our biggest opportunities because we've got over 500 acres of developable land. So one of our biggest wins right now is in plane passengers, going all the way back now to June. We've had the most passengers that we've seen since 2014, January 2014. So we're really making some good effort and progress in that area. Our biggest challenge, I think, as Laura mentioned earlier, was funding the paint hanger rail replacement project, $3 million. If you want to, Laura, if you want to hand out those. Oh, you got those up there? Okay. So on this handout, you'll see between all four of these hangars, there are rails, and the rails are in concrete, and the rails support the portions of the hangars that move away from each hangar, and that allows the aircraft to go into each of those four hangars. So those particular rails have deteriorated over a period of time, and as well as some of the what are called dog houses and some of the wheels and things that are associated with that mechanism. And the concrete underneath the rails has also deteriorated to a point where the tenant is having an extremely difficult time of moving those dog houses away. So it takes them an extremely long period of time to get an aircraft in and out due to that. And we've had some of those dog houses actually fall off the rails. And that has caused them, as the tenant, to actually incur a significant cost to bring cranes out and things to move them back in. So we didn't feel that this was a project that was on the tenant to do because it's not really part of the actual hangars themselves. And this particular tenant has been, over the past 5 years or so, has really been great at putting money into these hangars. They've rebuilt the entire, they have a fifth hangar, and in that particular hangar they did kind of a cooperative project with us to redo all of the fire protection in that hangar, which was about $2 million there, $2.5 million. And they also did a lot of the fire protection in these other hangars. They've also done an extensive insulation project. And they've also redone things in all of the hangars, including restrooms and offices and things over the past year and a half. So I can't even estimate the amount of money they spent, probably $5 million to do all these improvements. So this $3 million that we're talking about here for these rails, I think is definitely a good investment. I think these hangars have quite a bit of life left in them, especially with the tenant improvements that they've done. So I think it's a good deal for us. So we did look at opportunities for the tenant to possibly finance this project, but the tenant has a new financing company, excuse me, and they've been reluctant to put that type of money into their facilities. We have looked over the past several years of building another facility for them. They have a need for a very large hangar, which would be actually larger than the one they have now. And so we're still kind of looking at opportunities for that because they're still looking nationwide for those type of facilities. So that's one of our biggest challenges. The other big challenge is just dealing with unfunded federal mandates. The latest one there is working with a company to come in as a contractor to do worker security screening. This is a very recent issue that's come up since April. The federal government decided that they were going to require all airports of a certain size, and ours is of a certain size, to actually screen workers going through certain doors within the terminal building from public areas to secure areas. So we've put about $225,000, I think, in the budget this year for that. And we had some challenge with our RFP this year to get a company to do that, but we're thinking that we're going to be able to do that as long as TSA gives us an extension to the September 25th due date to get a local company to do that work here. So we're hoping that that'll be coming up pretty soon. We're working on getting that RFP back out on the street within the next couple of weeks. So our biggest future challenge, I think, really is retaining labor and labor performance enablement. Those are always issues for us. At one point during the 21 and 22 seasons, we had about 12 open positions. We're down to about 5 now, so we're making some good progress in that area. Part of the issue with having so little staff down during those times is we were right in the middle of an ISO 9002 certification. If you know anything about ISO 9002, it's not a small process. And we had to put that process on hold. We hope to pick that up not in this coming budget, but in the following. And we just didn't have enough staff to handle the workload at that point to get that done. But I think we'll be able to move into getting that completed within about the next year and a half. So our other future challenge is moving of Pantex's operation. Pantex has a facility on our airport that covers the nuclear capabilities, but they also do armaments offloading and onloading on aircraft, and they use some areas on our airport, and they've used these areas since like 1957 to onload and offload armaments, and that area happens to be right in our prime development area, so we're looking to move them to an area where they're going to be not really conflicting with any of our planned operations. So looking at doing that, and we've had some very good response from Pantex and the federal agencies that are involved with them on that. Had them on a couple weeks ago, and we're working on getting that squared away. Also, the agreement we're working on, we had the agreement from basically 1957 with the federal government that gave the airport the biggest chunk of land that the airport has, and allowed Pantex to do these operations in that specific area. That agreement's been so old that even the federal government can't even find some of the documentation for it. So we're hoping to get that squared away within the next year here as well. So that's all I have at this point.
One other thing I wanted to bring to council's attention, if you turn in your books to page 830 and 831, that is where the capital projects that airport has proposed funding are listed. You will see the $3 million hangar project listed on 831, and it shows the $3 million coming from bond proceeds. The vast majority of the projects that are proposed here are eligible for FAA grant funding, and that is a 90-10 match. So the airport pays 10% of the project, and the FAA pays 90% of the project. So certainly get a large amount of capital completed with a smaller expenditure from the airport's side. And so on page 830 and 831, you'll see the dollar amounts in that third column there that says grant and aid. That's the federal funding. And then the airport's portion of it is, as it looks like it's the fourth from the last column there. Those are the actual dollars that the airport would have to expend to get those total projects.
Okay, in my ignorance, what's a doghouse?
Sure.
What does it do?
It basically covers the end of the hangar, and so what happens is when they put the aircraft in there, the doghouse moves and closes up the end of the hangar, but it's large enough to handle the height of the tail.
Okay.
So that's why they did it that way. There are numerous ways of doing hangar doors. That's just one of them. Not done very often anymore. In fact, we looked at, because we've gone through the entire design process on this, we've been looking at this for the last 3 years. We went through the entire design process. We looked at, could we extend the hangar area and put in different kinds of doors, and it would be much more costly to do that. So.
And the landing fee, is that like a per person fee?
landing fee is per aircraft.
Per aircraft?
Based on the aircraft weight.
And then the airline rentals is for the
Space.
the space that they're using in the terminal space. Anything that you see significant as far as airport service in the coming fiscal year? Or pretty much kind of the same?
Pretty much the same.
Yeah.
I mean, we're looking at some possible improvements to, customer service and things. We've had some suggestions that made by customers recently, like to add more electric outlets in certain areas of the gate area and that kind of thing, but nothing super major.
Yeah. And then the new TSA pre-check system, is that running smoothly with the new equipment that they have? And
Yep, all that's running smoothly now, so
Okay,
yep,
good.
pretty happy with that.
Thank you.
I have a question on, I guess it's 502 in your budget. You did have advertising down here at 74,000, but you're taking it off to a minus 276, but then you added a line item for miscellaneous for 225,000. I'd like to know what $250,000 is going to do for miscellaneous.
Right. Can you recall what that was?
Mike, was that the mandate screening? Or is that a
Yes,
different
you're
amount?
right. Correct.
So
Yeah, that was the worker screening program.
that was 225. You're trying to get an RFP or RFQ, one of the two, local, and that is the 225, or just to clarify?
Yes, and then the reduction in the advertising dollars, if I remember correctly, that was to help offset the debt service, the annual debt service associated with the hangar improvements, and so that would, he would be foregoing some of those advertising dollars in order to cover that annual debt service.
Okay. Anything else? Okay. You got anything, Don? Mr. Kraft, anything on your end?
So this is ignorance here. Why is there vaccines in your budget?
Occasionally, well, because we have custodians, and some years we do vaccines for them to ensure that they don't get certain diseases.
Okay.
I mean, it's not much money, but
Oh, no, I just saw it in there. I was like,
but yeah, that's why.
I was just real curious as to what that was in there for.
Yeah, we get a lot of, at the airport, as you might imagine, we get a lot of needles and things that people dump in trash. We do have special containers for those types of things, but if they don't use them, though, we want to make sure that they get stuck with something that they are protected.
Mike, I've got, this isn't a big line item, but I'm just curious for advertising commission. Back in 22, it was like $2,000, almost nothing. And now, we're at 42,000. Like, what happened?
Correct. So that covers all of the in-terminal advertising that you might see on the walls and such. We have a contractor that does that for us. And back in a couple of years, a year or two ago, we did not have a federal grant to cover that. And so we've been really working with them to try to get them to increase how that was going. But back in COVID, those numbers went to near zero. I mean, all of their advertisers pulled out, contract or not. They were like, we're not paying, and so they left. So we went from almost nothing to having a federal grant that now covers that at $3,500 a month.
Okay, so the grant pays for the advertising, not the individuals?
Well, correct. Well, the individuals that are advertising pay the company, okay? But the company has a minimum annual guarantee to pay the airport.
Gotcha.
And so we had foregone some of that during COVID because they just didn't simply have the ability to pay since all the advertisers left. But then the federal government gave us a grant to cover the minimum annual guarantee, so that's the number that you see in there is the absolute minimum guarantee that the grant pays. So the advertisers still have not come back in force yet, so the company is still not meeting the actual minimum numbers to really pay us much money. And so we're looking at possibly getting a new company to do a better job with that. We think they could do a better job for us.
Okay. And y'all have got, I mean, I'm guessing that y'all look at this, especially budget time, is y'all are, some of our departments are unique in the way that they can produce revenue. So you guys have I mean, some things are fixed, right? Some things are passengers and parking, and it is what it is, right? I mean, you're advertising whatever, but there's some like internal, like the advertising, the restaurants. Do y'all look at that each year and say, hey, how can we maximize this? I mean, you know, with the people come in, do y'all look at that?
You know, some of them we don't look at every year. I mean, like restaurant revenue and things like that, kind of is what it is. But when those contracts come up, we definitely look at them and how we can increase revenues there. This past year, we looked at increasing our rental cars. We redid our entire rental car agreement, so we were able to increase rates there. The rental cars pay for the parking spots that they have their cars staged at. So we increased there, and we were able to keep the actual percentage rate that they pay, which is 10% of their gross, well, their kind of net revenues. And so those numbers stayed the same at that 10%, which is pretty much standard nationwide. I don't know of any airport paying or getting more than 10% at this point. It used to be 8 about 7, 8 years ago. So they're still at that 10%. But we were able to increase the other rates. So we definitely look at every opportunity to increase what we're getting.
Okay. Thank you, Mike.
Couple questions just to educate myself. Under your expenses, 75,100 says travel, 5,431,000. That's an expenditure. So is that all expenses associated with travel?
We didn't have travel. That wasn't that much.
Yeah. So if you look at 504, line item 75100, it's under expenditures. Last year was 6.2 million. This year's 5.4 million. Variance request is less 320.
I apologize. That's an error on our report. That's their depreciation line item, not their travel line item. So we are not sending Mike on extravagant travel each year.
We decreased our travel for this coming year.
I apologize.
I was just curious where we were going because I want to go.
Heck yeah. Well, you're not going to get very far. Those are just depreciation numbers. So again, they're non-cash expenditures, and I apologize. We will certainly.
So
get
as
that.
as an enterprise, you get to depreciate as a line item expenditure.
Yes, that is a unique difference with our enterprise funds than our governmental funds. Our governmental funds, you expense everything year one. In our enterprise funds, they capitalize them like any normal business, and they put an asset on the books, and then they take depreciation. We do straight line depreciation over the useful life of whatever the asset is. So as you can imagine, out at the airport with those buildings, with the hangars, with vehicles, with equipment, all of that is running through that depreciation line item.
Okay, so at the end of your budget, what's your total cost of everything, total revenues? When you have a depreciation line item like this ends up either on top of your reserves or going into a CIP project. Is that correct?
Well, the airport doesn't get to use this money, so.
No, it's just adjusting the essentially the value of those assets. It's just a non-cash expenditure that goes to offset whatever is booked as the asset.
But it still hits my bottom line, doesn't it, under total expenditures?
It does from an expense standpoint, but it is non-cash. So when you looked over at page 35 on the operating expense line item, it's less depreciation. So we actually, yeah, exactly. Okay. Yep, very good question.
Okay, so it's not involved in that calculation. Other question, maybe something else. Could be your cost of goods sold, I don't know. It says meals and local airport operations, 984,000. Still page 504.
Sorry, what's the line number?
75302, please.
Let me look. I think that's something that pulled in incorrectly on the report. Yes, so, I'll look it up real quick.
Okay.
No, our meals and local is $1,000.
$1,000. Yeah. So I see that meals and local airport up there, 75301 at 1,000, and then we have another line item in there that I can't track, and it's that 984. So if we can come back to that, and let us know if that's an
Yes.
error. We'll get it corrected, or
984
It's
is
just a-
insurance and bonds.
984,000,
As
you're
insurance
saying
and
is insurance and bonds?
Correct.
Yes.
It should be
That would be
711.
mainly related to the property insurance
Yeah. Okay.
for the coverage there at the
So
airport.
we just need to correct that in our book.
Yes, exactly. And we will have that as we complete the department reviews and get direction from you all tomorrow. We are going to revise the posted proposed budget that's out there, and we'll have a tracking mechanism of things that have changed from the first version, which is this, to the final version. And we will make sure that some of these line items that the names came in correctly get fixed in that version.
Okay.
So I appreciate y'all's patience. We're working with new software this year and learning a little bit as we go.
Not a problem. So we're just catching a few here and there, and that's good, combing over process. But, so the $3 million improvement is in a lease, and you're updating that lease, is that right?
That lease has been recently updated, so that tenant pays us almost $500,000 every year.
Okay. So we get a $500,000 lease, we're putting $3 million into the property, and of that, 2.7 million is grant funded. We match 10%.
There's no grant funded on this.
Not on that
It's
project.
not a-
Okay, so this is all capital outlay from you guys?
Correct,
With a good tenant,
correct.
on like a 6-year ROI flat math? Okay. And then if you're looking at other leases, like land leases, is that what you're talking about on your developable?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you have a few things in the works that will get brought up to, as you're bringing them, or?
Yes.
And I only mention that just in the way of this council doesn't know what you're looking at,
Correct.
for the most part.
Correct. Yeah, I mean, currently, we have 2 land leases that we're looking at. They're actually more closer to the airfield, but they're private hangars that people want to build. So this is the first time in a long time we've ever had somebody wanting to do that, and very happy to get this. So those leases will come to you all.
Go good with your overall comprehensive plan, development,
Yes, sir.
airport. Okay. Any other questions from council? You need a minute, Don, still flipping, or you good?
I think I'm good.
We can take a minute if we need it. Mike, you got anything else you want to cover?
I do.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So, Mike, where are we with total revenues versus total expenditures? Or maybe, Laura, that's a better question for you.
Page 35.
Yeah, go back to page 35. I think that's maybe easier to see it there.
Because it throws it off on this. It shows it as an expense, even though it doesn't
Okay.
list the depreciation.
Exactly. That's a great point, Mayor. On page 35, in the middle of your page there, you'll see to the far right, you have your operating less depreciation. That's where we're pulling that depreciation number out because it's not figured in, it's not a true cash expenditure. And so you'll see there, we've got operations of about 15.7, and we've got operating income there of almost 16 million, but then we will have that debt service piece going in. And then capital's kind of separate because we use essentially one-time dollars and grant funding to complete capital projects from year over year.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Does that help?
Yes.
Okay,
Yep,
great.
yep.
We were just lost in the
Yes,
breakdown.
absolutely.
Anything further for Mike? Hey, you do a good job out there. We appreciate you.
Thank you, Mike.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate you.
Okay, let's go one more.
All right, so if we could have Alan Harder go ahead and come up. While he's coming up, we've got a few departments to cover with him. We've got our fleet operations, we've got traffic, and then our public works department, which is essentially just where the administration of those areas resides. We might start there. While we're getting to that page, I'm going to hand out a report that has been requested. Well, I'll just take one and pass it around. What this is a budget versus vacancies report, or a filled versus vacancies report by department. What we have on here, because it certainly, as we ran it just in total by department, we started seeing some very interesting numbers. As you can imagine, we are coming out of the summer season, and so our seasonal employees, especially in our parks and rec area, those are becoming vacant positions. And so we split this report up between full-time authorized positions and part-time authorized positions in order to kind of help tell that complete narrative. This is as of October 22nd, so this is real recent. Yes. No, current. Well, I say that. Is this it's current with none of the new positions added in? Okay,
So every
yes,
time.
current budget. So current year. So any of the requests for new positions that are in this proposed budget, those are not included in this report. This is just a current year snapshot.
So if we're looking at current budget, let's just take an easy line item of judicial. You have
Yes.
budgeted 4, you have filled 5. So you're saying current year, you're working with 1 additional employee there that's not in your budget.
And if you'll look, and if you'll remember when Judge Hamilton was here, we have on her full-time positions, we have 1 vacant full-time position. She's overfilled in her part-time positions by 2. She's doing 2 part-time judges in a full-time position.
Okay.
Yes, that's a perfect example. As you come down, I think since Alan's right here, we'll talk about a couple of his departments. I've highlighted some that I think we've already talked about some of this. If you go down to the middle of the page where it says street department, the department number is 1420. You'll see that there's total positions authorized of 94, and we currently have 80 filled. So we have 14 vacant positions, 10 are full-time, and 4 are part-time. That was something that we discussed when we were going through the street department, that they do have challenges filling all of those positions. I believe the conversation was that we would take that back and kind of re-look at those unfilled positions and see if there was maybe a better way to utilize it, maybe eliminate some positions and restructure some others. So I know that's probably already in the works, but just to kind of help y'all understand how this report works, hopefully this is useful. If you need more specific details than this, we've got it all the way down to the position, but it's pages and pages of numbers and numbers and numbers. And so thought this was hopefully a fairly decent summary for you all to kind of look through. And I apologize, we didn't have this day one going through departments, but hopefully this will help.
We really appreciate this, and I appreciate council for asking for it. I think it's a really good study of what we're looking to do. And then I would like staff to hear that as we look at budgets, you know, what we're looking for in vacancies is not a reduction of potential budget as much as it is where your needs are. Does this require a reduction of positions with an increase of pay for, you know, existing positions? So what we want to do is we want to get more compensation to those employees that work hard and perform and that we appreciate. Less overall budget that you guys are trying to work out, and just a continuation of year after year of we always look to be understaffed, when in actuality our customer service may be, you know, an A plus, and we're understaffed, but we're getting the work done. But then are we paying those staff members what we need to retain them? So Mrs. Storrs, thank you for this. This will be good.
Yes, absolutely. And you can kind of use this as a tool as we finish up the departments, and we can certainly, if there's questions, if y'all want to look through it and have questions for us as we go, great. If not, you know, tomorrow, if you have further questions about things that we're not talking about today, bring them. We would love to address that. And I think then if we can turn in our books to page 599, we will go over probably the smallest piece of the overall public works areas. And I'll let Alan talk about this. This is our kind of our administration department for public works. And Alan, if you could just kind of briefly talk about it, but then also talk about all the areas that you all manage from this administration standpoint as well.
Absolutely, thanks. I have with me today Micah Padilla. She's our public works analyst. She is really the one behind putting all of this together from a public works standpoint. So as Laura mentioned, Public Works provides administrative support and managerial direction for the 5 departments that are assigned to it. That includes traffic, fleet services, streets, drainage utility, and solid waste collection and disposal. We're budgeted for 5 positions: director, assistant director, a public works coordinator position, a program manager, and administrative assistant. Currently, we are obviously vacant the director position and soon to be the assistant director position. And we are also vacant on the administrative assistant position, but have that advertised and expect to be hiring that fairly soon. In our office, you've heard us talk a little bit about, say, in solid waste, new technology that we're using like Rubicon. One of the things that we do, and one of the things that program coordinator does, is help the department with identifying that. Obviously, IT plays a huge role in that in the Office of Innovation and Engagement, but helping identify those solutions, implementing them within the department, providing them the resources to be successful, and not just saying, well, solid waste, here's your new software, good luck, figure it out. No, we have staff that from Public Works can help them with the vision of the director, with the vision of city manager and council to actually implement that, and then provide follow-up. Make sure that they're using it the way we intended them to use it. Be sure that we can answer questions that they may have about it, and also maybe implement things that they see of like, hey, I know this is what your vision was, but we're the ones actually using this software or this program. Maybe if we did this differently, it would be a little bit better. And so it's kind of an interface and a cooperative relationship there. That's really what Public Works provides to the departments that are assigned to us. Did I miss anything you feel like you want to add to it? Into the microphone. I'm teasing. Mike is a little bit shy. That's really a quick and dirty overview of Public Works, which manages a lot, but as a department is relatively small. Do you have any questions?
Only that we have a plan for hiring some really good admin. So we're working on it.
Okay.
Other questions? Sorry. Short and sweet. Okay, so I'll ask Alan, do you want to go to fleet next or to traffic?
Yeah, let's go ahead and do fleet next.
We'll talk about fleet services. And let's see here. Let me find the page number real quick.
While she's looking that up, I'll introduce Glenn Lavender as our fleet services superintendent. And we have, I apologize, I was going to say in the back row, no, in the second row, Jason Jupe, our assistant superintendent.
If you'll turn to page 285, and then also, bear with me, there's one that we covered a few weeks ago in the front of the book. Let me find it real quick. On page 49, we might want to start on page 49 just real quick to go over kind of the reality, I think, is where we're at with this fund and some of the challenges that we know we've been working through, but are seeing it kind of amplified as we walk forward in next year's budget. So on page 49, this is looking at our original budget versus our revised estimate and then next year's proposed budget. So as you can imagine, replacement of any of our vehicles and equipment has risen drastically over the last several years. We have not kept pace in what we're charging back to departments. We've struggled even to keep up because there's mid-year changes going on or as we're placing orders. But we have tried to target around $7 million in capital replacement each year. And as you can see in this next year's proposed budget, we have $5 million in there for replacement of vehicles and equipment, which we do know is lower than what is probably reasonable or for what is coming up on the replacement. But that was in order to continue to keep all of the using departments' budgets balanced as well. And so we would be looking at drastic increases into the department budgets in order to get that line item more reasonable going forward. The other idea is, as we had just talked about, we wanted to spend this next year looking at the true option of leasing for certain vehicles and equipment inside the fleet versus the outright purchase option. I don't know if Alan or Glenn or someone wants to speak any more to that, but we do some leasing at this point, and as mentioned, out at the landfill, some of that specialized equipment is leased, and I think we've had good success with it. But right now, pretty much everything else in the fleet that's vehicles and equipment is outright purchase. Then it is maintained by Glenn and his team, and they charge an ongoing operating cost each year for the fuel and all of the maintenance. So that could be tires, that could be oil changes, any kind of other ongoing service. And then they are collecting a monthly amount for the anticipated replacement of those vehicles and equipment at a future point in time. Some items that maybe we have seen everything's gone up. But when we're looking at some of our larger pieces of equipment, especially as we're looking at some of our fire trucks, some of those items, those have gone up significantly. And so I know Glenn and his team have been working diligently to kind of offset as needed, replacing absolutely what is needed, and then extending some of the life of any vehicles or equipment that could maybe go a little bit longer before we have to replace. So if Alan or Glenn want to speak to any of that, but I certainly want council to know that that is the plan for this year, to really kind of dive into the world of looking at leasing versus outright purchases. So with that, Alan, go ahead.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So over the past 2 months, I tried to do a fairly quick, and as an engineer, probably didn't do it very good service, a very quick analysis of own versus leased fleet, and quickly saw that animal is so large that it was going to take more time than we had to prepare that and bring it to you for this budget. And that's where I got with Laura and figured out that we really need the next year to evaluate that to the level of detail that it needs to be for you to make an educated decision, and not an emotional one. And same thing for staff, for us not to make an emotional decision, but to provide you the real facts, real numbers. And so that's kind of the plan moving forward. I do agree, and I'll let Glenn speak to it. He is the subject matter expert. We do lease heavy equipment at the landfill. I think with good success, we see we're able to see equipment there that functions well, that operates well. We get good response from the company that we lease from. Do you want to add anything else to that?
Sure. I'd be more than happy to. Thank you. Good morning, Mayor and Council. Nice to be here today. Several years back in 2015, 2016, we were looking at budget cuts and stuff like that just because of the normal funding flow and stuff like that. So the equipment at the landfill is $1 million to $1.5 million per piece of equipment. So I was looking at different options and stuff to be able to supply that equipment and still be able to supply the other equipment needed throughout the city. So I got with a couple of vendors and stuff, looked at their lease options, and including a service agreement with them where they do all the oil changes and maintenance stuff, because also in 2016 we lost 8 employees on our staffing levels. So I had to still maintain that. So looking at those leases for the major equipment of $1.5 million, $1.75 million, that left that capital in my other budget to be able to replace half-ton pickups, trash trucks, fire trucks in that area. From what we were currently charging the department, because Way Fleet Services we're a full-service leasing company, pretty much. We own the equipment. Well, the City of Amarillo Fleet Service owns the equipment, and we lease it to these departments to use. So by putting that underneath that type of umbrella on the lease for that major equipment, what I paid on the lease was actually a little bit less than what I was charging the department. But one thing we all have to realize and stuff, lease is just the piece of equipment. Lease does not include maintenance that is also included in the use and operation of that equipment. So I still charge the department the same that I was charging them, and it's balanced out within 2 to 3% every year of what I collect compared to what I pay for the lease, compared to the maintenance side of the fuel and some other maintenance items we have to cover. So that's why we went into that endeavor. And we have looked at leases before, and Alan is very right. It is a large beast to look at a lease program. 7 years ago, we did a comparison with a group, Enterprise came in and wanted to look at what leasing us all of our half-ton pickups. We have 187 half-ton pickups in the fleet. When we looked at that 5-year lease, and this is just a comparison, but we are more than willing and eager to do a comparison this coming year on all of this. A 5-year lease actually cost the city more money than it did costing them to buy it outright and then charge the departments, because the lease payment affects each individual department's budget. But, times change, other companies come in. The thing, it's always good to compare and look and see a competition exam against what we do compared to what's out there in the world. And I look forward to that, actually, because I've been here 33 years and stuff, and change is not something that I run away from. I've always enjoyed change. I enjoy putting change in place and creating new ways to take care of what we need to take care of for our citizens and our using departments.
Well said.
Questions, council?
All right, we're done.
Don't run off, Glenn.
Yeah, that was just
Okay.
that portion.
So I got a couple quick questions. And I'm sure I'm going to say this the wrong way, but it's just in my head this way. So Fleet resides in general fund.
No, it is an internal
so
service fund.
you're,
They're a
so-
separate fund, and everyone pays into it. So this is where your intergovernmental transfers start kicking in.
Okay, so Fleet resides outside of general fund.
Yes.
But not as an enterprise.
Correct.
It's like it operates similar to an enterprise fund, quasi essentially, but it is only serving the internal operations of the city, where your true enterprise funds
Yeah.
are serving outside the city, and so it's exists only to operate as a business inside the overall city.
So even better, it helps me understand it in my head, just because there's a separate accounting for it, which I think is important. This may not be worth looking at, but it might. So in the instance of trying to do a true lease with an entity that has rates and different things like that, what we're really trying to do is look at more of a sustainable rollover to where we're not always constantly having to come up with additional capital, to replace expensive equipment or trucks, whatever. So do you have the ability to revenue bond as a entity?
So they do not, that's a great question. They do not have the ability. They do not have their own credit rating, which is what water and sewer and drainage have, because they are just an internal functioning department, internal functioning entity, essentially. We have done debt issuances for them in the past. They actually have one current outstanding debt issuance. We did a tax note issuance, and I believe it was in 2022, so just this past year. And half of the funding went to fund our financial software, and the other half of the funding went over into our fleet services area. And it is paying for fuel islands, and they can certainly expand upon that. But those are on a 7-year repayment cycle. They are the pledge on them is property taxes. They are being paid for, though, out of the fleet
revenues.
Fleet revenues, yes.
So have we looked at, do we have any opportunity with our fleet revenues to isolate those, to look at a mechanism that's a financing mechanism? Because if we could get you on a 5-year or a 7-year turnover, then we would have it built into our rate, where we have a large amount of money that you could then disperse in a phasing process. Because if we come to you and say, hey, let's upgrade everything, well, I may have some good vehicles that are a year old, but then again, you may be running on some 10-year-old vehicles. And so, if you started out your municipality on this, you would have been fine. But, 100 years later of paying cash, which cash used to be on a depreciating asset, it used to be I'd say a financially sound move. Right now, I think we are looking at, like, if it depreciates, lease it. If it appreciates, try and own it. And so with this, if we had a way to revenue, which you do, and account for that revenue on a debt issuance, that then you would have those millions staged over the years, and you'd put it on a cycle where it rolls over. Am I saying that?
That is
correctly?
absolutely correct, and that was something that we've talked about in previous years. Now, with vehicles and equipment, you would have a much shorter life on whatever your debt issuance is, because you wouldn't want it to exceed what the useful life of, the vehicle or equipment was. So let's just talk about, for instance, a tax note, because that's a shorter debt instrument that has a maximum maturity of 7 years. And so essentially what you could do, exactly to your point, Mayor, is instead of taking the cash that all the departments are paying in and outright just buying what we can each year, what we could do is use that cash to support debt service, and we could issue on a 7-year cycle. So you would do one debt issuance each for 7 years, and you would get how much capital you need. You'd use the revenues coming in to support the debt service. At the end of the 7 years, the one's rolling off, and then it would be starting anew. So it would just be every year, year after year, you would be doing a debt issuance. And I think, we've talked with Glenn about this. That is absolutely an appropriate and sustainable model, and we can look at that and model all of that out for you guys as well. Or maybe a portion of each, potentially some leasing, potentially doing some debt issuances that's guaranteeing those dollar amounts.
So kind of where we get a little lost, and I understand what you're saying, and the numbers may not bear this out, but on the surface, if I'm going to spend, let's say $250,000.
Yes, which would get you, let's say, about $3 million.
Well, and I'm just saying, okay, so that gives you $3 million, but then if I'm going to lease that, then that's roughly $60,000 a year. So let's just say I had 5 $50,000 vehicles, just a F-150 truck, and we were willing to pay $1,000 a month per vehicle. So what is that? Is that the $250 pretty even, or is that over it? But the issue where I'm missing that is in your maintenance.
Yes. In a lease, they should build it in. Well, did it come up? Okay, I'm sorry. Such as the leases we have at the landfill, the equipment we have out there, we have a maintenance agreement built into that lease where they do the oil changes, warranty repair, minor repair, whatever needs to be to keep that machine operating, other than fuel and some other non-essential maintenance items. If you go into a normal lease from a lot of companies, they do not include maintenance items. So I go out and say I'm charging for a half-ton pickup for fleet services. I'm charging $1,000 a month, which includes a replacement cost and all maintenance. And we go lease a half-ton pickup, say for $875 a month. That does not include how much fuel they use, or their oil changes, or their tires, or their brakes. And that's one of the things when we did a competition several years back with Enterprise, is what it came down to, is where we were at for what it was actually going to cost over a 5-year period. Where we were at was substantially lower. So, and I can understand what you're saying about the capital and what we've done in the last several years, as has been asked. You see a lot of older pickups run around town, half-ton pickups, stuff that might be a 2010, 2014 model that should have been replaced. What we've done with those is we pulled those out of service from a department that was a high use so that we could provide that vehicle for a department such as Coming Home, Environmental Health, that didn't have the capital to buy a new pickup. So we've recycled that equipment down so that they'll run it for 3 to 4 years and stuff, and they'll pay into the replacement fund till we get them a new vehicle. So we've been recycling equipment back and forth that way over the years as well, to kind of capture that and reduce the capital expenditures every year.
So the simple math that's in my head just doesn't function in the way of, like, I have 5 trucks, $1,000 a month that I'm paying on lease. So that's $60,000 a year. And I was going to spend $250,000 in year one if I just went and bought those. So the remaining amounts there that I have in cash that's sitting there to pay into that, maintenance and operation fund is still not functional. Because if I look at it on the surface, I think I have plenty of money. It's like, why spend $250,000 to have to spend it again 5 years later? Why not spend the $60,000 to lease it, get a brand new one 5 years later, and then that cash that I have builds up year over year as we move forward? Go ahead.
I think that's exactly what we're talking about, needing to do a more in-depth analysis, because I don't think I can sit here and say, for me personally, I can't sit here and say which is better and which is worse. We have to look at the exact numbers because we just don't know what the cost of lease is going to be for that different equipment.
And then the real variable in there that I'm definitely not smart enough to figure out is what does that do with my borrowing power if I have a vehicle that functions in the way of a debt service, that then I can trust that that debt service is constantly coming back in. So future mayor and councils, they have a sustainable path forward. We always get new vehicles every 5 years now, instead of, well, how do we make this work with a 10-year-old vehicle, and why are we still running this or that? So we could fix that, and I would feel like there would be some way to fix that and still have a cash outlay that's in your pocket, either in the first year, or maybe it looks better on year 1 and 2 than it does on year 5. I don't know.
Yeah, and I would certainly appreciate having some time for us to do some thorough modeling of all of that. But I think we're all on the same page that we want to look at all those different options and see if we want to make sure that we see any issues that might pop up in like a couple of years out, possibly even. And so we would work very closely with Glenn and his team to ensure that we're accounting for all of the pieces of it, not just the true capital replacement or leasing of the capital, but also those operational aspects that we've got to account for as well. So I think if council would be okay, we would like to maybe bring that back as kind of maybe a separate workshop at some point, and we could lay out various options and kind of go through the mechanisms on that. And one thing I wanted to ask Glenn, and I know we do our big purchases only a couple of times a year because you have to order, and then there's I think pretty significant lead time on some of that coming in. What time of year are you normally putting those orders in for the upcoming budget year?
As we're all aware, the last 3 years and stuff, we all had this big thing called COVID and stuff like that. It's changed that dramatically. We usually try to bid all of our stuff out in October, November, and December, the different groups, the autos, the trucks, the heavy equipment. Right now, the automobile manufacturers are not releasing any pricing for any year until the end of July, August. Heavy equipment's the same way. Mowing equipment is that way. So that varies throughout the year now as we're working with our vendors. Say, when are you going to be able to give us a bid price? Because, an example, we sent out a competitive bid for half-ton for all of our automobiles and stuff. 14 months ago, we got 2 bids back, and they're from companies we never worked with before. And it's going like, well, what is going on? Well, none of the manufacturers are putting pricing out, so we've had to stagger that throughout the years and change that a little bit. But that does help with the cash flows. You are correct, Laura, that when we do our bids to where we encumber the money, it does help with our cash flows and our investments and stuff.
So with that being said, I think what we would anticipate is putting this project as a top priority because we don't want to delay getting things ordered. And so we would probably need to bring this back to you all within the next month or two, tops. I'm looking at Glenn. He's giving me a sideways look there, but we'll figure it out. But then we can get direction because we don't want to delay, I think, getting things ordered because there is such a lead time. But we want to make sure that we are going in the direction council would like us to go. So if you all are okay with that, maybe we could start immediately on that project and then try to plan like a workshop session either sometime in September or October so we can kind of get some further guidance.
Okay. Sounds good. You have a question, sir?
I do. On page 290, and I'm looking up at 52050 auto parts. Kind of walk me through. I'm trying to figure that. So $3.5 million in 2020, 4.2 in 21. We're forecasting 3.3 this year, and we're budgeting 2.85. So there's a lot of variance in those auto parts kind of over the last 3 years. Can you kind of give me a little bit of background on that?
Yes, sir. A lot of those pricing increases and stuff are kind of, we know what our contract says. It's cost plus 10% with our parts supplier, but we cannot control the pricing that we buy from. If we send a piece of equipment out, that 52050 is just not auto parts. If I send a piece of equipment out to Warren Cat or Yellow House Machinery or John Chandler Ford, or not John Chandler Ford, sorry, Tri-State Ford to have it repaired, I get that invoice in, I have to charge that to that 52050 account. Pricing increases, just like we have in vehicles the last couple of years, have gone up dramatically. The vehicles have gone up 30 to 35%. Parts have gone up about the same across the board. And so our budget is that the 2.85, that's where we've had it for the last several years. With our history for the last 3 years and stuff, that's why we're asking for an increase this year. So we won't go over line item budget in that area. parts have just increased across the board for everything.
So Glenn,
And that's just what gives me the question about this, because, and I understanding budgeting frugally, but you also want to budget realistically, and it seems to me we've not paid $2,850,000 at least the last 3 years. Why do we not look at budgeting more accurately on this one to be able to say, I mean, because it just seems to me, chances are if prices are continuing to go up, we're going to be spending more out of this account, not less.
so Glenn, those are the big major repairs that you send out, correct?
A lot of them.
Yeah, so address that concern. I think they need to know that what you send out to the dealerships for repair is those big major repairs.
Right. We do have a lot of big major repairs that charge to that account and stuff like that are unknown when they're going to happen. The other thing that's needs to be said on this, too, is like Laura alluded to a while ago, the lead time on getting new vehicles in. Currently, I have $13.4 million worth of vehicles on order. So I do have a lot of vehicles out there that need to be replaced that we're having to keep in the fleet, so that increases that price. And it fluctuates every year. We do have a PM program. It's hard to balance out exactly what price is going to be on parts and how we're going to expense that for our PMs and the repairs and stuff, so that's why we have a fluctuating account there. We try to stay within the budget as best we can, but we do have a lot of stuff that goes out. And Floyd sees them and now sees the expenses come across. So we have a purchase right now. We're trying to get a PO for $35,000, repair one piece of equipment. Now, a piece of equipment's $1,800,000, so the $35,000 doesn't sound that much on there, but as those come up throughout the year, we really don't know how to capture that cost because we don't know what our failures are going to be as we manage that, but we try to stay within a certain amount of a budget so we can keep up with that.
Well, and I understand that. I guess my thing is, and I guess we like to keep budget low, and we're trying to do that, but I also think it needs to be budgeted realistically, and really $2.85 million, unless there's something else I'm missing, doesn't seem to be a realistic budget based on history, just on the trends. And so just as if we want to keep things low, likewise, I mean, if everybody took that approach, then we'd be really over budget. So that's just, it just kind of stood out to me, and so I just was wanting to try to get more detail. Did anomalies happen in 20 and 21 that we don't think are going, in 23 really, that are not going to happen, or are we just kind of budgeting a little bit too conservatively for what reality may wind up being like?
I mean, I think you're absolutely right. I think you're absolutely right that it's budgeted lower than what reality is probably going to be. As we get back and have gotten back to being closer to fully staffed, especially in departments like solid waste, ones that have a lot of equipment on the road every day, your accidents go up. I mean, that's natural. More equipment on the road, more accidents, which means higher costs for repairs. So I don't think it's unrealistic to think that the actuals are going to come back in closer to what they've been. And that number, 2.8, probably is low. Historically, I would assume that that's been covered by savings in other areas.
Yeah, and so I think they have, as well as other departments, struggled with keeping fully staffed, and those we always budget those at full authorized strength, and so those savings have been offsetting them. We also try to budget very realistically from a fuel side as well, and we have had several years where that's come in below, that's helped offset that. We certainly can increase that line item, and then rebalance out to all departments, and so that would then cause all the costs to go up to each one of the departments that are using it. We can certainly do that as well.
As a whole on the budget that we have this year and stuff, yes, sir, you are correct. We're asking for the same 2.85, but we are also asking for a supplemental increase of $500,000 in that budget as an additional. So that we can reflect that. The way I've always tried to do the budget and stuff like that is we look at historical cost over the last 2 to 3 years. Okay, this is where our balances is. This is what's happening. We need to ask for an increase in this budget this year. So this year's budget, the base budget was 2.85, but we are actually asking for another $500,000 in that line item to take it to the 325, 340, to be a realistic budget as you're asking.
I think your supplemental's already included in.
Yeah, the supplemental is already included. Last year it was 2.35, and now it's going to be 2.85 to get closer to realistic. But we know that we cover for that discrepancy, because you're right. I believe it's going to be more than 2.85 with things like salary savings. If we increase this to reflect reality, the 3.3 or potentially more, we can't necessarily take that out of the budgeted positions, because they are budgeted positions now, unless we cut those positions. Or, as Laura mentioned, increase the fees to other departments.
Well, I can't speak for everybody else, but I would much prefer going in with a realistic budget on every line item than going in saying, well, chances are, but we're going to get the savings here because, to me, I think we need to manage to that specific line item. And also, from the accountability standpoint, I mean, we need to be staying under budget in all these areas. To be fair about that, I think the budget needs to be fair and accurate. And yes, if we increase in that area, or we may have to decrease in other areas. But I don't know. I just think that budgeting accurately is just as important as anything else, because when you're looking at maintaining where you are and why, and making sure and I'm not saying that you're not trying to maintain the budget line, but I just think when we start going in with the assumption, well, this will probably be over, but then we're going to get it on personnel savings, instead of just really kind of looking at keeping that line item under budget. And it just seems like we're kind of setting us ourselves. We're not going to finish under budget in this line item based on history.
But I agree with your statements and everything across, but like I mentioned a while ago and stuff, I have a lot of new equipment on order, I've got a lot of older equipment out there. It costs more to run it. Such as we were saying about a lease. We take a 5-year life on a front loader truck. After 5 years, the expense goes way high on those trucks. Within the next 6 months to a year, we plan on receiving this $13 million worth of equipment, and our expenses are going to drop dramatically because they won't need the repair and maintenance.
Right.
So that's one of the things that I look at when I'm looking at that line item for the parts and stuff.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions, guys?
Anything else on your end, Laura?
No, and, I think what I'm kind of looking for is just y'all's comfort level on potentially approving a budget like this, but knowing that it's, again, going to be a working budget, I think, to use your term, Mayor, that we may have some drastic changes that we want to propose mid-year, but we would have to talk through, kind of what effect that has back onto departments and, all of those, and constraints of where we might be from current year budget standpoint, because we'll be in a new budget by then, and what we could do in that current budget, and then what might need to be phased in through the next budget process. Does that seem reasonable to you all?
I think so. I think when we're talking working budget, what we're trying to do is identify potential savings, and then we want to work for 6 months to see, did we realize those savings, or are we going to? Then that way we reallocate and we true up what we need to for our priorities. But then I think that prevents us from having a false sense of security or confidence to say, oh, well, we've realized this much savings on paper. Now you guys can perform with it, and it doesn't true up like that in reality, and then we have allocated additional expenses elsewhere, and then we actually are over. Mm-hmm. So to avoid that, I think the working budget concept is a good one. And it gives you more time, and this is a big animal, like we said. So I do see some value in having something that's sustainable and a rollover where you can count on, every 2 years you've got something, or every year you've got something that's coming back for equipment. Any other questions for Glenn? Glenn, thank you. We appreciate all you do over there. We know you do way more than what we see. So
We're kind of quiet out there.
Yeah.
Nobody bothers us.
we appreciate that. Thanks. Who do you have next?
So we have one more here in Alan's team. We've got our traffic department, and then that will kind of wrap up this area. Not sure if y'all are needing a break at some point or if everybody's good, but maybe if we could push through this last one.
Let's do this one here, and then we'll take a break. Then we'll probably see how much we can get through before we eat lunch.
Okay, that sounds great. So we've got our traffic department here, and if you'll bear with me, I'll find the page.
While she's looking that up, I'll introduce Michael Padilla, our traffic superintendent.
Perfect. And we've got, if you'll go to page 481, 481 starts the section for the traffic department. Okay, and then if I'll let Alan kind of kick us off. If you've got anything of noteworthy you want to kind of talk about, and then any changes that may be coming in this area. I'm looking through There is one supplemental request, and we can talk through this. It was a crossing guard wage adjustment to $12 an hour that was proposed, and that was going to cost right at $50,000. If you go to your supplemental report, it's at the very bottom of page 4 of 7. In this kind of separate report that was handed out a few weeks ago. And you will see that we have recommended not approving that supplemental wage adjustment from the city manager's area in order to help with balancing the overall general fund budget. But I want to give Alan and Michael the opportunity to talk through kind of the thought process on that. And let you all ask questions.
Well, I want to start with a little bit of a high-level overview of the traffic department. So they're really split into two different groups. I won't say divisions because they're all under one, but traffic engineering and then traffic field operations. So traffic engineering is primarily responsible for issuing permits for parades, block parties, evaluating site restriction complaints, and just observations from city staff where we have issues at intersections where vehicles aren't able to see properly to make safe turns and things like that. And also performing traffic studies, traffic counts, things that help us plan for future growth and evaluate where we are from a traffic standpoint within the city. Traffic operations consists of, and this is the thing that you really typically see more of, it's much more visible, signal maintenance, street light maintenance, traffic sign maintenance, pavement striping, locate services. We have a lot of underground electrical at all of our intersections that are serving the street lights, and so we participate in locating those for contractors that are going to be working in the area. And then the school crossing guard program, which is what Laura alluded to with the supplemental request for a salary increase there. We provide crossing guard services at 26 schools. 25 of those are Amarillo ISD, and one of those is a Canyon ISD school. That's Arden Road Elementary. Of those 26 schools, there's 32 crossings, and so we have 32 crossing guards plus an additional 3 that effectively serve as backups if you have somebody call in sick, and then 1 supervisor that is over that. The only revenue that we receive that really helps offset the cost of the school crossing guard program is part of the Municipal Child Safety Trust Fund. I really can't speak very much about where that money comes from other than it's a part of local government code, but it looks like every year that's about $11,700.
Yeah, and I'll just briefly talk on that. State law allows for certain citations that are issued in, my understanding is in these areas, like in a school area, that are processed through our municipal court area. If there are fines associated with it, there's an additional fine that is collected, and it's all per state law, and that can go to help. Well, the first is if there is a school crossing guard program, it goes to help offset those costs. And I'm looking at Brian, and he's nodding his head, so he's keeping me straight on all of this. But as you can see, we certainly, those fines set at the maximum amount per what we collect on an annual basis just covers a very, very small portion of the overall cost of this program.
Yeah, and then the last thing I want to talk about from an operations standpoint is our traffic management center, which Michael can speak much more intelligently about it. I would encourage all of you, if you haven't seen it yet, to reach out to him, either through Mr. Freeman or Mr. Hartman, and take a tour of that and let them show you what they do. It's in the basement of the Sims building. You're actually able to observe and monitor a number of traffic signals throughout the city to make adjustments to them throughout the day, just based on what traffic is doing. I know it's something people get frustrated with a lot, you know, and you'll hear it. I know you'll hear it. You probably already have. That dang light at Bell and Plains. I get backed up on that at 5 o'clock every day. There's a reason for that. The reason is because the alternative is backing up traffic on the I-40 frontage road, and now you've got standing traffic on an exit ramp, much higher safety hazard. But they can show you how they monitor that, how they make those adjustments, really down to, you'd be shocked, the fraction of a second can have a huge impact on what it does to traffic. So very minor adjustments can make a big impact, but it's a pretty neat thing that they're able to do. Do you want to elaborate a little bit more on the Traffic Management Center?
No, I think you touched pretty much on all of it. It's pretty new system to new technology. It's not completely finished. There's still some more stuff to be added to it, but as funds come along and time goes on, we'll continue to add to it.
So that was that high-level overview I just wanted to provide. And then, as Laura mentioned, we put in a request this year for a supplemental request for a salary increase, just to be more competitive. I shouldn't say competitive because there's really no one else to compare to, but to a more fair wage for our hourly crossing guards from $9.45 to $12 an hour. We had seen quite a few vacancies there. I think currently, though, correct me if I'm wrong, we only have 3 vacancies in that area, which basically means that we just don't have any backup. So if anybody calls in sick, how do y'all cover that when somebody calls in sick?
If somebody calls in sick, somebody from the office staff or the field staff will go out there and take care of that school crossing for that time period. So it pulls out of our daily workload that we have to send somebody out there to take care of that.
And I think, speaking from the city manager's office, again, it's challenging trying to, balance all the supplemental requests and what can fit within the constraints of the budget. And again, that was before we knew where property tax was even going to fall. And so an additional thought in this area is ensuring that we are looking maybe across the board in the organization at part-time positions and what they're being paid, to make sure that we're not out of line. It's always challenging when we start, increasing in one area to help with recruitment and retainment, and we start kind of, unintentionally stealing from other departments. So that was also just maybe spending some more time to ensure that there's kind of consistency across from that standpoint, because we do have a lot of part-time positions, especially like in our parks and recreation area. Different skill set by all means, different time of year and time of day for those different jobs, but just ensuring that we're not getting out of line across the board. So
yeah, and I hope nothing I've said has shown that I'm not supportive of the decision y'all have made. And
No,
kind of wanted to show that even without that, from a staffing standpoint, we are in a pretty good situation. It's not like we're half filled on our crossing guards. That's kind of why I wanted to allude to that. We're in a good place.
Mayor, a couple of points
Yes,
I
sir.
want to make, unless you have questions.
Yeah,
So
go
on
ahead.
Page 491, you'll see where in that business unit, photographic traffic enforcement, it's basically going away due to the state law change. Okay? So if you'll flip all the way back to page 828, you'll see a capital project listed there under traffic administration for traffic signal system improvements. Okay? Where we did have funding in the past for traffic lights based off the photographic enforcement component, now it's competing directly in your general fund and capital. So that's a big shift in how those things are funded. Just wanted you aware. So that's for one light, right?
But that'll be starting next year, Floyd. We've got enough for this year's.
Yeah.
for the upcoming year,
Yeah. That's why it's in the fiscal year next year. Okay? Right, Michael? And that's for one?
The $290,000 would fund one.
That is correct. That's funded one if it's done with in-house staff. If it's having to go out to a contractor, that'll cover about half of the cost.
Just a difference in how we approach traffic lights from what we did over the last few years. Just so you're aware of it. Now new traffic lights will compete for funding. When one meets warrant, say 2 meet warrant next year or 3, those will come in the budget request rather than being funded like they were.
So they would be competing with your general fund dollars that we have available to fund capital projects. So they would then be kind of in the ranking order with all of our public safety projects, with some of our street projects, our facilities projects, all of those. We've been fortunate to have those dedicated dollars the last several years to do those traffic signal, the new ones and the improvements. But again, that program ends after this budget, this
Just
upcoming
awareness.
budget.
Just be aware that change.
I think it's good to have that awareness kind of moving forward, especially when we're looking comprehensively at everything you've got to manage. So a couple things. I have received a few concerns on I-27 in Washington on the timing of those lights. The other one that I get a lot of text messages or emails on is the I-40 in Bell. And so in a public setting, I appreciate you taking the opportunity to explain we sitting at the light back at, 15th or whatever, that you go through the third time, we don't realize that, if you had that issue, it would back up onto your off ramp. So that's a good explanation. You may know the concern at I-27 in Washington. You may want to research it. I'm just putting that out there. Those are my two hot ones usually.
Yes, I am aware of the one at I-27 in Washington.
Okay.
We've been monitoring that one since October of last year.
Okay.
We watch it pretty closely.
And as far as like what the system's doing and what you're seeing there and how you calibrate the timing on all that, you've got a reason for doing what you're doing, and it is in line with what it needs to be for the greatest level of safety there.
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Okay. Thank you for that. So I do want to go to the crossing guard contract. I need to know, is that an interlocal agreement with AISD for the 25 schools, or is that a city program that we have that doesn't have to do with education?
Yeah, so I did some research this year and could not find any record of an interlocal agreement with either of the school districts. And so just from what I can observe of it, my limited knowledge, it seems like a program that the city provides as not part of an interlocal agreement.
Okay. I was made aware of a $1.50 fee that is on your registration. Does anyone know about that fee for that child safety?
I think that may be a part of, when I looked at the local government code, I believe it did also mention that optional fees on registration that is also a part of the $11,000 that we receive in revenue.
My understanding is that is based on population, and that fee would run somewhere between $100,000 and $150,000 a year, and that was implemented in 22. So I would like for us to look in our budget and just see, do we have a revenue coming to the city in the form of a registration fee that does have to do with child safety that's somewhere over $100K? And if it's not, we probably would want to see why that's not making its way here. Now, my understanding of that also, I say all this publicly to make sure we're stating it, I believe that was something that was petitioned for child advocacy centers across the state of Texas. And so those are the child advocacy centers that work alongside of CASA and, Child Protective Services and some other health and human services where I don't necessarily believe that is supposed to go to a traffic crossing guard program. But I do know that one of the requirements was that you had to have a crossing guard program in your municipality to qualify, but you had a lot of other criteria as well. So just curious if we could do a little research on that one. Yes, sir. You have something?
Mr. Mayor, I've done some research on that.
Okay.
And from what I understand is Randall County has done it, Potter-Heck County has done it, but the city of Amarillo has never gotten into that.
So it would be something we would need to do in order to...
Could we possibly let maybe Brian speak to this? I think he worked with the counties this past year related to some of this. He might have some additional information he could share with us.
Just briefly, those fees work a little different. One's a registration fee. It has to do with car registration. We don't do that.
Right.
Ours is a court fee that is specifically required to go to that. And if there's money left over, then there is other programs that can go to, but they have to be child safety related, okay? So why I am more familiar with the municipal portion of that code than I am with the county code, it is my recollection of the county code that information, whatever that fee covers for child safety, is implemented the same way. It must go to a certain child safety related crosswalk program before it can go somewhere else. But that's just my recollection without doing any research. So, and that's why we wouldn't implement it, because we don't do that. So
that's what I was going to mention. I mean, the counties is where the vehicle registration occurs. It's not at the city level. And so we do not collect any kind of fees and there's no fees that the county hands over to us associated with it. So all we collect is that essentially $11,000, and I believe, Brian, that's related to an additional fee on citations that occur in those school areas, I believe.
I think that's correct, yes, yes.
But so that's dependent on how many citations are written in a year and then how they are processed through the court systems.
Okay. I think I can do a little more research. I'm sure like any good government statute, it's fairly complicated to figure out how it gets applied. And so let me do a little more research on that because I was looking for that in the revenues, which it's not there, which is good. It just meaning we're not collecting money that we're not resourcing appropriately. But then kind of back to the crossing guard school program, what does that cost annually?
Yeah, I have that here. I wrote it down. It's $363,000 in this current budget year for that program.
So can you help me on that? Because the math in my head's probably not near to the intensity of like how that functions. So in my mind, I'm thinking 7:30 a.m. to 8:30 a.m. and then back from like 3 to 4. And so that's 2 man-hours per school per day times, 40 weeks if you don't take out holidays. I mean, at $10 an hour, that's roughly $105,000. So is there a lot of other things that are going along with that program that I'm not seeing maybe out in the field?
They work roughly 15 hours a week is what they get paid for. And the 40 weeks a year is about right. And I believe there are some other expenses. The supervisor does work a little bit longer. He works about 32 hours and he's paid a little bit more. And then we have some other expenses with vests, flags, which the costs aren't really high on that. But as far as the hourly dollars, that's mainly what the cost is.
So is it fair enough to say that we're roughly 3 hours a day, 5 days a week per person?
Yes.
So it's maybe a little travel time back and forth to the school or however you're clocking in and out?
That's correct.
Okay. So if I run those, I'm still way short from the 360. So I guess if I could get maybe a better breakdown of the accounting.
Yes, and we'll pull that for you guys on our end. So
it's probably totally realized an expense. It's just on the front end. A lot of times things like this, black and white, look. Your hard labor costs don't necessarily speak to the full cost. So if we could get an accounting of that, I think that would be one thing we would like to look at.
Yeah, we'll get that for you. And this is listed specifically on page 484. There's the programs listed there with the dollar amount. And so let us get the breakdown on how those costs are separated out.
Okay. Does council have anything else they want to question or have comments on crossing guards or anything else related to traffic? Okay. And Mrs. Storrs, I'll run a little research on my end from what I was told and see, different counties' participation and what that fee actually hits. And then I bet I could get that state statute.
We'll do the same.
Absolutely. Yeah, I know
Appreciate
Brian's
that.
probably already over there researching. So thank you.
Michael, Micah, thank you both for being here. I'm sure you're not related, right? So, and do you have anything else? Any other questions for Alan? Okay. Anything else you got?
No, I appreciate y'all's time for sure, and the questions. They're all
Appreciate
good.
all you guys do. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Hey, and by the way, thank you for the 1,000 other traffic lights that function great. It's just the 2 that we want to know about. So
We need signs everywhere near these traffic lights that just say, be glad you don't live in Dallas. And then maybe that would give some perspective on the people that, sometimes we have to wait a little while, so.
thank you, guys. Appreciate it. So if we're okay now, let's take, we'll take 15 minutes. We'll be back here at 11. We'll probably push to 12, take a lunch break, and then try to be wrapped up by 2:30, 2:45. What time does that door open to let everyone in? 2:45?
Well, I think it's going to be open. I don't think we're going to lock it in between, so they'll probably get
so
here
we just
early.
may have-
They'll be here for budget.
Perfect. Okay, 15-minute break. Thank you, guys. Ourselves called back to order here, 11 o'clock roughly. We're going to push here for about an hour. And so we've got Mrs. Storrs kind of guiding us here, so she's going to let us know who she'd like to have up next.
Yes, so we wanted to go ahead and knock out maybe some smaller department budgets real quick if we could. So we'd love to maybe start with y'all's budget. We need to cover the mayor and council budget.
Do you need us to go over there?
Absolutely. If y'all could.
I want to share a microphone with everybody.
Yes, absolutely. So what I'm hoping maybe we can do is go through y'all's budget real quick. Then we could go through the city manager's budget.
Sure.
Then we could go through our CP&DE capital projects and development engineering budget, which is kind of the oversight admin department budget for other areas. And so we might be able to knock those three out pretty quick. And then we're going to kind of walk into some like more grant type departments.
Sounds good.
Okay.
So where's the mayor's budget at?
All right,
here?
so let's find that big budget that the mayor and council has. Let me see here. And I actually, we have one supplemental request that the mayor and council need to be made aware of. So if you'll turn to page 217 in your budget books, and then if you want to look at the very top of your supplemental request, page 1 of your supplemental request report, Andrew and I will briefly talk through what that is. So turn to page 217. And unfortunately, we did not put any kind of a pay raise in for the $10 a meeting, but we can certainly discuss that if that's something council would like. But so there is a very small amount of personal services. As you all are aware, there's the amount paid per meeting, and then there's taxes and stuff associated with it. So you'll see that kind of allocation there. We do have an amount in supplies, kind of for some office expense, and then as you go down, the big area that I think we want to touch on briefly is down in your dues line item. So if you'll look in the middle of page 219, so we have a membership that we pay with the Chamber of Commerce, and that's an existing one. We have been requested to increase that amount by $50,000, and I'm pulling up right now, unless Andrew already has it up, what that was requested for, so give me just a second. And this is from Jason Harrison over there. Did you find it? No. Okay, give me just a second. I've got it right here. Okay. They would like to request an increased support of $50,000 for their Taking Flight campaign, and that is in conjunction with our airport. It's with trips to airline hubs to speak on the behalf of Amarillo Chamber and our community. Increased support of other community projects that may come down the road, similar to like a Civic Center expansion project that they discussed previously, community-wide bond issues, community events such as 4th of July, etc. This would also go towards increased support of legislative activities, such as increased travel to Austin, not only related to the Panhandle Days, during sessions to speak on behalf of the city and its priorities. This is also to help with increased activity with other state organizations such as TAB, TCCE, and Ports to Plains conferences, and other meetings held throughout the year as a representative of Amarillo. Increased support of our local business community by hosting meetings, seminars, luncheons, etc. And of course, additional funding for Amarillo Chamber operations as they continue to move forward and evolve their support of the community. So that comes from Jason Harrison over there at the Chamber of Commerce. And I'm right now looking up, because I'm anticipating what your question is, that you want to know what we're currently spending, I'm guessing. So give me just a second. I will pull that up. I meant to have that up, and I'll give that to you in just a second. And that is the only recommended change that we have built into as a supplemental request. So we did not cut it. We left it in for y'all's consideration. And so wanted direction from you guys on that by all means. And I'm pulling up right now what their current amount is. So it has changed in the last couple of years since we had, they had gone through some large-scale changes with CVB becoming a nonprofit entity and not being underneath the chamber umbrella. As you're all aware, the city pays CVB essentially to do our tourism support here in Amarillo through that hot tax allocation. That previously used to go to Chamber of Commerce. When CVB was under Chamber of Commerce, the city paid the Chamber of Commerce with hot tax dollars to provide that tourism support. And so that changed. I'm looking at Floyd in about, was it 2018? 2019 maybe? And so since then, now they are two separate nonprofit entities, and so the city's paying directly just to CVB for that tourism support, and then we are now paying a membership fee over to the Chamber of Commerce. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Andrew.
so basically we weren't members before. It just kind of came with them doing our HOT program as
That is
part of
correct.
that.
While you're looking that up,
Yes.
I'll make a few comments. I don't see where we need to increase that by $50,000. We've got the
CVB, yeah.
that's doing that job for us. They are a independent organization, and before that period, I had an opportunity to visit with Cashin yesterday. We had a meeting, and before they actually separated from what I understand, the chamber was taking a lot of their money from them. So the chamber sells memberships. They're an independent, non-functional, we're not, we're members, correct?
Yes, and our membership
I don't mind
dues, yeah, we pay membership dues.
remaining to be a member.
Okay.
But I don't think we need to help subsidize them. In my opinion, if they want to do those things, I think they need to increase their fees to their membership. What they're trying to do, I think, we don't have enough to go around to every organization in the world. And I think at this point, we need to look at that and make sure that's what we want to do. That's just my opinion.
So our current membership dues are $13,000 annually.
13?
Yes. Yes, sir.
And how much have they been before? About that?
I think it's been that since the split.
Consistent with
Yes.
everybody else in the community?
That's my
We're not paying more or less than we should?
It's based off size of organization, employee counts, and those.
So is this $50,000 ask being represented as a contribution, a donation, or a due?
I believe it's just a contribution to help with their additional program costs and what Laura discussed, just to help offset some of those new initiatives or current initiatives that they have that they're continuing to grow. Because they're getting a lot more involved, like with the legislative aspects of their role. Previously, it was more business, local focus. Now it's more broad.
So I think where I'm going with this is, my supplemental request says supplemental dues requested from Chamber. So the way in which we represent this to our population can matter, especially if we wanted to take the latitude of talking a number versus just them presenting a number. So if they were here, we could engage in that conversation, and we could even moving forward. But I would like to categorize this as a request for a contribution, not a due.
Yeah, I believe you're accurate there. I think we just plugged it in as dues because that's normally how we pay it, but that's not exactly what they're asking for.
So not
It's
a
supplemental.
representation from them. It's just a request.
Yes, that's just how we plugged it into your
We could
form.
certainly put that in a different line item if that's the direction council wanted to go. It's just that's where we were paying out the existing one, and so.
What's the contribution or the due from AEDC?
I believe it was 80, is that right?
We talked about doing something with it, and then I don't believe we've gotten a request that's going to change that. I think we left it.
Andrew's got it here.
Yes. Okay.
80,000.
So AEDC is contributing their due plus the $80,000 contribution, or their due would be included in that $80,000?
That's my understanding.
Yeah, we might have to check because it says program partnership support, so I don't know if they maybe have a separate or if maybe it's all rolled in. We can double check.
We can double check on that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this would be roughly $130,000 a year from the COA. And are there any other contributions from the COA and other forms, fashions, entities? So like we have different enterprises. Do we have any other contributions?
No, not like this. It'd be more like our professional trade organizations.
Right.
Not local.
And then I'm just to argue both sides of it. Relationships matter. Chamber of Commerce is our chamber. We would love to have a good front-facing chamber that we work well with. They feel supported. We feel supported. Transactionally, there needs to be a return on the investment. So if they haven't been lobbying, if they haven't been down in Austin, if they're not making all these meetings and now they're going to go to them, then I don't think it would be fair as a city to say, hey, pay your own way out of our citizens' dues. And when I say citizens, I just mean local businesses that are paying for those. If they've already been doing all that, and that's included in everybody as we're a member and all the other members, then this is a contribution, and I would think we might be willing to discuss the amount. Councilman Sherlin may see it different. Like, it's not a discussion of an amount. It's a discussion of well, if we do this for one, are we going to do it for the other? I mean, I know I regret ever donating to the first T-ball team that I put my business's name on. I'm joking. I don't regret it. It just obligated me to every T-ball season and every other kid that I knew. And so, like, you have to be careful as a city entity when you do start looking out at standalone, 501s and different entities that you're now going to contribute and support. So we don't want to do something that we can't repeat, and we don't want to do anything that we can't, equate some fairness to. So I'm going to ask if you can contribute to that.
Sure. I appreciate the opportunity to kind of maybe expand upon this. There are certain things that not only they do go hand in hand with community-wide efforts, but they are even more targeted into what the city's doing. So like the Taking Flight campaign, that is helping to continue to drive business through our airport at times. And I think Andrew's with that group that's bringing in the airlines. It's ensuring that the airlines stay here and potentially recruiting other airlines in at points, maybe even bringing other flights in that the existing airlines that are serving our area are doing, but bringing in other options. Yes, that helps our entire community. It helps tourism in our community, but it directly helps the city as well. So I do think some of these, maybe the city sees an even bigger benefit possibly than all of the community. I think everyone benefits. That's one. The legislative activity, I do know they're heavily involved with that, and a lot of times some of those legislative items are particularly targeted towards the municipal government, and they do participate in that, so they can kind of work on our behalf in certain ways. Sometimes we can't, and so we do see a benefit. And I think from what Jason sent us, they're hoping to step up efforts. So they're doing these things right now, but I think what they're wanting to do is just have some additional funds to help them step up. They want to do more. They want it. These are just some areas that they feel they could expand upon. So, yes.
I noticed during the last bond issue, they took a stand for the props. And as an organization, they can take their stands. But then you're voting, you're trying to become a political action group. At the same time, you're trying to ask the city for money. And you're trying to put out what you believe to the citizens to push something through. And the citizens said no. But my question is, when you become a political action and you're spending money to run ads like they did last time, I think that would have to have something for us to want to look at. I mean, because to me, they should be a neutral party. But in the last bond election, they took a stand, and which they're entitled to do, but I don't know if the city needs to support those kind of stands. So I just want to throw that out there. No problem.
Yeah, if I can clarify, not to speak for you, Councilman Sherlin, but to clarify what I heard you say, is that there should be some consideration of if we are paying a contribution to a third party, is there any legal parameters, boundaries that we need to be aware of? That is that entity taking a side for or against a particular issue and thus using citizens' taxpayer funds to propagate a certain outcome? Because I do know we have some guidelines there we have to be careful of. I definitely don't use my microphone here to campaign for myself. And so you want to speak to that?
Yeah, if we proceeded to do the additional, we'd want to set those parameters in any agreement to make sure funds are accounted for, that they're not going towards those purposes. Yeah.
Understood.
I'd agree with that.
As long as there's parameters that are set, I don't like political action being done with taxpayer money. I mean, that's where I have to draw a line, and that's where I was coming from before. But if we have some parameters in there, I could live with that.
Okay. Another thing, we could certainly, if council wants to proceed with some of this, all of this, or some of this, we can work with Jason and his team to potentially maybe even do like some quarterly reporting back to you all. Like what did these dollars go to? What were they able to achieve along with those parameters? And so that might help council, if y'all decided to move forward with any additional funding, to understand truly where that money is going, what you're getting for that money, and then if that's something that you'll want to continue into the future. I'm sure Jason and his team would be happy to help with that.
Okay.
Okay.
Well said.
Okay, preface, full disclosure, I'm a chamber member, so I've seen benefit of it, and I've had experience, I've been on the board of the chamber before. A couple of things I will point out. I think when we divided up the CVB and the chamber separately, the chamber probably took a pretty big hit on that.
They did.
Because they were running that operation for us, and they were, to pay their staff to do those things. I don't know how they split it out. So, although we split it out, and I don't know that, I guess the council decided at the time that that was the best way to do it, and I don't have any problems with that. But it did provide a little bit of a hit on the chamber to be able to run operationally, to be able to do that. I would say our chamber is known for having some of the best events. The largest business connection is large. The chamber barbecue is large. I think they've done a good job at trying to, and dues, just like anything else, they want to have members, so they have to balance the increase in the dues, for that. So I think for me, this kind, and I guess they're looking for an ongoing contribution, not a one-time contribution.
Yes, that would be my understanding. Yes.
I would say, but one thing, and I don't know whether the timing would allow this or not, but just like we had our conversation with AEDC, I don't think it needs to be to that extent. But maybe to have Jason over here just to. Maybe at a council meeting or something to give us an update on what the chamber is doing, and B, if we want to ask questions again, if we, I don't know, and Mayor, I know you're talking about having a general budget that maybe, that we don't commit to it that reaches the timetable depending on when he can come over. But I would just like to hear a little bit of detail from Jason on, exactly what they're doing, where are they getting their revenue from, and then what this is going to be used for, just so that we can learn not only about this specifically, but maybe a couple of other things. And then, again, I don't know if, given the timing of approving everything, that we could get him over in time for that to be officially in the first budget, or if it could be something that, once we just have a conversation, because I'd like to hear some more specifics about exactly what they're looking at doing, what programs this additional money will fund.
Absolutely. And I think from a timing standpoint, we could maybe offer some options. If council maybe wanted to earmark these funds for potentially using, and then bring Jason in and have him present at that dollar amount to expend that. We would have to bring the agreement to council once it was finalized. This is just to authorize budget. That doesn't mean you have to spend it. And so we could certainly work through that if y'all wanted to, look at just putting this in, but then exploring whether you want to spend that full amount or something, different than that. But we could bring Jason in for maybe a presentation and a formal request or something to that extent, if that works.
I think so. I think we can continue with our conversation here, maybe get a little bit further to the bottom of it, and then come back to that. I think that's a good plan. Do I have questions, concerns from this side of council?
Everything Tom Sherwin said, Councilman Sherwin.
Okay. So I would ask staff to maybe explain, give a little bit better understanding of, let's say we have a general association here in town that works and takes care of, all sorts of good, worthwhile causes. Are we setting a precedent with our chamber that can be justified outside of any other entity? Or would we expect, additional asks to come, because this is something. So what I'm really saying is what's the precedent in previous years? I mean, were we paying for this service and now we're not because it's totally handled by CVB? How much was that annual, reduction? When CVB moved out, was it $100,000, $150,000? What was that?
I'd have to research that, but it was a large amount, because my understanding is with CVB under the chamber umbrella, they were additionally covering some of their overhead costs because they were administering the hot funds, along with CVB, and they weren't called CVB then, but CVC then, and under the chamber umbrella. And so, yes, we can get you all a little bit more information if that would be helpful. And Mayor, to your point, I do think that is something that we do want to be very cautious about on using taxpayer dollars towards specific causes in the community, I guess is the way to put it. I think in this case, we would need to ensure that there was a direct link into some of these programs that directly affect some of our city departments, our city efforts, those type things. So we can work with Jason on that. But I think that was a very valid point. That is something we do historically. We take that very seriously, because there are a lot of asks. There's a lot of wonderful organizations in our community and lots of needs out there. And so that's something that we tread very lightly, kind of through those things. Chamber, again, these requests were more city-related items, where some of the other community efforts benefit the community as a whole, but may not be directly as targeted to certain city departments. Some are, some aren't. And so you almost have to look at those on a case-by-case basis. But I do love you putting that out there, that we need to be cautious on certain precedences.
Well, I appreciate that, and I don't know of any nonprofits that are lobbying for or against legislation that can impact the city. This is really what this says, is that they want to go and they want to participate in some of those decisions that can help Amarillo overall. They're also economic stimulus. They're forward facing, so they need to be the ambassadors that are welcoming your business here, and then they need to be able to provide resources. So I think they're very unique. I think they can be delineated, but I think we need to use a little bit of caution as we walk forward with that. So let me just work on my budget here for a minute, because I see some things in here that I'm not sure, I should spend. So good with all the office expenses and everything there. I do see the dues of $78.5. So what else am I contributing to? I've got 50 here in this ask.
Plus 13 for your
Plus
annual.
13.
Yes. Okay. So some other items we pay a due into the Texas Municipal League.
Okay.
So that is the other big one, and I'm looking through the account here, we had historically paid some membership dues in the Sister Cities International group as well. It was about $1,000, I believe, so.
Okay. And that actually did go out last year? The Sister Cities International due did go out? Okay.
And then I think that about gets it. Your TML one, I believe, is around 15,000
Okay.
there. So I'm thinking that gets us about to the full.
About where you're at, the 78. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Rolling down there, I do have travel at 11,700. You know, we spent $3,000 last year, $163 a year before, I'm guessing. So, you know, we're looking at the TML meeting that we're going to go to.
Yeah. Last year, I think we had one go, maybe two, so it was lower.
Right.
But we try to budget to allow flexibility if any of the 5 want to attend these things. And so, yes,
Sure.
it may be a little hefty on the budget side, but we want to make sure, because some years everyone can go, some years only one person can go. So you're going to see quite a bit of fluctuation in that. But certainly want to make sure that we have money set aside for those opportunities if mayor and council want to.
Okay.
Utilize them.
Other agencies, 16,000. Just curious what that is.
That is the Panhandle Regional Planning group. Yes. And
So-
those are our membership dues with them.
Membership dues on that
Yes.
as well. Okay.
Yep.
What I would say is I think maybe Mr. Harrison from the chamber
Sure.
might be benefited to just contact each one of us individually
Okay.
so that he could have his time and put forth kind of, here's the ROI, here's what we're looking for. I would advise council to think through this, not as just a numeric value, but like an overall return on investment. And I think it's easily something we could set aside, pull out of the budget, know that we have a working budget moving forward, and as things come up, then the chamber is a little bit more targeted to come in and say, hey, here's how many of us are going, here's what we're spending, these are the things we're pushing for, and then maybe that ask continues to grow from there. I also don't see it as kind of a one-time contribution. I think this does kind of put us into a new step where I think if this is in the budget this year, it's probably repeated.
Yeah, and just throwing this out there is maybe another option, which would add some additional overhead with staff, but it could be a reimbursable type basis.
Sure.
Bring the program, we reimburse as they go, and it's not just here's 50,000, go spend it. That's another check and balance to consider maybe.
Well, Deputy, I think that's a wise way to move forward. That gives us something to work on with them as we go. It's also a little bit relational as it kind of puts us in front of each other, and I think that's the big issue is we don't get that face time with them probably as much as we should. So does council want to discuss that at all? Are we good moving forward with that, or do we want to come back to it after we have individual discussions? Go ahead, Les.
I mean, I'm fine with leaving the amount in the budget, I mean, just so we have it there, and then ultimately, but I kind of like the contractual agreement idea as well, more specifically, and then it may, you know, and I like that level of accountability, so, but I think if we leave that in there, but we still have to do our own due diligence and kind of come up with some consensus after talking with Jason, so.
Okay. Yeah, so I think we leave the budget where it is, we leave the travel where it is, and then we just be good stewards of that money going forward. Look for that savings at the end of the year or that investment with some return on it.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Well, if there's no further questions for me. So.
We had a lot of discussion on that, but.
I know.
All right. Okay, so if you would all turn, I guess, then let's go through the city manager's budget, and that begins on page 221. So just flip over a couple of pages. A couple of items that I want to note. And we aim for perfection, but sometimes see some things as we're going back through our perfection. One change that occurred this past year is we renegotiated our permit with the ambulance services with AMR. And so along with that, there was another item put in where they would reimburse the city for a position to monitor the status of that permit and make sure that they were in compliance with it. So we added a position, but we wound up putting that position in our fire civilian area, and it's kind of because they obviously have a lot of the calls that are going out for ambulance services, and so we have a position, a civilian position over there, and so we started shifting. Historically, the revenue for the permit was inside the city manager's department. We have moved that out over to the fire civilian area, but again, where I was talking about reviewing our perfection, on page 223, we have two other items that we need to go ahead and shift over to the fire civilian area. One is down in the professional line item. We pay Dr. Troutman to oversee that permit, and so those costs are in the city manager's department budget in the professional line item. However, if you go up to the very top of page 223, we receive revenue associated with it from that permit to cover his costs. And so we need to move both of those. They're equal and offsetting. We just need to move them out of the city manager department over to fire civilian. So that's one change that you will see. It has zero effect on general fund. It's just moving it out into a different department. So I wanted to make that notation. The other thing I wanted to mention, because on the surface of the city manager department, it looks like it is an extremely large department. But if you turn to page 226, I wanted to talk through a couple of items that we kind of group inside the city manager's area. And this is it's a separate business unit, and it's our tourism and economic development department. And we have a few line items in there. One is associated with our contract with Center City, and I may let Andrew touch base a little bit on that. That's we have a contract for administrative services and then for some facade grants. Did you want to touch base on any of that, and then I'll talk about the rest?
Yeah, so the Center City, of that $190,750, $70,000 is their facade matching grant program. So those are downtown within the Center City footprint. They have a committee and an entire process where they review those, work with the property owners, and reimburse based on those projects. We have been just recently been discussing another way to pay those might be through the tiers zone, because they have dedicated revenue that can only go towards downtown versus maybe general fund. And knowing we've got 30 plus years remaining in the tiers, we already partner with them on streetscape grants. So adding facade into that wouldn't be a big change. That might be an opportunity to look at other options for the general fund 70,000 piece.
All right, so going down that list, the next item down, it says mural artwork, and that is that's a line item that we need to rename, and we'll get that fixed in the book coming up. What those dollars are is those are neighborhood funds that have been set aside to help support those neighborhood groups. So I might let Andrew expand a little bit upon that, but that is what Emily Kohler and her team facilitate with. We've got several neighborhood groups. We've got our East Ridge, we've got Barrio, we've got San Jacinto, and North Heights. And so those dollars are to help support, or maybe at times even be matching funds into what those different programs that those neighborhoods are providing.
And a big part of adding that back into the budget was the sustainability of that program. It was initially funded just kind of one-off the 2016 bonds. We were able to shift those, as has been previously discussed, from street bond dollars to general fund cash. That gave them more flexibility. But in continuing to fund that program, we didn't have an annual pool of money going in to fund it. So that's where that started last year. And what we've discussed in the past is that as we bring on more neighborhoods, that might grow, or it just stays and we have to figure out how we allocate it amongst new neighborhoods as well. But that also goes with the county. We have a relationship with the county on that. They provide $75,000 a year toward the program. So this would be our participation in an ongoing manner.
If y'all have questions, stop us. Next line item down is a large number, and it says Chamber of Commerce. So that is truly the CVB funding. And so historically, they were under the Chamber of Commerce. We'll get that line item renamed as well. So that's your estimated annual support of the Convention and Visitors Bureau. We've talked about this a couple of times, but if you'll remember, what we do is the city collects 7% in hot tax. We essentially split that right down the middle, and half of that is in those last two line items on this page 226. Okay, the biggest piece of that is to support CVB's ongoing efforts towards the city's tourism. We withhold 1.1 million of that half allocation to go towards debt service payments for the 3 outstanding debt issuances for the MPEV and the parking garage. So of the 7%, 3% of the 7% goes to the operations of CVB, minus the 1.1 million we're withholding for debt service support, and then the other 0.5% on the half split. The 0.5% is in that bottom line item that says Civic Center activity. Those dollars can only be utilized by CVB as incentive funds to help bring groups into our local areas. So potentially if they need to help with either like some setup costs, or sometimes they'll help with some shuttle services like a bus or something from wherever they're staying at a hotel to, let's say, wherever the event's being held. They do different incentives through that. But so those dollars cannot go specifically into like their operations. It's truly just an incentive fund, essentially to help promote that tourism right here in Amarillo. So, are there questions I can answer on that? We bring it inside the city manager's department because it's kind of some negotiated agreements that we have in place that are kind of overseen by the city manager's area. And so that's why you're seeing it inside the city manager's budget.
And so the reason our funding to the CVB is down $1 million is because the Civic Center will cost us $1 million more to subsidize next year. Is that correct?
No, so it is down. There's a provision in there. There's a couple things, and we're actually looking to, Cashin and I have been meeting quite a bit about this, which I think will make this even easier to understand going forward. What we have done historically is we set the budget, however much we feel we'll collect in hot taxes for the next year. Then we start splitting it apart and say, okay, CVB, this is how much you get. We pay it no matter what. So think back to the year that COVID occurred. Hotel occupancy taxes dropped by 25%, but we still paid CVB what we had told them we were going to pay, what was budgeted, even though we were collecting less. So we had to true that up in a future year. So what you're seeing in these budgets is not truly just the half, but it's a true up that's coming from essentially 2 years prior. So as hot taxes went down the year of COVID, the next year they shot through the roof. So we well over collected what we had budgeted, and so they have large true ups that came through last year. They have another one coming through this next year, but it's not near as large as it was the year before. So there's two things at play why it's down $1 million. One, the true up is less than what it had been the year before. The other one is we are seeing hot taxes pull back just slightly. So we set our hot tax collection budget slightly lower than what what we had even collected last year. And so that is why you're seeing that number come down. What Cashin and I have been talking about is that true up can really swing their budget from one year to the next. We really contracted their budget the year they were paying us back essentially for the year COVID occurred. So what we're looking to do in this next year is we've set this budget. What we're planning to do is true them up for anything that's already occurred and then do it on a month-by-month basis. Now, there will be a lag, which is why we hadn't done it historically, but they feel like they're in a good, solid financial position where they can absorb that lag. So the reason there is a lag is, so we're in the month of August right now. The August hotel stays, they must submit their hot tax to the city by the 10th of the following month. Okay, so we don't even get the dollars, and then we have a third-party administrator, so it takes a little bit of time. So it's about the middle of the following month before we even understand what revenue looked like from the prior month. So we would have to wait till we got those actual numbers and then pay them essentially in arrears on a month-by-month basis. So this may start to look a little bit more normal going forward in the future, but the last few years, the true-up piece of that has really made these numbers swing.
I guess I meant, because I thought when we were discussing the Civic Center, kind of you have the hot tax bucket, debt comes out first, Civic Center supplement comes out second, and then whatever's left over, CVB gets.
So no, so that is, so what we have is we split it in half. Debt service comes out first, but when we split it in half, of the half associated with CVB, they pay 1.1 million to debt service. The city pays everything else out of their half of the split. Then the city covers the Civic Center subsidy out of the city's half of the split. CVB does not contribute at all on that. Yep. That would, that essentially could be an option, but again, we talked about, the cons of that is that could hurt our hot tax going forward because they are our voice out there trying to promote tourism here in the city.
And then of our half that we don't use for the Civic Center?
So if whatever we don't use on the subsidy at the Civic Center rolls into capital dollars for the Civic Center. And that's what we talked about the other day, that we don't have any for next year. Right. But they are looking to be funded, and it was approved yesterday by the Amarillo Potter Events Venue District Board. So y'all will see it in September for your approval, but they approved to fund $615,000 of a capital project over at the Civic Center for some improvements related to the flooring for football and hockey. Okay, yeah, but the city does not have anything in the budget for capital for next year. Thank you for that. That was very good questions.
Questions on city manager's budget, guys?
One other thing I just wanted to note, just to make sure you were all aware, is we do have a community service. I'm trying to think what his team. I'm looking at Floyd. So Justin Opal, I saw him. There he is. Okay, and so he and his staff live inside the city manager's department budget as well. He's our development customer service coordinator, and then there's a development services project coordinator, and then also an administrative technician that reside in the city manager's budget and are definitely an arm of the city manager's office out there working in our community. So go ahead, Floyd. Andrew.
The Development Services Project Coordinator is funded through the PIDS.
Thank you.
That position is funded through the PIDS, and it manages PIDS. 100% of that position's time is PIDS. 50% of Justin's salary is funded through the PIDS.
Yeah, and then as far as the coordinator role, that was created years ago and put in the city manager's office to try and be a liaison between departments. Doesn't report to planning or building safety or CP&DE. It's kind of its own go-between, so it could be impartial working through those customer services challenges.
Do we ever get a reporting on this? You said you're going to change the name from Muriel Artwork.
Oh, yes.
And do we get a reporting on that?
So on the neighborhood funds, yes. So, well, I'll let Andrew.
So we've got an oversight committee as well. Now it's Mayor and Councilmember Simpson that serve on that with 2 representatives from the county. They meet almost monthly to kind of give direction and oversight of where those expenditures will go. It kind of sets the work plan based on working with planning as the staff liaison on that one. But then, yeah, anytime we're happy to present at council quarterly or biannually just to give you all an update on how the neighborhoods are doing. We try and take that opportunity anytime they have a neighborhood recognition ordinance that comes up or any special projects just to show how they're doing.
Anything further, council? Anything on this side, guys? Okay. Really appreciate you guys being here. Appreciate all you do. hope to see y'all again. We'll get down to your department. So would love a field trip one day, kind of see where y'all are located. Yeah. Okay, so you want to go to engagement?
So we are wanting to go on to capital projects and development engineering, and we've got Jackson here to come up, and let me find the page real quick. This is similar to our public works department. I say similar in the fact it's kind of an oversight department for a lot of areas, and I'll let Jackson go into it. And this is also Kyle Sneederjohn's area, and without sharing too much, I think he was taking a kid to college possibly this week, and so really was upset he couldn't join us for this, but kind of had that hard prior commitment. And so if you want to turn in your books to page 603. And again, this is certainly a smaller, relatively speaking, budget. We've got they're the oversight area, but they also have like our engineering operations inside. Jackson, do you want to give us just a quick overview on it?
Yeah, thank you. Jackson Zahara, city engineer. I work under Kyle as the director of our department. Capital projects and development engineering. The name really says what it is. There's kind of two parts there. Capital projects being the design and construction management of the capital projects that the different departments have in their capital plan that are assigned to us to manage, and then development being private money as a regulatory oversight by our department for development of public infrastructure, basically private money building infrastructure to become public, to become owned by the city. Streets, drainage, water, sewer. And so that staff is full service engineering staff. So engineers, designers, we've got right-of-way management staff, and then the admin staff to support that.
So one thing to note on this department, if you look up at the top, it has two department numbers. Right under the name is the 1415 and the comma 52115. So it's proportionally funded from public. The public works side is the general fund. That's the 1415. The 52115 is the utility side, the enterprise fund side. So they are proportionally funded from their work off what they do for utilities versus general fund. And so to a little more clarification on that, the bid projects, Western Street, for example, is the construction projects management that type of project, the installation of the additional water mains, replacement water mains, they manage that. The public improvements, as he said, that's the process for subdivision developers to provide those improvements to the city for their subdivisions. That's both inside and outside the city limits. That's in the ETJ as well, inside this budget. So that piece of project management, where we provide subdivision management under subdivision law in the state of Texas in the ETJ, resides in this budget.
Thank you.
Do we need to continue the ECJ?
There's been discussions on that. So when that was created, if I can be quick on this topic, I'll try to be brief on this topic. And then in the early 1960s, the annexation laws were created such that the cities had a lot of authority and power in annexations, and there was a combination of the voluntary and involuntary annexations. So if a parcel of property not adjacent to the city wanted to annex, the city had the authority to annex that in between. So, and I'm going back in history so that you understand how the recent changes in legislation and laws impact this process. So in 2002 is when the 2001 legislation created the requirement that there be an agreement to manage the ETJs based off not having dual authority in an ETJ. In other words, prior to that legislation, both the county and the city had regulatory authority within the ETJ of some level. Obviously, it was arguable who had which authority and what was driving the train. So in 2002, after that legislation in 2001, the city of Amarillo, along with the 4 counties that are involved, Randall, Potter, Armstrong, and Carson, signed ETJ agreements. A little portion of Carson and Armstrong are in our ETJ 5 mile. So those were signed and agreed to that the city rules would apply with a significant review component from the counties. So up to today, the last few legislative sessions have dramatically impacted that. First off, in the 2017 legislation, it pretty much eliminated the involuntary annexation component. So why this is important is that the purpose of the city managing in the ETJ was because they would eventually annex. Okay, so back to the 1963, you wanted the idea was that the cities would manage this because it was almost guaranteed that they would annex at some point, and they wanted that infrastructure improved. So with the 2017 legislation and then subsequent legislation, as we see it keep coming out over the 19, 21, and now the 23 legislation, it keeps minimizing the city's authority to annex, number one, and number two, what authority we have in the ETJs, and then what, basically right now, Brian's not in here, but the legislation, Andrew, if I'm correct, did pass where an individual owner can withdraw from the ETJ. That did pass. So any given landowner in the ETJ right now today could withdraw from the ETJ. That would make them outside of our contract because our contract calls for the ETJ. So you can see that the legislature is pulling back our authority. Without the opportunity to force that annexation, we're not apt to annex something with a gap, okay? So I'm saying the reasons for the agreement to exist and the expenditure of resources by city taxes are continually to be minimized, our benefit. We used to see the benefit that we're going to annex that and we're going to own that, so we should manage it. Now it's much more in question as to whether something that's already existing would be annexed. In other words, if that property owner doesn't want to be annexed now, it's not going to happen. So my suggestion is that we look at that and consider that no longer is the factors that created the interlocal agreement in 2002, those conditions have changed dramatically, and that should be looked at and addressed. There's a significant portion of what they do. Right now there's 33, 34 ongoing subdivisions in the county that we're managing.
Yes.
Okay. So you take that amount of resources and you could shift that back inside the city and that's what city taxes are paying for, managing construction projects in those subdivisions outside the city. Okay. So if depending on the perspective and your understanding of where we want the goal of that to be, but that's a potential for city-funded resources to be moved back inside the city to manage existing projects, whether it's subdivisions or construction projects. In their big picture, what you see is that we're doing a lot of our larger construction projects with external consultants for inspection and those types of things. That's the same thing that their crew does out in the county. So there's opportunity to have less cost on a project because we do it internal versus an external consultant. There's opportunity here to look at that, and there's different opinions about that. But I think globally, even the counties would identify that, and most of this is in Randall County, the county would identify that the process is not working well. And how do you solve that? There are different ways to solve it. Obviously, I think the county's opinion is that we maintain the agreement and maintain expending this funds and resources in the county, but yet we have to evaluate what are we gaining from it. And with annexation changes, I would argue that very little would we ever gain. Once a subdivision is created now, each landowner has the right not to annex. And can you imagine a section of land with 400 landowners? There's no way that 100% of those would annex. So that's my argument, that the purpose of the agreements, the core purpose of those agreements has changed dramatically.
Oh, go ahead. Well, I just wanted to jump in real quick, and then we'll go to your question, but I think I just want to identify a potential problem, and then there's a solution, but I want to make sure we're forward thinking. So the reason that it's good to have an ETJ is because you control some of the standards that you allow in the way these developments come on, in some of the infrastructure that's implemented. You are protecting certain residents from certain nuisances. You have compatibility in zoning, things like that. So there's some control that we used to get to exercise that allowed us for future growth, but then also allowed us for just good planning in knowing that the city was going to grow south or it's going to grow, west or wherever. What we're identifying is that we could still implement certain policies and standards that control these through our counties, through the standards that they've adopted, through the state as well. So the question really is being asked, do we need the additional oversight in what we're observing and potentially accepting on behalf of these counties when we truly have no authority to ever annex? Meaning if you cannot annex that new residential development, it'll never have curb and gutter. It'll never have any infrastructure any different than the well and septic that was placed there. So you're not going to grow your city over that area. And so what is our role best supported? How do we protect ourselves from allowing substandard things that could cause us all problems one day? But at the same time, why are we spending resources and working to approve things that aren't necessarily underneath our authority? So can you speak to that from your department?
So, probably what I could, I agree with your assessment of that. The likelihood of those things being annexed and becoming city-owned infrastructure is probably very low. As far as a money standpoint of that, for the last 5 years, our revenue minus expenditures on that ETJ development has been about $200,000 a year from our department budget. That's the deficit that's gone to more or less subsidize that ETJ development. Yes.
From what your fees are to provide this?
Yes, from the fees. So, that comes from the development review fees that the developers pay.
So
but it's not a cost recovery at this point.
Okay, so in the way in which we're charging a fee to do this, then also the county is doing the same job again, correct? They have the same departmental oversight.
Let me weigh in there. Go ahead, you answer your part. And
Okay, well, we don't both govern the ETJ. So the agreement would say that if it's in the ETJ, then we govern. They do not. We would still solicit the county for their comments because they're going to own that infrastructure, but we can't both govern that. Is that what
that's part of the answer. The other, yes. So back to the 2001 legislation that eliminated dual management. Okay, so the actual authority then lies in the agreement for the city to manage. It does allow and provide for the county to make those comments and suggestions. Now, in any case where those comments or requests exceed the city policy. It is strictly the ability of the city to negotiate with the contract, with the developer. There's no legal authority for us to enforce it, and that has created some conflicts in the process. So if we were asked to exceed our standards on anything, then it's a negotiation where we can ask the developer to agree to it, but we have no legal authority to force that. And so there's a different perception. That some perceptions are that we have the authority to exceed our regulations, and we don't believe that. And the current legislation is making individuals more liable for that. So we see that the conditions within this. But I wanted to also add, from 2002 to now, back in 2002 when these agreements were made, I'm not aware of the counties having anywhere close to our level, same level as the city of Amarillo's subdivision resources, whether that's staff, consultants, or whatever resources that they had. It's different today. The counties have, outside the ETJ, they manage the entire process themselves at a very similar level. The standards and specifications that our counties have adopted since 2002 are almost identical to our suburban standards. So you would not see a product that's hardly any different, maybe 2 feet different in a road. Right away, ours is 120 feet, and theirs is 60 feet on an arterial. Those are the types of things that aren't exactly the same. The request that we hear a lot is to have unified specs. Well, it's really hard to have the same requirement inside of the city as it does in a county and have that unified. In other words, do we want more restrictions on our developers inside that the counties have outside, or less? Let's just say, what would Bell Street look like if it was only a 60-foot right-of-way? You think the light's bad now, that would be horrible. So 120-foot right-of-way is essential for our arterial system and our plan to work. And so unifying completely would be a huge challenge. And that's a request that we unify, but yet how do you match the urban condition on an urban arterial is different than a suburban arterial on a suburban in a suburban area, and so those things are where the conflicts arise and differences of opinion arise. And again, those are all workable, and we work to the best solution that we can. However, why are we doing it when there's going to be no benefit for the city? That's what the legislation really is driving this, the state and their input. Does that answer your question, Mayor?
Yes, sir. So you answered the question. It brings forward a few other questions. Yep. We'll try not to labor this point too much because I know it's not necessarily budget related outside of the subsidized amount. But
sure.
Does the county currently have standards that exceed the city standards in this ETJ area?
It's hard to say exceed in this world. They're different. Let's for example, they require a driveway permit to access the right-of-way. And we don't have the exact same thing because we have a permit process, but we don't provide for culverts on our arterials. And so different. It's hard to say exceed. If you're the developer and you're required to put in this massive culvert, you would say it exceeds. But in the city, you would have the access that you have to have for an arterial. So I think both developers would say each one exceeds the other one in requirement. So that's what's at play. It's just different. It's not necessarily right, wrong. It's different. And that urban setting versus the suburban setting is the main difference in that. And it gets into all kinds of things, including flood studies and everything related to subdivisions.
I think the big issue here is can we safely remove ourselves from this ETJ without causing ourselves a future problem? Meaning, can we be forward-looking and thinking enough that we have policies and standards that are in place that are being reliant upon the county to implement, so that if you take that additional authority away, which truly we're identifying we don't have, but we still have a responsibility in this role, in this process. So are we doing the same job twice that doesn't change anything? And if so, then let's move, in the direction of reducing our footprint there. But then if we can identify a risk, then the potential risk that we could eliminate in oversight, it far outweighs the $200,000. Because we could have a large risk out there that could cost millions of dollars in something, in infrastructure in the future. Needless to say, all that comes down to state legislation and what they've deemed we will comply under and with. So we need to know a little bit more. I know we're not trying to solve this problem right here, but you're identifying $200,000 worth of potential savings if we were to reduce the oversight there in the review.
And I would say that as far as the engineering component, that's our component. I mean, there's other departments involved in this, being planning or most any of the development services departments are at least somewhat involved in that.
Let's just take our drainage utility fee. Like you're working on that as well. I mean, that's engineering. So now that's coming out of a different, pay source. But like we would see additional savings, or it's all cumulative in that $200,000.
That's pretty cumulative. I would say the drainage portion really is that's for new construction. That's wrapped into that review fee. There really isn't maintenance or expenditures of actual projects in the ETJ by city funds. So I think that.
But you could see this benefit in drainage or water utilities, which are enterprise funds. You could see that those resources of that $200,000 that are being allocated outside in the county, they could potentially be served internal to those enterprise funds.
I think it's a level of service issue. I mean, we could better serve our inside the city developers and development engineering, as well as on the capital side then too.
Well, that was my question. Efficiency for your department. If you didn't have that, I mean, it improved greatly. Yes,
it would improve. I mean, I feel like we're doing a pretty good job on the development side, keeping ahead and meeting deadlines. I think where we've been suffering lately on that is probably on the capital side. And so, yeah, I would see that as to your point, a efficiency thing within our department and level of service.
Okay, perfect. Thanks.
Mayor, there was one other state law that we'll have to analyze a little bit that will make us more proactive with talking those landowners to see, is there an interest in annexing? And now they maybe don't have to be adjacent, because now they're allowing you to use roads and annex the roads to get to them, which is a little opposite of what we've been allowed to do in the past, so we still got to analyze that some. But it seems like that's an alternative that, yeah, it's the ETJ, but we would just proactively annex them and then our standards apply. So it's just a partnership versus you have to build it this way in hopes that we might annex you in the future, which we won't if it doesn't have the utilities in place. So that could give us a little more flexibility to be proactive.
I see a great deal of benefit. Go ahead, sir.
Oh, no, finish that.
A great deal of benefit in trying to work alongside of our developers in not looking at, let's annex you one day if. Let's look at, okay, what do you need for us to be able to annex you now? What does the law allow for? And then how do we work with you so that we can provide water, we can provide sewer, we can provide the services that we want. We can also capitalize on that property tax increase, revenue, and growth. And then, retail is sales tax. So these are all things that we need to be conscientious of. But the way you do this is less through statutes and regulation and more through relationship and partnership with your developers. So how we move forward in finding those policies that complement our counties so that we're hopefully we're helping them and having some consistencies. how we bring in drainage and things like that for future, so that 30 or 40 years from now, a future council doesn't have pumping issues, on the south side of town. And then how we grow with this along with our developers, rather than kind of ostracizing them of like, well, y'all just go do whatever you can get by with. And we'll finally stamp it after we've ran it through the ringer 4 or 5 times, and then the county's still going to have an issue, but we can't really reconcile. So it's a toxic is somewhat of a harsh word, but it's kind of a toxic setup for everybody involved. And I think we're willing to hear it out and talk through it. So we welcome the future discussion on this. We know it'll come back, but in the budgetary item, we appreciate you showing us what you're seeing there.
Sure. One other thing I was going to add about a new law. I think our construction plan review fees and our revenues are shown conservatively there. There's a law basically that's changing how we can calculate those development review fees and basically emphasizing cost recovery. And so I would anticipate as we work, we'll have to work on an ordinance change for that. And as we work on that, potentially that could increase the revenue side of our budget.
And as we brought an ordinance change back to City Council, we might hopefully have a better idea of what that might look like from a revenue standpoint, and we can cover it at that point in time once we seek authorization from council to change the ordinance.
Thank you.
And one other item I wanted to see if Jackson might could cover is there is a supplemental request for $25,000 related to professional. Are you aware of that request?
Yeah.
So, and if you could maybe speak to that as well.
So that is to cover. I think what we had is contractual services. It's essentially document management and storage. We've got a vault here at City Hall that we need to get old records out of and archived, more or less. We've also got a storage of some equipment here at City Hall that we need to that we'll need to find a better spot for.
So potentially on that could be needed for a budget year or possibly a couple of budget years until they complete that project, and then may not need that funding going forward. So, but we could look at that in future years.
We had, I think pre-COVID, we had typically had that in our budget for just document management and, and maybe
as an ongoing.
As somewhat ongoing. Not saying it'll still be needed, but I think that was maybe
we could evaluate it, I guess,
we
going
could
forward as we kind of knock out some of these big scale projects.
Evaluate it, but I think we've just, for the last couple of years, we've been somewhat stagnant on getting that done.
Okay, great.
A lot of moving parts.
A lot of moving parts on this one. Do we have specific questions at this time from council, or are you guys okay with moving forward with a future discussion setup that we know is going to impact this budget? Okay, everybody good on this side? Jackson, thank you for being here.
Appreciate it.
I do know we've got, it's 12:15, I know we've got lunch. We could take 15 minutes to grab lunch, come back, and try to get here, I say 12:30, which will really be about 12:45 by the time everybody gets finished chewing. Start heading this way back around 12:30. Let's get back into a good discussion, 12:45. That would leave us hour and a half roughly.
Yes.
And you want to tackle.
We have 4 departments left.
That's it?
We are very, very close.
I see we
and
got
3 of those are heavily grant funded. And so you will be looking at those again as those grant awards are coming
And
forward later.
we can do WIC, public health. I don't know about vital stats. Are they, vital stats is separate?
It's very small. We can talk through that probably in 10 minutes. So.
Perfect.
Yep.
Okay, well, our
and
goal
then
is
transit.
to get through.
And then transit,
Yes, our goal is to get through all of those. If not, we'll take whatever's left in the morning. Poor Casey makes it to every meeting. I think she's been prompted to be here, and we've pushed her every time. So, like, hopefully it won't be a Thursday. It's a Wednesday for you finally. So if we can, we're going to go ahead and break, and then we'll start heading this way 12:30. Thank you. Man, we're making good progress. So we have a quorum back here. We're missing one, but we're good to go ahead and move forward. I'm going to call us back in now, and then give Miss Laura Storrs a minute to get seated and go ahead and call up. I think we're going to go ahead and do public health if that's right.
Yes. Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, so we'll have public health come forward and turn. Hang on just a second. If you'll turn to page 721. 721. We've got several departments that fall under our public health team. A couple of quick things for me to note before there's questions, or if Casey has some pertinent things that she wants to add. As a reminder, your public health department is funded by grants, and anything that is not covered by grants is funded by the Amarillo Hospital District. And so I believe this year we've got funding of around $2 million coming in from Amarillo Hospital District. And then I believe everything else is fully grant funded. And what we do as we're shaping their budgets is at times they may not have what the full grant award is going to be. So they put their best estimate forward. But as the grants, there's multiple grants that reside inside the public health department. As those grants individually need to be approved, we will bring those forward to City Council. So please note that these are just estimates, and so the actual grant dollars will dictate what their budget is going forward. There are also all the grants come with strict requirements. So if you take the money, you have to do certain things. So in most cases, we do not have the option of what we do with those dollars. We have to meet certain criteria. Otherwise, we do not get the grant funding. And so again, they are part of the city. And so we put them in our budget, but again, these numbers will change. But again, you will have authorization for each of those grant funds as they come forward throughout the year. And they come at various times throughout the year as well. So with that, Casey, do you have anything you'd like to add?
Just as an example, we'll be bringing our refugee health budget in the next couple of weeks as soon as we get that from USCRI, our grantor. So you'll be seeing that in the next couple of weeks. And we do anticipate we have a little bit of a change, so it'll go up a little bit. Our funding will.
So maybe just real quick from a historical standpoint, I believe our public health department and also our WIC department used to reside under our Amarillo Hospital District many, many years ago. Then as there was a change that came forward and the hospital district sold Northwest Texas Hospital to UHS, and retained the dollars to pay for indigent care, then I believe those services with public health and with WIC came under the city of Amarillo. But that is why hospital district continued to partially fund public health, because again, the Amarillo Hospital District covers both the city of Amarillo and Potter County in its entirety, and their state-directed purpose is to fund indigent care. Okay, and there are state definitions related to that. But along with that, they have a mission to help with the overall health of the community, and so that is why they have historically always provided funding to public health. That's changed a little bit over the years, and I won't get into details on that, but there used to be a program that was a fantastic program that was basically an intergovernmental transfer matching program to state. It was a state Medicaid program, I believe.
It's 1115 Medicaid waiver program.
Yes, and it was a fantastic program where the hospital district for about 10 years, I believe, was transferring dollars over to the state, and then the state would pay that back almost twofold, I believe, back in.
It was about a 40-60 match.
Okay, 40-60 match. And there were certain deliverables that they had to achieve. It was mainly related to immunizations, I believe, and there was another program, but I don't remember. ARAD. Okay, so a alcohol and drug recovery program. But that ceased about a year ago, 2 years ago.
right, about
Okay.
a year and a half ago.
And so now, hospital district, instead of funding into that state program, because that state program does not exist anymore, they just cover the shortfall that the grants cannot cover from the public health standpoint. And then, Casey, did you have anything else you kind of important you wanted to note, or go over a couple of top things maybe in your area, and then we'll allow for some questions?
Sure. I think that it's important to know just the kind of wide variety of services that our team provides. We have an incredible team of 49 professional staff. We provide a wide range of very specific services, so from tuberculosis to maternal child health. So since November, our team has provided 297 car seats into our community, so that's 297 kiddos who are now safely in their car seats and won't be going to emergency departments if they're in a car crash. So that's really an important program. We provide cribs for families that need that service, so they have a safe place for their babies to sleep. We have a number of coalitions that we're part of, that we facilitate, so that's a great resource for our community. So lots and lots of great work that's being done in the community and by our staff. We just have a really incredible team, a very passionate team. They love the work that they do, so we're excited to be serving you all and be serving our community in doing that work. Happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Questions from council? Have you had enough time to
Dig into it. I can get you talking for a minute while
Sure.
they're looking.
All 24 budgets. It's
Is there 24 in here that you have laid out?
Yeah, we so it's good work.
It's a lot. Tell us a little bit about your refugee population. So are we first per capita in the nation or second?
So that is certainly a statistic that, and we were for a while. I'd have to do the math now, but and look into that. But we have 2 volunteer resettlement agencies that work with our federal government to resettle refugees in our community, and they do a great job. Our portion of that work is the medical screening portion. So within 90 days of arrival, we provide a medical screening service or appointment for our newly arrived refugees. And so and that, again, like Laura said, with those grants come a set of deliverables, and so it's a very prescripted appointment. And so just like when you go to your doctor's appointment, there's blood work done, so we draw cholesterol and a CBC and a Chem 12 and provide vaccines and do a wide range of an appointment there. We also want to make sure that we're connecting them to services and making needed referrals. Turns out our medical system is complicated. You guys may have noticed that, and so we want to make sure that they have a smooth transition into our medical system. And so one of the services that we're able to provide through our grant is an interpreter for their first appointment into their medical home, so that they have a good baseline appointment wherever their medical home is going to be. So we do that for a couple reasons. One, to be established in the medical community, and 2, so that if there are any conditions that we need to pick up on quickly, diabetes or cholesterol or any kind of chronic care conditions that we need to pick up on quickly, or communicable diseases that we need to be able to treat quickly before folks go to work, then we can do that. We can provide that service.
Talk to us just a little bit about the Amarillo Hospital District, maybe how that is sitting outside of everything. That was it 2%? Was that?
So, Amarillo Hospital District, prior to, I believe it was 1996, before they sold the hospital, they used to levy a property tax. So once they sold the hospital, which was I guess you refer to them as like county hospital. The hospital, which was Northwest Texas Hospital, they sold it to Universal Healthcare Systems, and then they retained all of those dollars, and they have been paying for indigent care services since then and have not been levying a property tax since '96. The goal with the Amarillo Hospital District is the current indigent care agreement has been extended out to 2036. It's at a flat amount annually that is paid quarterly into UHS from Amarillo Hospital District. The goal is that they will not levy a property tax until the end of the current indigent care agreement. So if you think about that, you're talking 40 years without having to levy a property tax. And so it's certainly been a benefit to our citizens. But we will have to work with the state legislator in the next few sessions to essentially get a carve out in state law to allow the Amarillo Hospital District to start levying a property tax again. You guys are well versed on property tax laws now, so you know you can only go up 3.5% or it goes to an election. Well, anything above zero is going to be more than a 3.5% increase, which would push it to an election. But it's something that entity is mandated by state law to provide those indigent care services, healthcare services. And so we will have to work with the state legislator to allow them to start assessing a property tax without going to an election. And so that's something that we will be talking a lot more about going forward. But again, it is not having any impact on our current citizens because those dollars were obtained back in the late 90s. Does that help a little bit?
I think so. I think I'm just trying to get a little background.
Yes, but it is a completely separate entity. It's a separate taxing entity. I mean, they are a taxing entity. You all do appoint their board. You also approve their budget. So we have a hospital district meeting this coming Tuesday morning where we will work with them to get their budget approved, and then you all will see it in September at one of your September meetings, and you will have to approve it. So kind of similar to AEDC, sort of.
A little bit.
Yeah, a little bit, but a different funding mechanism.
Then, AEDC has a percentage that
Yes.
was sales tax that would be the city's. In this particular instance, it would have been just another tax.
That is correct.
Taxing entity.
That is correct.
And then, so a little bit of confusion, I think, is really where kind of how it's structured in the authority. So like, we appoint their board,
Yes.
but then the Public Health Authority, which is Todd Bell, correct?
Yes.
So Dr. Todd Bell was here and he spoke, and so I know he has an interest in making sure that we're working well and that we have the budget that we need, but I'm probably still a little unclear on maybe where that authority is. So is he appointed by their board and then we appoint the board? Is he hired? How does that work?
So I'll just quickly tell a distinction, but I'm going to let Casey go into more of the health authority side of it because they are two very separate things. Hospital districts are tasked with providing indigent care services. And so I believe Randall County has a hospital district for outside the city of Amarillo piece. And then our Amarillo Hospital District only covers city of Amarillo and then all of Potter County on out into the county. But again, all they are tasked with is they are required to provide indigent health care services. So on the other side of that, we do have a public health authority, and I will let Casey go into details about that.
So we, in our updated cooperative agreement, which is updated to reflect current state law, our health authority is appointed by the director of the public health district, which would be myself. Mm-hmm.
So I think the confusion sometimes comes in with like the state, and kind of how that works. And so the hospital district sits outside alone. We appoint their board. They have a budget that exists for indigent care and reimbursements and things like that. However, everything under public health is through our department, which you're the director of, and then you appoint that public health authority, which is always a doctor that meets certain criteria, right? And it changes from time to time, but for the most part.
Correct.
Okay.
And we have a contract through Texas Tech to provide that service.
Okay. So it is a paid position, and
it is.
He's allowed to be there full time, and
It's a part-time.
Okay.
It's a part-time contract through Texas Tech. So if he's no longer able to serve, like if he moves, just like we had with Dr. Milton, he moved, and so our contract stipulates that if Dr. Bell were to move, then they would provide us another health authority until the time that we appointed a new health authority. And typically, it's always been within that Texas Tech healthcare system because that's kind of where that contract lies, and it's really a very advantageous contract for the city.
And very, very functional. No, no changes required. No different vision moving forward. All kind of as is.
Absolutely.
Okay. I have just a few questions, and then I'll hand it off. So I noticed going through these budgets, a lot of them have professional services broken down. And I think if we added it up, it'd be a pretty large number. And so tell me, what all does that professional services describe, versus one department or one grant versus another?
Sure. So in that professional services line item, it's going to be our health authority contract. And so we break that up over different contracts, like our tuberculosis contract. We're able to bill for Dr. Bell's time. We also have several deputy health authorities. So if Dr. Bell is out of town, he would then designate one of our deputy health authorities. And so we have contracts with multiple different deputy health authorities that would serve in his absence. And so we would, if they needed to serve, and we've had this in the last several years. We had our health authority was out of the country, and we had a tuberculosis situation, so we needed deputy health authority time, and so we would pay for that service out of this professional line item. We also have different services that we need to provide through our Hanson's contract that we would pay for, maybe orthotics for a patient, or different professional services that we would incur for patients.
So not to create any paperwork, but I think it's good if, our public health department is evidenced by all the many things that you do. So a lot of times I think what you do is not told. It's not really fully understood. I think there's a clinic idea. We have a clinic here we could go to. Then there's this hospital district idea. And then, what the public can see is just large amounts of grant monies that come through. So some of the negatives that I get are grant info and criteria. So I think moving forward, this council would be very well served if we were to be educated more so on, like, hey, these are the grants that we're accepting. This is for our refugee population. This is what it's doing, and this is why it's needed. And then here's the criteria that we're going to meet. So I think that would be helpful. And then I think the budget for the hospital district is going to go to speak to a lot of the other professional items, right? So did I hear you say that right?
So the hospital district is what makes our department whole. So for like our TB grant, if a tuberculosis grant is a certain amount, it's like, I think we have one of our grants is like $53,000, and so, but our expenses are higher than that. So the hospital district would
pay it off.
Would pay that balance.
Okay.
Yeah.
There's certain things that they have to operate with to provide some of the grant services, but the grant dollars won't necessarily cover all of it, and that's where hospital district steps in to help cover kind of those differences.
Okay. I think that'll be helpful. I know we'll learn a lot through the hospital district budget and some of that, and then anything else that you can educate us on. We don't really get to come and do a field trip with you like we can with Floyd, so when you go to the water treatment facility, you learn a great deal, and you see everything, and you're like, oh, okay, I see why this is millions of dollars. For you guys, it's much more evident it's less evident when you're doing a good job. So when you're doing a good job, we're all healthy, everybody's happy. We don't quite notice it, The only other thing that I had, and I'll hand it off, was incentive breakdown. I know we had an incentive line in a few of these. Just want to know maybe what that incentive is. What do you,
Sure.
What are you
If that's in our HIV prevention contract,
It was in workforce as well, I think.
okay. So in that HIV prevention contract, I can speak to that one first, but it is for testing. So it's one of the strategies that the state asks us to use for testing. So we are able to provide small incentives to patients in different settings to encourage testing.
To come and get tested for different things. So HIV is an incentive to be tested so that you prevent further outbreak. Or
Correct.
Okay,
Correct.
great. I think little bits of knowledge and information like that, the more the public hears and knows that, the better
Absolutely.
for us. Council, y'all have questions on these?
So are these kind of just revolving grants, or, are you trying to seek out new grants every year? Kind of, what's the process on that?
Yes and yes. So many of our grants we've had for years and years. Our immunization grant we've had for more than 20 years. Our HIV prevention grant we've had for more than 20 years. And then we've got some newer grants. So our DIS grant is a newer grant. So we're always looking for new opportunities. We also have a great relationship with the state. And so they will often reach out to us when there is a new opportunity as well. So yes, we are certainly always looking to offset the costs to the hospital district. We want to be less and less of a
burden
to rely less and less on that.
Okay.
So
Thank you.
absolutely.
Other questions, guys?
Just a couple, and maybe this first one will be for Laura, and I'm just looking kind of not down to specifics, but generalities. When we look at the funding for what they do, how does that break down globally for all these different budgets? Is it X percentage from grants? Again, I'm just looking for a ballpark.
So I think it's a smaller portion of each of the grants. It varies from grant to grant. In their administrative department, where their administrative functions reside, I think the bulk of that is covered by hospital district funding. I'm looking at Casey to ensure that that's correct. But then other than that, all their specific grants, there's smaller portions that are being provided by the hospital district.
Absolutely.
And then these various programs that we participate in, are any of these mandated that we must participate? Or are they all things that we choose, or like you say, the state reaches out to?
So yes and no. So in Texas there's what's called the notifiable conditions list, and so there's about 88 conditions on that notifiable conditions list, and conditions like salmonella, tuberculosis, all of the STDs are on that list, and so we, as a public health district, we're required to do the work of that notifiable conditions list. And so as we have grant funding to provide us the funding to do the work, that is mandated. For programs like our maternal child health program that provides opportunities for us to do our Safe Kids work, that does our cribs and car seats, that isn't necessarily mandated, but it's certainly best practices for public health to be part of, or our community and clinical health bridge grant that lets us do work in chronic disease prevention. Our reset team, again, that's not mandated, but still very much best practice work for the health of our community.
And then I know we heard last week of STD issues that are going on in the community. Kind of what's going on with that, and are there other major health issues or things? I mean, I'm sure there's constant of all things, but anything that's other things that are on the horizon that are going to be a challenge from a health community perspective?
Mm-hmm. So there's a couple of concerns around STDs. One of them, and the physicians mentioned syphilis. One of the concerns is bicillin. There's a national shortage of bicillin, and so we're required to prioritize bicillin to pregnant women, and so our other patients that need that treatment we're providing doxycycline, and so that certainly makes it a challenge. because bicillin is, a one injection, and that's the treatment. Doxy it can be, 2 weeks of Doxy is tougher to take. So that certainly makes it a challenge. Some of the other things that we face on an ongoing basis are enteric diseases like Salmonella, Shigella, Campylobacter. So those are things that we work with every day, and we never know what day there might be an outbreak. So that team is always doing great work. And we work very closely with other departments as well. So on those foodborne illnesses, we work very closely with environmental health, communicating. We also are, we work very closely with animal management and welfare when we're talking about rabies and different conditions. And so I think a very prepared team is the very best thing that we can have.
Thank you, Les. Any other questions? So just to hit a few highlights. Overall, if you're granted excess dollars, what do the remaining funds go to? Or are we required to spend all the grant monies, or does the state withhold? Are they reimbursements? Kind of speak to that.
So they're all reimbursement grants, and so we are, and that's reimbursed on a monthly basis. So whatever our expenditures are that month, we're reimbursed. So if we happen to not spend all of the money that we're allocated, then it just stays at the state level. We try to make sure that we're spending right up to the amount on those grants that we know cover all of our expenses. Many grants we know, like our tuberculosis grant we talked about, we know that we will exceed that amount and tap into the Amarillo Hospital District side of the budget. But we try to go right up to the limit, but not over, because we know that those dollars are important to our community.
Right. So that's good to know. So I would just take one that's probably the one I take the most questions on, which is like our COVID, DSHS lids, IMM, and COVID-19 here. We have, projection roughly request 2.5 million. Professional down there is at 2 million. So speak to that in the way of, we're hoping and praying we don't see any return of COVID. And so we have it in a future budget here for 23-24. So what is this? How does this work for you? Why is this needed, and what are you forecasting here?
So those professional dollars are for our communications contract and for surge staff. And so we have our temporary staffing, and so our plan is to keep those staff on until the duration of the contract, which will expend those dollars. I think it's important to keep people employed and to have, again, a well-trained team. And then our communications contract goes through the end of the contract period.
Okay. And
so
the
for that specific line item, it's pretty much spoken for.
Right. The communications, we've visited with you before, and that's something that we're still waiting to kind of get, some COVID plus is what we talked about, like some additional messaging, some additional things that you can get out into the community for health and wellness.
Right. And we received that contract amendment back just not long ago. And so, what the state did is it's fairly limited in scope. And so when we had verbal communication with the state, they indicated that we would have more latitude when we got the contract. What they did is they replaced the word COVID vaccine with vaccine. And so it's very limited in scope. What we can't do is advertise COVID only, but what we have to do is advertise, educate, work through kind of all ACIP vaccines. And COVID is one of those. And so, like, if we're going to have a back-to-school clinic, we might say, come get all of your back-to-school vaccines, MMR, varicella, Tdap, meningitis, COVID, like, as included in the list, but not COVID standalone.
So, speaking to this, wouldn't spend any of the money if you didn't need it. Right? Like, so that's something that's budgeted, the state's allocated it, you've got it budgeted in, but if we go through a good fall and healthy respiratory, we don't see any of this, then you just wouldn't have the expenses, so we wouldn't be going back for those reimbursements, correct?
Right, and most of that is staffing, and so.
And so you had said surge, so I'm curious, do we still have like surge nurses that are still staffed? And if so, what are you doing with them,
Yes.
over the summer?
So we do still have our temporary staff on site, so we're still, we still have clinics, and because the contract has been expanded to all vaccines, it's not COVID specific. And so we're doing outreach for all vaccines now. It's very expansive in its scope now with regard to all vaccines.
Okay, and so you have an increase in staff that terms out in 25, is that right?
June of 24.
Of 24, so just this next year?
Right.
Okay. How many staff would we lose in June,
Right around 40.
Oh, 40 nurses that are surged?
It's nursing staff and support staff.
And support staff. And so you have plenty to do with that nursing support staff.
Yes, sir.
And then you're meeting all criteria and everything, state's happy with us, and then
Absolutely.
would you say that you could do more with that 40 staff that you've already implemented? Do you have anything else that you're able to capitalize on that you've seen some metrics like, oh, over this we've also reduced, these other issues that we had seen previously that we're not seeing now, or is it strictly for kind of the COVID issue that you're seeing?
Well, it's strictly for this particular grant. Now, it's because it's expanded to all vaccines, like we're able to use them for our back to school initiatives, and because that's a vaccine, kind of all ACIP vaccines. We can use them for flu clinics and different activities there because it's, again, a vaccine related initiative. So we're definitely looking forward to utilizing that staff for any kind of vaccine related initiatives.
Okay. My mind is just thinking through capitalizing on employees.
Absolutely.
Questions from council on any of this? No? You have anything else that you feel would be helpful to educate us on, or information you'd like to get to us, in the way of educating us more on what all your departments do? And I say we can't take a field trip. I know we can.
Okay. Absolutely. We would welcome you anytime.
Right.
I think it's important to know, and one of the things that I'd just love to share is that our department serves as a resource for the community and for our medical community. So if there's a case of tuberculosis at a hospital, our staff are the experts in that, and so that is who our medical team is going to reach out to. If there's a case of just exotic cases, so if there's a botulism concern, we are the ones who are going to secure testing and to make sure that the antitoxin is available and flown in from Atlanta to treat patients. And so we're really a great resource for our community, a team of experts that serves our community well. And so if there are, we're the only leprosy clinic from Arkansas to the Metroplex. And so if there are concerns, like you want somebody on the other end of the phone that says, yes, I can help you and I'm happy to do so. And so that's what our team does day in and day out. They well-trained, highly respected, just really servants' hearts. So I'm really proud of the work that they do every day. So if there's any time that you want to come out and see what the work that they do, all the different services, we're happy to host you. I want to thank Carol for all the work that she does every day. Just a dynamite team.
Yeah, thank you. I saw your finger on the button.
Yeah, I was just going to say in the area of health and wellness, they also do some work with other departments like library and parks. Like there's a healthy eating and exercise program that they provide through our library system. So there is a lot of work going into not just the specific diseases, but working with the community to promote healthier lifestyle.
Absolutely.
Great. Anything else, council? Anything from your side, Ms. Laura? Okay.
Nope. You will just, as a reminder, you're going to be seeing this again. So this is just an estimate at this point. So.
Yeah, we'll look for that update that came from the state from you, so we can kind of work through that issue and that piece. And then on the Amarillo Health, or I'm sorry, Amarillo Hospital
School
District.
district,
Yeah, that'll teach us a lot. So thank you so much for being
Absolutely.
here. Appreciate you. Thank you, Carol.
Excellent. All right, so I think we'd like to go ahead and do vital statistics next. It's a short and sweet one. If y'all are good with that, if you'll turn in your books to page 653, and I'm bringing Jennifer Gonzalez up. You guys probably remember her from the utility billing discussions. She runs a wide range of operations, essentially, so she does utility billing, she does 311 operations for now, and then she's also over our vital statistics area. And so I'm just going to quickly go over this, and then if you all have questions, Jennifer and I can help answer that. So our vital statistics department has historically been a huge operation of one person, and so we do have a supplemental request in to add an additional deputy registrar in. If you'll look on page 653, you'll see that revenues come in closer to $295,000 each year, and we have historically been spending anywhere from $150 to $130 each year. So there's only been one position. So this is actually a department that is putting revenue back into your general fund and I'll just put that with a disclaimer because Jennifer and her team in utility billing do support the operations of vital statistics as well. And that is something we have done historically. As you know, they're all housed right there together on the first floor, and they are serving, I would say, probably 95% of the foot traffic coming into City Hall. And it's, from what I'm hearing from Jennifer, it's about half vital statistics, half utility billing. So they are a powerful team, and they cross-train, and they have lots of efficiencies. But there are this is very, very much state regulated. So we have to do everything by the book on this. Most areas, the counties do the vital statistics, but this is something that has changed over time because we're sitting in the middle, like right on top of two split counties. And so it has been done here at the city of Amarillo. And so they're doing all the birth records, all the death records. If you need to renew your driver's license, you have to have a birth certificate now. So you got to come in and see this group. They have online services. They have walk-in services. And so if you look through the pages, you can see some of the numbers on like 654, they process, around 15,000 annual records. On the death records, that's, 4,000 to 5,000 a year. And then their statistics on how they serve people is on the kind of towards the end on 655 about lobby orders, online orders, and then certificates issued and the number of applications denied. So again, this is a very, very state mandated process. And so technically, Stephanie Coggins is actually our registrar. Is that correct? And so, but the staff is the deputy registrar, and their staff are the ones that are doing the day in, day out work. So Stephanie's got plenty on her plate, but that is a state mandated, I think, responsibility for her area. And so, as I mentioned, we've got about $64,000 in for salaries and benefits to add an additional person in to help continue to make these operations run smoothly. They do a lot of work. And so if there are questions that we could answer, we would be more than happy to. But yes, you will see their budget, all it is one person, now two if that's approved. The supplies are the paper that we legally have to print upon, and those supplies. And then there's some contractual services for the software that processes everything. And so it's a very lean budget. Questions that we can answer? Or
Anything else? Put money on the bottom line. There's no lot of questions.
So let me just make sure. So that with the new position, is there something that we are unable to do now that we would be able to do with the new position, or is it just to make things work more smoothly?
To make things work more efficiently right now.
Can you turn that on? Oh.
Sorry. To make things work more efficiently. So we have one person that is basically over all of the compliance, state-regulated compliance. And just with the number of birth certificates that we have to issue, as well as death certificates, there are also other items that they have to deal with, acknowledgement of paternity. So if they're not married, a couple's not married, and we need to add a father to the birth certificate, they have to go through state-regulated processes in order for us to do that. And it's just difficult to do that with one person.
So, but I guess we could get it, we're getting it done, but it takes longer time to do it?
It takes longer time to do it, and a big factor is that for the past 2 years, we've received the 5-star award, which is for compliance and for efficiency with issuance of certificates. I don't know that we are going to be able to meet that if we don't have additional help. There's just backlog that we are continuing to see, and with the staff that we have now provided by utility billing, it's still not enough to assist with the compliance portion of that. There's only certain things that the deputy registrar can actually do, and so hiring somebody specifically for that to assist would be beneficial for the city of Amarillo to continue with that 5-star award that we receive.
And what's the benefit of having the 5-star? I mean, I was obviously acknowledging you're doing a good job, but are there any other benefits or advantages to having that type of rating?
I mean, it's really issued to communities or departments, counties who are meeting those compliance standards set by the state of Texas.
It helps us communicate to our citizens and ensure that we are meeting those top standards. So I think it's just also communicating the top quality that we can provide. So, and I do think, to Jennifer's point and to your question, is this will help our turnaround times get better.
Okay. And just to make sure, so I see, okay, there's an advantage to the citizens because our turnaround time is getting better. What does that allow them to do then? Because they're getting a faster, I mean, I know they want it, but is it helping them in some way, or they're getting things done quicker, or you know?
I would say that it's a general time frame to process all of those things, and we have to work closely with our local hospitals in order to get that information. So it's kind of a community effort in order to get all of these things accomplished. So it's a continuous process that I don't think that would slow down at any point.
And I also think that we are one step in multiple steps from a government standpoint that citizens are encountering, whether that's on a birth or a death, or just trying to get registered for school or get a driver's license. So we're one government stop in probably a list of government stops to actually get something done. And so we want to make sure we're doing our part to be as efficient as possible, and running maybe not as typical as government can. Yeah.
Hey, Rich, is this something that the digital human will aid in? Like requests being made online? I mean, I know a lot of it's probably physical, like they have to do the things, but is this something that...
Yeah, that's something we'll have to look at, because there could be PII, like personally identified information, that would be involved, which we kind of want to avoid.
We're going to keep that away.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean you couldn't get directions and get referred to the right place.
At least the request.
And get, right, exactly. So I think it can assist, but I don't know that we would actually we would process it through the digital human.
Right.
If that makes sense.
No, for sure. And do y'all spend a lot of time on the phone or in person talking to the person, or is a request pretty simple? If y'all just got to have a list of requests, is that pretty simple, or is that the majority of the time spent for your department to produce the documents?
Yeah, there's a lot of requirements that we have to go through. Whether they have the forms of ID that they have in order to retrieve a birth certificate.
Gotcha.
So,
okay.
And I would say probably not every situation is the same. So
Right.
it's a process trying to navigate through and figure out what truly is acceptable, because that looks a little bit different depending on the circumstance. I think. Yeah.
Gotcha. Thank you.
I was wondering, do we do much cross-training, like if these people are free, can they come over and help?
Yeah, it's really tricky with vital statistics because everybody has to be fingerprinted and pass a background check. So they have to go through that whole process before they can even, work within the vaults, which holds all of our records for birth and death. And that's a security portion.
So I think she at times would utilize maybe a vital statistics staff member maybe to help the other way, but it's harder to pull someone. You have to make sure that they've passed all the requirements before they can ever touch most of the pieces of vitals. Does that make
how
sense?
long would that take to get that done where we could go the other way?
It really depends. So you're saying like if another utility billing agent could assist in vitals, how long that process would take to get them fingerprinted? It depends on the place that they actually go to get fingerprinted. Sometimes it could take, a month. Sometimes it could take a couple of months. It just depends on the volumes that they have within their group.
But that is something we could consider, right?
Sure. If you want, if you'd rather not put an additional person in this budget.
It's just, I'm looking at options.
Yeah, no, I think it's a perfectly reasonable suggestion. So if y'all are into, we could give Jennifer that direction to utilize some utility billing staff instead and get them up to speed and ready to go through that process. So then when they're needed, pull them in.
And the fees that we charge, is that regulated by the state as to what we can charge?
That's correct, yes.
And so whether they do it online or come in, is it the same charge, or is there a
There is a charge online. It's a service fee charge that's by the actual company that issues that online portal.
And is it easier for you to process it if it comes online versus in person?
I would say it varies just because there's some times where, like Laura said, not every situation is the same. And so you may have somebody who's requesting a birth certificate that can't answer the security questions that are on there. And so it's kind of a pass or fail type thing. And that's why I think it's kind of easier sometimes to talk to them in person about what the requirements are and get them wherever they need to go.
Yeah, well, that was what I was thinking.
But I still think, and I follow your train of thought, but the state mandates what fees we can and can't charge.
You would think in your mind that online would require less effort on our part.
and it would be cheaper.
But then people are not motivated to do it online because they have to pay more to do it online than they do
Convenience fee,
in person. So, but I guess if it's all regulated, we have no control over that. But yeah.
And you guys are all part of it now, so welcome to it. I hear you. I hear you. Some of these will have to go up higher than us, though. All right, any other questions?
Anything else from Miss Jennifer? No. We appreciate all you do. Thank you for being here.
Oh, I do have one. How's the pay AMA conversion going? How many have we got converted? You haven't got me yet. I always wait till I'm probably in trouble. But how's the conversion going?
So it's going really well. When we checked the numbers yesterday, I believe there were about 4,400 people who had registered for the portal. We are working on the bill history portion. I know a lot of our communities had questions on that. So we're shooting for sometime in September to get all of that completed. It will have the past 3 months, so May, June, and July, that will be uploaded to the portal, and then it'll be an automated process to see that bill image moving forward.
I did get an email yesterday.
Good. Good.
So it was really good. I read it.
Yeah.
Understood it. So.
Good.
So we've had about 4,400 that have signed up for the new.
For the new portal, yes.
How many are currently on auto pay that have not signed up for it then so far? Or do you know?
I think I need to run those numbers, but I can get that to you. It was pretty close to the 4,400. I think it was around 3,000. So a lot of them had opted in for that $10 paperless billing.
What we can do is we can get those numbers and get y'all an update in the Friday report. Would that be good?
Sure.
Okay. Yeah, so we can kind of see, keep pulse on it since we're in the first few weeks of it and kind of see where we're at. Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right. So we've got two more. Let's do transit next. Margaret is always with WIC is always our token last department. It's like her official spot because we save the best for last. So we'll bring transit up real quick. And let me find the page real quick.
You got an hour. That's good. Is this our fourth?
All right. If you turn in your books, we're on page 455. And we have Chris Quigley here, and I will let him introduce his team that he brought. And there's a microphone if y'all want to push the button and use that. And then we'll cover quickly some highlights of their department budget and then open it up for questions.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'm Chris Quigley, of course. I'm the Director for the Transit Department. I have Brett Lawler, who is the Assistant Transit Director, and Brianna Mills. She is our Grant and Compliance Coordinator for the department.
So real quick, high level, this department has historically been heavily grant funded. Roughly 50% of the operations were covered by grant dollars, by federal grant dollars. We do get some state grants as well. I'm looking at Chris to make sure I'm saying everything correctly. And then when it came to any kind of capital expenditure, it was an 80-20 match. So we were getting grant funding for 80%, and then 20% was coming from the city of Amarillo. This is a fund or a operation that resides inside your general fund. So anything that is not covered by federal or state grants, or like the fees paid to ride on any of the bus services, it is then covered by general fund revenue. So that would be sales tax, property tax. There have been some changes, and there are more changes coming. With the last census in 2020, we exceeded 200,000 just barely, which then puts us into a different category. And those changes, and that does impact the kind of federal funding that we receive. So you would think bigger city, better funding, but it doesn't quite work out that way. So I'll let Chris maybe just high level point on that. We don't have everything, I think, in play yet. We're still operating off of some of our grant dollars prior to the change, and then some of those will start coming forward, I think, this year. Is that correct?
So the change with the census won't actually hit us from a budget standpoint until 24-25
Okay,
budget. So right now we're working off our new allocation that we have going into this fiscal year. What happens is we're already designated a large urban because we went over the 200. But what saves us is the fact that we are a smaller agency, but because we went over population, we become large. So we're in with Lubbock, we're in with DART, we're in with some of the bigger transit agencies, but we fall under the 100 bus rule. Under the 100 bus rule, it allows you to use up to 75% of your operating for your federal allocation that you get for that year for still operating. So once we reach that 75% cap of that allocation, then we only use the rest of that for capital projects or capital purchases. So that's where we kind of stand right now. But for this fiscal year, we're still under old terms until we actually are forced to move into that large urban area.
So along with that, you are all probably aware that Chris and his team has a very large-scale capital project going on. So they are working through the multimodal transit facility over there at, is it 5th and Bowie? Sixth and Bowie, and it's coming along quite well. Chris, could you give us a brief update on that and where we're at, and maybe when y'all are anticipating completion?
So everything from what I've been talking to facilities and our contractors, everything is on time, it's on budget. With all of the rain and everything, the floods, it kind of threw us behind, but those guys worked really hard. We selected a great team to actually build that project for us, and they were able to catch back up. So we're ahead of schedule. Right now we're actually looking at anticipated completion of that project being in mid-November. So we would occupy the building sometime in December or January. We're in the process of working with Greyhound to come up with a draft contract, and I'll be getting with Andrew about that next week. But we need to draw up a contract with them for their operating costs that they will take on as well for moving into our facility to share that cost.
Another thing of note is I think transit has had challenges like several of our other departments about recruiting and retaining CDL drivers. And so I do know if you look back at the report on the position versus field, they are one of the departments that does have vacancies. And so I think they have had to modify operations slightly for that, and unless that's changed recently.
No, we still
Okay.
have.
So do you want to just touch base briefly on that? So it's mainly bus drivers that we're short?
Yeah, so right now we are 11 drivers short on our CDL drivers. So because we've done everything, we've been out, we're trying to promote our services to the community so we can hopefully attract more drivers. We've had an opportunity last year where we did sign-on bonuses for anybody that had a CDL. We actually created our own training program where we train CDL drivers internally now. So we get a lot of applications. Our issue is once we get those in, a lot of the guys get on, or a lot of the ladies that we have there, they want to stay with our non-CDL program. And we end up having to transition them over to our CDL program and get them trained. Competing against everything outside, first student, all of those things that we have to compete against is becoming an issue for us as far as being able to retain those drivers as we get them in. So one of the things that we've been looking at, because we need to make sure that our services are efficient on the street, our Connect services are fully staffed, so we don't have any issues there. But we're looking at moving into some on-demand services and trying to change in our service model to be able to offset that loss that we have in drivers by hiring more additional non-CDL drivers and using that service to feed into our fixed route services. So we're hoping that will be able to offset that loss and modify our services to benefit the community more than what we are currently doing at this time.
I was wondering if you're talking about on-demand services.
Yes, sir.
Have we looked at possibly using other sources besides the city transit? I mean, Uber or some other service, and issue a voucher program? Would it be possibly cheaper than us running an online, a service for one person?
No, so we actually had a meeting with our innovative team about that, and that we've actually been looking at partnering with Uber to provide some services. We've been getting some numbers back from them, and I won't say that it's actually cheaper in some cases, because whenever you have any fixed route on-demand services out, you have to have paratransit service that works along with it. Their paratransit services are generally higher than what we actually have, so we're still looking into that, and that is a great option as well. We're looking at services where we can subsidize some of that through using Uber, Lyft, but through the on-demand services that we're looking at, with the same similar service, but we run it in the city. And again, we won't use as many big buses on the streets. We start to scale down the number of CDL drivers that we need, but we also enhance the services that we're providing and be able to provide a better service that will hopefully increase our ridership is the goal.
What is our average route that we carry people?
The length of time on an average route?
Yeah.
The length we have right now is an hour? Hour and a half? An hour and a half on some of our routes. So,
And
again, it's
how
not.
many citizens does that carry usually? Average?
So on a year, we carry about 204. As far as our fixed route services, I can't give you a number. I can actually get there for you guys and pull it. We just pull everything on a yearly basis to look at where our numbers are. But on our Connect side, we average 2.8 passengers per hour, which is a very high goal, and it's actually higher than the national average in what we do. So, what is?
I was thinking about a month.
Yeah.
And I think we run around about 21 to 25,000 a month through all the routes. Oh, is it about 15? Well, maybe I was looking at the wrong year then. I might have been looking pre-COVID.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Mike, and I know with some other departments as well, with the CDL program, I mean, it's a pretty good deal, right?
Yes, sir.
Now we have it in-house, and we'll do that.
Yes, sir.
Have you looked at doing like a contract with them that, again, if they get their CDL license with us, that you've got them, or at least it may be with the city overall, that if we get them, that they're locked in for a period of time,
It's a conversation that we have had with Human Resources to kind of look at that. But right now, it hasn't come to fruition that we've actually started having people sign something and said you will give us at least a year. With that incentive that we were given, the $2,000 bonus, that did tie you in for at least 18 months. But we stopped that program actually back in March. So.
Okay, so are we competitive on the pay? I mean, for them, without that incentive, you said we're struggling keeping those. Without that incentive, I mean, are you doing a good job of keeping them, or?
Yes. So, for instance, we've had people that apply, and our solid waste department, I believe they start out at $19 an hour. So we've had people that actually apply for us, and they look at it's different services and what you do. So generally, I tell people, you want to transport passengers or you want to transport trash. You got to make a choice what you want to do. Yeah. Most people that do apply for us, they do want to work for us. We've lost people not so much because of the $18. It's a different thing, and it's mainly our schedules. So solid waste has the ability to provide a schedule where they can have more flexibility. They can work 4 days on, 10 days off. Because of how we have to provide service and it runs until about 7 o'clock at night, we can't really do that. So we have a certain amount of runs that people can bid on, and it's all based off of seniority. So you bid on runs, or you come in as a new driver and you come in as extra board. Most people don't like the extra board because you have to work whatever we can assign you and whatever we have available. So it's no work-life balance. So that's where we end up losing a lot of people, is because of our schedule. So one of the things that we did to try to offset that was we usually build schedules and say, okay, this is the bid, pick one. We stopped doing that. We started allowing the drivers to come in, even the new drivers to come in, and we go through seniority and they build their own schedule based off of their needs. The drivers and even the new drivers, they actually like that because it does give them a little bit more control and allows them to balance those schedules out according to whatever their daily life may be. So we've been taking action to try to improve that as well internally. So it's not so much the pay, it's the hours. So we're trying to find a way to balance that out so we can attract more people, because we do have people that want to work there. We receive a lot of applications.
Yeah.
It's just sorting through those hours is what generally bothers people.
Yeah. So you're being creative to try to help with the workers. Okay. All right. Question that I get sometimes, and again, my ignorance here: are y'all in charge of benches?
Yes, sir.
Stops. Golly. Who chooses where those go?
Yeah.
I mean, is it y'all? You guys choose? I mean, you do it on the more popular routes? I mean, where does that go? Because that's the question I get, is like, man, there's no benches.
So we have criteria we look at to determine where we're going to put them. Because it's so expensive to put shelters and lay concrete and all that kind of stuff, you don't want to put it in your low-performing routes. We have a lot of requests for benches and shelters, and, hey, can you put a shelter here? But for a shelter and a bench, we generally set that it has to be at least 21 or more boardings. Gotcha. And anything less than that, we may put a bench, we put a shelter, but we look at it based off of ridership. Those higher areas that have a lot of demand, we're going to always put those. So you see them at Walmart, you see them at those, and some of the Walmarts don't have it, but we're working toward actually adding those there. But it's based off of demand where we put those, because it's an expense that we want to take into account and not be fiscally irresponsible with money and just throwing things up there.
It's just cost prohibitive on the lower volume routes. It just doesn't make sense.
Yes,
I mean, that just comes down to it. Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right, perfect. Thank you, sir.
Yes,
sir. Looking at your vacancies, you only show 4 here on this page that they gave us, but we have 11. Is that right? So I just didn't add them all up probably correctly.
Yeah. So if you go down to like 17, 61, 62, and 63, and 64, that's all of them.
Okay. So would it help you to be able to pay more for the harder hour shifts? So, could you restructure the pay where you get paid, based on, these were the routes that I took and they pay X, and these were, so kind of the better routes maybe don't pay as much, and factor that in some sort of an incentive package on top of a base salary or a base hourly rate?
It's something that we consider. Honestly, I haven't ever looked at it in that way, because if I look at the newer drivers that's coming in, and I think that's some of the issues that we have now, where some of the newer drivers come in and our senior drivers, they do unfortunately compare and talk about their pay. So if I have someone and I make that kind of adjustment to it, and I have a higher driver that's been there for a long time, and I kind of elevate this person, because we do have shift differential, we have different things that we throw in there to try to incentivize. But I do understand what you're saying, and that is an option that we can look at. One of the things that I wanted to do this year was not just jump straight into increase in wages and things like that. I wanted to actually look at this and consider our 2020 census changes, and next fiscal year really focus on and say, okay, how can we incentivize people to work here a little bit more? So that is a great option that we would definitely take back to the table and look at.
I think we would encourage a budget, like if you're running, you're covering everything and we don't have excessive overtime or whatever, and you have, say, 11 vacancies, could you reduce those potential vacancies knowing that you're not filling those on average? Take those monies and propose or build something that incentivizes the lesser attractive shifts, on top of whatever their base pay is.
Yeah. So the only problem we have is everything we do as far as our funding is concerned, it's built around ridership and it's built around our revenue miles. So one of the things that I don't want to do, and that's why we talked about being innovative and looking at Uber and looking at those. We don't want to implement things that will begin to cannibalize our fixed routes where we don't actually have much of a fixed route, because they take into account all of that ridership on those fixed routes and how many miles and hours those buses are on the streets. So if we start losing too much of that, then we risk losing federal funding. So that's one of the things to take into consideration. But again, those are great ideas that we definitely will take back and look into going into the next fiscal year on how we can kind of incentivize drivers to want to work for transit. So.
Okay. Appreciate you looking at it. Anything else from council? Okay. Hey, thank you guys for being here. Appreciate you.
Thank you, Chris. All right. Last department. We made it.
It's only 1:55.
I know. All right. So we have Margaret Payton coming up with our Women, Infants, and Children's program, our WIC program, and want to tell Margaret how much we appreciate her filling this last departmental spot for us. So if you want to turn in your books, we're going to go to page, sorry, hang on just a second. I thought I had it. If you want to go to page 773. So WIC is a department that is fully grant funded. There is not any kind of tax dollars going into this from the city standpoint. There is not another local entity that's supporting it. It is fully grant funded, and it always has been. And so, as I mentioned earlier, WIC did reside under the hospital district umbrella many years ago. I do think Margaret has all kinds of historical knowledge she could share if y'all ever wanted to hear about it from that. But they are a city department now. This is very similar to what we talked about when we were looking at public health. These are grant estimates. We will have the actual grant awards at later points in time. They're all on a reimbursement basis, I believe. I'm looking at Margaret. Yep, they're all on a reimbursement basis. So we only get reimbursed for what we spend. So Margaret develops her budget based on all the programs that her and her team provide. And then as they work through the year with the grant requirements, then we only see the dollars coming back into the city for what they're actually spending related to each one of those programs. So real quickly, Margaret, how many programs do you guys facilitate about?
I have 15 budgets.
15 different budgets. So there was, just from a little bit of history for you all, shorter term history, COVID certainly changed the number of clientele that they were working with over at WIC. As you all know, there were expanded benefits in other areas that sometimes didn't require as many, they didn't have as many requirements as what is needed to qualify and to stay eligible for the WIC benefits. And so they did see kind of a downshift in some of their caseloads for a while. And there was more that went into it. I mean, that's kind of oversimplifying it. But I think from what Margaret told me recently is they are back at pre-COVID levels from the number of clients that they are serving. And so that is certainly a good thing, because the more clients they're serving, the more grant dollars coming in, the more she can have available to provide these good, solid programs to those that are eligible. So, Margaret, is there anything of importance that you just want to note on anything, or any big changes you see coming, or we're just anticipating clientele numbers to stay up, I guess, for a while?
I anticipate they'll probably level off.
Okay.
When I look at July of this year versus July of last year, we're 12.5% higher than we were last year. Through the 3 years of COVID, we lost 23.5% of our caseload. And as Laura is explaining, there's several factors that went into that. Certainly, one was the increase in SNAP benefits, because the SNAP is what some people still remember as food stamps. And so USDA increased those benefits to a level to where then our participants started looking at it as, we have enough, we don't need to come and get WIC, let someone else have WIC, and so our numbers declined. We also had a lot of clients with COVID that were affected by COVID and weren't able to come to appointments. And then also that came into play was the stimulus checks that the federal government issued, because if the participants receive stimulus checks or even the earned income tax credits, then they don't come to their appointments until they're at a point to where they no longer have those additional funds. Then they start coming back. So that affects our caseload. And then the other thing that affected it as well is the birth rate went down, and people just did not get pregnant. We had fewer pregnant women, so therefore we have fewer infants later on coming on the program. And starting around January of this year, we started seeing that ticking back up. And since March, it has really taken off. And so that is part of what has led to this increase in caseload. One thing that, the reason that I say we will probably level off is during the past year and a half, USDA increased the fruit and vegetable portion of our participants' package. So it almost doubled. So a pregnant woman was getting $24 a month to use on purchasing fresh fruits and vegetables. They increased it to $48. Starting August of this year, they decreased, well, it will start in October, that it decreases back down to the original amount. So that's a disincentive when you're looking at very tight schedules. Our clients are usually working, some of them are working 2 jobs or going to school and working, and if there is increase in SNAP benefits or other food benefits being made available by either the food bank or the churches or whatever it might be, oftentimes that deters them from coming to our appointments until they are at a point of desperation, and then they'll come back. So with that, going back in October 1st to a lower amount, I'm anticipating our participation will probably just hold steady. The other thing too is during COVID, we were able to issue, normally we issue 3 months of benefits at a time. During COVID, we were able to issue 4 months. In August, that went back to 3 months. And so with 1 less month, you're seeing people more frequently, which also decreases the availability of appointments and affects how many people we can see with the staff that we have.
So also I wanted to mention, that I think Margaret's team has certainly been one of our areas that has had a lot of challenges in staying fully staffed. So she has done a great job to think outside the box and has gone through a couple of essentially reorganizations of staff and seeing some of the state requirement changes related to, I think it was dietitians, coming in the next, or maybe we're already there, but it was coming in the future, and she was trying to rearrange her pay and her staffing requirements for that anticipated change. So she's done a great job working on all of that and made a few changes, and is still, I think, experiencing a lot of staffing shortages. And so they, I will say, they're a very efficient operation. So they get it all done no matter how many staff they have. But I do know that that's something that Margaret will continue to work on. And again, she just does all of that, whether it's taking vacant positions and restructuring, but it's all just within inside what her grant will allow, you know. So her grant's really the one that's dictating how much can be spent on certain areas. So I don't know if there was anything she wanted to add on that, but
And that's true, what Laura's saying.
it's just, I think it's just definitely been a challenge. So.
It is.
But I think a lot of things in health care have been a challenge over the last several years. There's certainly been a shortage, and so WIC is experiencing that along with a lot of other areas.
And I think we also experienced what many other city departments experienced, with just no one applying for positions, no one out there. We've seen an increase here just in the last 2 months with people applying. We've interviewed people. And I have to say, today and one on Friday, we offered positions, and they called back and said, sorry, but we can't take the position because we don't have child care. Our person we had lined up to do child care has told me that they're not going to be able to do it, so I'm not going to be able to come to work for you. The one today, we called HR to see if we could call and see if there was any way we could negotiate any kind of different work schedule for that individual, because it's a part-time job. But that's one of our biggest factors is daycare.
Just a question on it. So, you know, with the COVID funding that we have on our public health, is that anything that we can assist in? I mean, you seem to be 32 people short on this chart. Am I correct? You have 32 vacancies?
But that, you also, those positions are there because the state oftentimes suddenly gives a special funding for USDA, and all of a sudden they want to throw out a program, and you have 4 weeks to get up and running. So I have positions there in reserve in case that type of thing comes up again. Now, the question in public health, it takes a lot of training to work with all of the regulations, the regulation that we have to follow.
Okay.
And I don't know that that's really looking at efficient use of staff.
So you're making it work with what you have, but these are your difficulties, right? And so even though it's all health and wellness related, there's really no overlap there that would function. Okay?
Now, but to Councilman Tibbs' point, this is an area where technology could have a huge impact. We just need to sort out, how we can do that with the federal and state regulations. So I do see that we could use technology to get efficiencies there. As I said, though, we need to understand how that fits in with the requirements, though. So we have some work to do to figure out where we can leverage that best.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
With the grants, I mean, obviously they all come with stipulations and that type of deal, but if you're that short, and if there's a need, is there a way to provide an incentive for daycare within a wage or something like that? Is there a way to do that within the grant? That won't allow that. Okay.
Yeah, unfortunately, I would have done it now. I was ready like 3 years ago.
Sure.
I lost 50% of the staff 3 years ago.
Yeah. Gosh.
In the first 8 weeks of COVID.
Yeah.
So, but unfortunately, no. But certainly. Sorry. Certainly, I'm open to any ideas, and as Rich is indicating, and you mentioned earlier, the telephone, answering the telephone, if we can decrease those calls coming in for routine questions. But as vital statistics also pointed out, an awful lot of the time, these are specific one-on situations that, you know, you can think of all of the possible questions that could be asked and the different matrix that combine
Right.
those together, but then there's still, you know, another issue that this person has. But it definitely would help with even one less person having to answer telephones that then could be put to providing services directly.
Right.
I'm ready, I'm there.
Gotcha. Good. Yeah, sure. Okay, great.
So the frequently asked questions and the little stuff could get off your plate. All of the, what do you call it, personal?
PPI,
PPL?
person,
PPI. All the PII would stay handled, you know, in person, so we'd meet all of our requirements. Okay, well, I know you're making great strides and gains on that already, so, you know, should be in this budget cycle, right? That we could see some movement on that.
you know, one of the complications we deal with is that we use a computer system that is the state computer system, and it has its own issues and problems. And then the state is also trying to become even more efficient. So, and Rich can answer these questions better than I can, but we have a system that was written by Microsoft, but then they keep adding all these different packages that are not Microsoft packages, one for scheduling, one for an app, and it breaks the system an awful lot of the time, which then causes inefficiencies major. So, you know, we do have to be careful that we don't get too ambitious that then we're wishing that we had pens and paper. So. Okay.
Questions from council on?
Thank you so much. Appreciate all of you.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate you being here.
Thank you, Margaret. All right, Mayor, we did it. So we've got a lot more to cover. So we have a list of items that you all have requested over the last several weeks, and so we've got a lot of that to go over with you guys. We're planning on that tomorrow. We've got some follow-up on a couple of departments as well, and then we are certainly going to look for some direction on some things that we need to get nailed down before we bring a budget to you all and a first reading of a budget and a property tax rate on September 12th. And so that will then allow us to kind of move forward, start making changes again in what is filed online to reflect kind of the direction y'all would like this budget to go. And then we will get that turned around and we'll get a new version posted online, make sure you all have it with the summary of the changes, and kind of continue working through it even after it's adopted if you all would like. So. Mayor, it's I think 2:15, well 2:10. So I mean, we certainly have some things we could go ahead and start talking about, or if you want to go ahead and break, it's whatever you would like.
So let me just ask council, do we have it noticed for 8 o'clock in the morning?
Yes.
And so do we have anything? We don't have anything scheduled end of the day tomorrow, right? So had we scheduled it from 8 to 2, or we just said it was 8 until we're done?
We just said 8 o'clock until you all, or as long as you all are available.
Okay. Well, I think that gives us plenty of time to kind of come in fresh, take the rest of the day, not necessarily the rest of the day, but after we finish what is the rest of the day, to bring forward tomorrow any conversational discussions. I need the council to probably start thinking in the terms of fees. This is something that, we're married to these when we move forward, for this next year. And then as we talked about the drainage fee and the different philosophies in that, maybe we do one large one and we don't move it every year. Maybe we do 5 incrementals, those types of things. So that's really where our discussion needs to go tomorrow, I believe. in the fees, I would ask that staff be conscientious that there's always needs, but we are thinking and trying to balance along with you on what does that Excel electrical bill look like right now? What does the Atmos gas bill look like this winter? How much of a burden are we going to be on that single mom that has 3 kids and is already working 2 jobs? And so I know it's only a small increase, but it's every little increase that adds up. So as we move forward with that, we want to have that discussion, and then I do want to have a good in-depth discussion tomorrow on what we're calling a working budget line item. So I'll be bringing a few things that I think we can, we're just going to say reallocate as savings, not cut the budget, not remove anything, but just pull these amounts of money over in some areas where we don't need to let them sit in current departmental budgets, and grab that amount of money and hold it and have it moving forward. And I'm not necessarily anticipating that we'd have a large discussion tomorrow on hey, let's allocate all the money to X, and then let's put this amount of money to Y. But if you have that, council will gladly receive that and let you propose that, and we can start that discussion. And tomorrow's a very appropriate time for that. But I want council to know and staff to know that those amount of monies can be represented as a balanced budget moving forward, that we can work towards reallocating budgeting spending in the areas that we see the biggest and neediest needs, right? So, and we kind of open it up from there. So I would say 8 to 12 tomorrow. I don't know if we've got lunch already called in. Do you think we need to, can we cancel lunch? You think we got enough time from 8 to 12? With this group.
Should we make a wager on it?
Yeah.
So.
Was that a rhetorical question? Yeah. Just to ask it.
How about a box lunch so you can take it with you if we are successful?
What I was thinking though is it's motivating if we don't have lunch for us to be done when you get hungry around 12:30.
How well are y'all at making decisions when you're hangry?
Yeah. Okay, so leave the lunch schedule for tomorrow. That's in my budget somewhere. And then we'll plan on being out of here by 2 anyway, and if we get done early, we're real happy. And then bring your comments, your questions, your concerns, the things that you're hearing and seeing. Staff's done a great job of working with us. We thoroughly appreciate y'all taking the time to go through this. I think this is actually our 4th budget workshop. Is that right?
I think we're on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, day 6.
Day 6? Okay. Oh, that doesn't sound right. I think I was on like day 9. So it feels like it. We thoroughly appreciate the opportunity to go through this and to learn. This has been very needed. And then as we continue, we'll work better with you and for you in this framework. So thank you all very, very much. And so we can break until 3 o'clock. We won't call ourselves back in here. Before we adjourn this, does anybody have anything further they need to add?
I do have one thing. I want to thank you for putting this report with the FTEs and the full and part time and kind of breaking that out, because I think it's a good way to look at it and quickly compare all the departments and see where that is. Did you have to do this manually?
Actually, Matt Poston back over here, I think he spent all weekend working on it, so I really appreciate him. Going back to the reoccurring thing we've talked about is our technology is not fully up to speed where it needs to be in a lot of cases. One of those is our financial software. And so, yes, I think he essentially manually put that together for us. So big shout out to Matt for dedicating his weekend to get a good report together for you.
So it took more than 30 minutes, I guess is what you're saying.
Yes, but I will say this is a very important tool that helps us at our level and helps our departments as well. So
I would tell you, and just so Matt doesn't, this is just, we don't have to do it now, but if I could see this same information, like if I went through and we're breaking out these budgets, salaries, for example, just looking, our overtime, our, You know, I had a question the other day about how much does the city spend on the retirement system? I mean, how much are we contributing? What, you know, the total of that? But I think the good thing about this is when you're just kind of getting a snapshot of different departments, it allows you to do some comparison and contrast with the different departments, just like this. I mean, very quickly, you can kind of assess to see where the open positions are. So, you know, obviously, you can't put something together like that manually, but I mean the value of having something like this, and even looking at other key metrics like your major expenses, and just quickly going by department, I think is because, you know, you put everybody's, we don't call it overtime, we call it unscheduled. Well, you put everybody's unscheduled on there, you have a pretty good idea very quickly who's having the most unscheduled, and you can kind of see, you know, kind of very, you know, be able to do that. So I think in the future, hopefully our system will allow us to do more of this type of stuff with very little effort of having to manually put it all together.
Absolutely. And I think once, so our budget software, and again, I appreciate everyone's patience as there have been some kind of like, they look like typos or line items that the wording hasn't come through right. That is all the effects of a new budget system and a new budget document building system that we're utilizing. And so we appreciate y'all's patience as we're working through some of those kinks, but those tools are things that will help us be able to generate these reports much quicker and efficiently without using a person to do it in their time off. We'll be able to run a report just by pushing a few buttons. And so as we move forward, the budget software has a lot of flexibility, but the new financial software is still a few years out, and then we will really have a way to look at everything from multiple angles. So in the meantime, if there are specific things you want to look at, if you'll let me know, we'll start putting that on a list to start working towards. And this was probably I'm looking back at Matt, this was probably one of the most manual reports that we'd have to put together. I think a lot of those could be done a lot quicker that you're kind of talking about, where you're almost running by department for one particular line item, but
right.
Just with all the departments.
Right. It's just another way to slice and dice it that you can kind of compare
and look at it kind of from different angles.
Right.
Yeah.
It is, and I've used the software that we're implementing, Workday, and it's not just running reports. We can create dashboards for council. So as you give us information on what data that you want to see, in my private sector life, we had executive dashboards, so you could see, you know, up to 30 minutes ago exactly the data that you wanted to see. So it has capabilities we just don't have today, but it's coming.
Good. Thank you.
Okay, almost last and final question. For staff, with us having 45 minutes, do we want council up on the dais? Are we comfortable keeping everybody down here? Do we leave the tables where they are?
Yeah, we'll leave everything where it is, so it's really up to y'all where you want to sit.
Does anybody have a preference, or would Mr. McGonigal rather read us his poem while we're on the dais or seated down here, sir? So we'll put you on the dais? So we'll put you on the dais. We'll stay down here. Okay.
There's one over in the Civic Center you can have. So.
Let me look in my budget and see if I have anything.
I think we've got the mics swapped out, so it'd be live.
Be good with mics here.
Be good.
Okay,
yeah.
Then we'll just stay here. We'll all come back here. We're going to take a good break. If I can get a motion and a second to adjourn, we'll call it.
Make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
I got a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
You're adjourned. Thank you.
And y'all are good to leave your stuff here if you want, because as soon as the public meeting's done, we'll make sure and lock this all up again. So you can do that.